promising young life cut short. TV star Tunisha Sharma, who dabbled in Bollywood movies, sharing the limelight with Katrina Kaif and Vidya Balan, allegedly ended her life on the sets of her latest TV show Ali Baba Dastan-e-Kabul on Saturday. Tunisha was barely in her early 20s. Her alleged suicide has rocked the television industry. Tunisha's co-star Sheezan Mohammad Khan was arrested for abetment to suicide. Sheezan was sent to 4 days police custody. According to the police, Tunisha was in a relationship with Sheezan Khan and the two had broken up just 15 days ago. The FIR states that Tunisha had gone into a depression after the breakup, which led to her suicide.
उनका ब्रेकअप होने के बाद वो नाराज थी और उसी इसमें उसने ये कदम उठाया है और इसके लिए वो ये जिम्मेदार है करके उसके ऊपर एफआईआर दर्ज हुआ है.
However, Sheezan Khan's advocate says the police don't have any evidence of the actor's abetment.
अभी ये टोटल सस्पिशियस है, कोई ठोस सबूत नहीं है पुलिस के पास, लेकिन जो काम है किसी का जान गया है, किसी का जान गया है, इसलिए कोर्ट अपना काम कर रहा है, हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं.
Tunisha's autopsy was conducted at the JJ Hospital in Mumbai early on Sunday. The autopsy report suggests that Tunisha died of asphyxiation and there were no injury marks on her body. Tunisha reportedly used a crepe bandage used to nurse her injured hand to hang herself to death. No suicide note has so far been recovered.
ये दो लोग का इंटरनल मैटर है जिसमें मैं ज़्यादा था नहीं. ठीक है, मैं उस सेट पे था, मैं साथ में काम करता था. बहुत दूर से बाहर से जो दिखता है मैं वही बता सकता हूँ.
Meanwhile, Maharashtra BJP MLA Ram Kadam has raked up a love jihad angle to the case.
यदि यह मामला लव जिहाद का है तो लव जिहाद के पीछे कौन से संगठन हैं, कौन षड्यंत्रकारी लोग हैं, इस मामले की भी तहकीकात पुलिस के द्वारा की जाएगी.
लव जिहाद का मामला भी जो है, खबरें जो हैं ऐसी थी.
इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सामने जो भी आ जाएगा उसी हिसाब से हम इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरा करेंगे.
Tunisha joins a list of illustrious stars who've been snatched away too soon, either due to personal problems or the immense pressures of stardom.
Just a few minutes before she killed herself and took her own life, she had posted an Instagram video and was regularly active on social media platforms. So this definitely does raise a lot of questions as to whether this was a murder or a suicide. However, the police are investigating this case from all angles. With cameraman Mahesh More, Dev Kotak for India Today, Mumbai.
Let me now bring in India Today's Paras Dama for the latest on that. Paras, what are you picking up from the investigation? Has the mortal remains been handed over to the family? Because last right's not yet done. Family must be in shock too with what happened. What is the investigation like? And horrible politics also breaking out with the love jihad angle that is being claimed now.
Right, Pooja, as we are picking up, Vasai police has already told that they are going to investigate on every angle that is possible, because this is a very complicated case and the complicacy has now reached a level where they need to investigate on every angle which is possible. So right now they are just investigating on abandonment of suicide, which has been registered in Vasai police station by Vasai police. As another thing that you asked about the funeral thing, body has not been handed over to the family because family is waiting for some relatives which are not in India. They are coming from other places in the world, so they are waiting for them. After that, body will be handed over to the family and the funeral is all planned to be done tomorrow till the time the family members and the relative which will reach Mumbai. So on the other hand, Vasai police is investigating. They had also questioned many of the set members who was co-actors or the part of the set of the serial. So right now Vasai police is in no mood to they are trying to do everything. They are questioning members of the sets, they are questioning family members, but probably 13 to 14 people has already been questioned in the case, and they got the 4 days remand of Shahjahan Khan. This 4 days remand is very much important because more and more question will be asked asked to Sheezan about what has happened, what was the relationship status between them, why Sheezan broke up with Tunisha. This type of questions will be very important and the very
So major
important
suspicion and charge will be on this co-actor Sheezan Khan, because it appeared that they could be in a relationship. What led to the breakup, and was there much more charges of abetment to suicide against him? But meanwhile, last rites are expected to take place tomorrow in Maharashtra. Paras Dama will be tracking all the latest, and what a terrible, remember, end to a life. And if you know someone who's facing mental health issues, remember you can always approach a special helpline. Do not take any extreme step. A big breakthrough in the Shraddha Valkar case. An audio has surfaced. This audio is of an argument between Shraddha Valkar and Aftab. Cops have accessed an audio of Aftab and Shraddha's argument. The sources are telling us that this audio clearly nails that there was a torture that Shraddha Valkar had been facing. Delhi cops will now be ensuring to use this audio as key evidence as well, and to build a stronger case against Aftab. Aftab's voice sampling will be matched, and that sampling is currently of the audio is underway. Delhi police has got this audio evidence that they are treating it as very strong, of possibly how it can further add on to their lead of evidence against Aftab Poonawalla. Let's quickly bring in India Today's Arvind Ojha for the latest. अरविंद, ये जो ऑडियो है, ये क्या सिर्फ श्रद्धा या सिर्फ आफ्ताब का है, या उनकी आपस की बातचीत का है? What is the audio about?
नहीं, देखिए, ये जो ऑडियो क्लिप दिल्ली पुलिस के हाथ लगा है, और ये आफ्ताब और श्रद्धा के बीच जो बातचीत हो रही है उसका ऑडियो क्लिप हाथ लगा है, जिसमें दोनों के बीच बहस हो रही है। उसमें आफ्ताब अब्यूजिव लैंग्वेज का इस्तेमाल कर रहा है श्रद्धा को लेकर, और काफी बहस हो रही है। दिल्ली पुलिस सोर्सेस का कहना है कि ये अपने आप में एक बड़ा एविडेंस है। इससे जो मर्डर का मोटिव है वो एस्टेब्लिश करने में दिल्ली पुलिस को काफी हेल्प मिलेगी, और शायद यही वजह है कि इस ऑडियो क्लिप को कि एक तरीके से रियलिटी वो चेक करने के लिए कि क्या वाकई इसमें आफ्ताब की आवाज है या नहीं है, उसका वॉइस सैंपल लिया जाएगा। तिहाड़ जेल से कुछ देर बाद आफ्ताब को निकाला जाएगा, और इस वक्त हम सीबीआई हेडक्वार्टर पे मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर जो सीएफएसएल की टीम है वो आफ्ताब का वॉइस सैंपल वो लेगी। वो जो वॉइस सैंपल सीबीआई की सीएफएसएल टीम लेगी पूजा, वो मिलाया जाएगा जो ऑडियो क्लिप दिल्ली पुलिस के हाथ लगा है, जिसमें श्रद्धा और आफ्ताब के बीच बातचीत हो रही है। सोर्सेज ने इंडिया टुडे को यह भी बताया है कि उस ऑडियो क्लिप से यह भी स्टैब्लिश हो रहा है कि आफ्ताब किस कदर टॉर्चर कर रहा था श्रद्धा को। तो ये ऑडियो क्लिप मिलना ये की एविडेंस है दिल्ली पुलिस के लिए। जिस तरीके से ये पूरा केस स्टैब्लिश्ड हो रहा है, और ये बात आ रही है कि दोनों के रिश्ते काफी ज्यादा खराब थे, वो ये जो ऑडियो क्लिप है उसको एस्टैब्लिश कर रहा है, और शायद यही वजह है कि आज आफ्ताब का वॉइस सैंपल सीबीआई की सीएफएसएल की टीम लेगी, और कुछ देर बाद आफ्ताब को तिहाड़ जेल से।
It's important what you're telling us, Arvind. I'll quickly translate. Investigators have access to this audio. They are going to treat this as evidence, but they also want to ensure that they are on a solid ground. They've sent the sampling for forensic evidence. They've ensured that it is going to be matched with the audio of Aftab. So when they decide to use it as a lead, they have scientific digital evidence with them, and they're not just assuming right away that this can be taken as evidence, but this can be of argumentation, of abuses, of torture that this young woman was facing, and can help nail Aftab. Arvind Ojha with all the latest on that. Remember, investigators will need a watertight case if they want to convict Aftab, who's not really been very cooperative with the probe. India is on a COVID alert now because a flyer from China has tested positive of the COVID-19, of the coronavirus. And this, remember, has clearly stepped up now efforts. It's a 40-year-old China returnee who tested positive for COVID-19. His sample has been sent for genome sequencing. Doctors have said that the man is asymptomatic, is isolated and at his residence in Agra. Health department officials are tracing other people who came in contact with the patient. A list is also being prepared. People who came in contact with the patient will also be investigated. Fresh case of coronavirus surfaced against backdrop of soaring COVID cases in China, triggering an alarm worldwide. Prime Minister Modi on Sunday urged citizens to remain vigilant amid rising COVID cases in many countries.
ये एक केस कोविड का आया है जिसकी जीनोम सीक्वेंसिंग लखनऊ भेज दी गई है और वो चूंकि महत्वपूर्ण इसलिए हो जाता है कि वो चाइना से आया है। अच्छी बात ये है उनके द्वारा घर से जब से आए हैं वो न मार्केट गए हैं न किसी भी आयोजन में सम्मिलित हुए हैं, इसलिए बहुत संभावना कम है कि वो बाहर निकले हों।
It is the outbreak in China again of the coronavirus and possibly new variants that are also coming, which has caused a worldwide alarm. This, remember, are surging numbers. Hospitals are flooded. There is clearly a burden on infrastructure that China is not able to take right now. Of course, the information, as always, is filtered. Not much clarity about what is the number of the cases, of the deaths that are coming out from China. We have a special report. Take a look at that.
Days after China withdrew its zero COVID policy, COVID mayhem wreaks havoc in the country. As China grapples with COVID mass infections, emergency wards in many of its cities and towns are getting overwhelmed. With the worsening COVID-19 situation in China, the patients are being slumped on benches in hospital corridors. Many COVID patients were seen lying on floors due to lack of hospital beds. Many worried citizens were seen walking with a homemade tarp to protect themselves. The health authorities are now predicting that the healthcare infrastructure is facing a catastrophic burden.
因为急诊没有停过，就是每一天我们从上班一直到我们下班都很忙，没有停的时候。
To make things worse, China has reduced testing and stopped reporting most mild cases. China's Zhejiang, a big industrial province near Shanghai, is battling around 1 million new daily COVID-19 infections. On Sunday, the provincial government said that the number is expected to double in the days ahead. Despite the flood of cases, deaths and mortuaries are bursting at seams. China reported no COVID deaths on the mainland for the 5 days through Saturday. As per regional officials, over 13,583 infections were being treated in the province's hospitals. But these figures are a huge deviations from a leaked government document exclusively accessed by India Today. As per the leaked document, almost 25 crore people or 17% of the population in China may have been infected in just 20 days after the zero COVID policy was diluted. The report also claims that nearly 3.7 crore cases were reported in a single day this week, making it the largest single-day spike ever. This report came at a time when a British-based health data firm too claimed that the infections in China are expected to be more than 1 million a day. In order to hide galloping death figures, the Chinese government changed the way it records COVID-19 fatalities, deciding only to include those who die from respiratory failure or pneumonia after testing positive. The WHO too has received no data from China on new COVID hospitalizations since Beijing eased its restrictions. Meanwhile, the Chinese health experts have recommended for the second booster shot, urging public to choose a different vaccine from the previous doses. Bureau Report, India Today.
So it is time for not being alarmed, but to stay vigilant, cautious, and as citizens follow that COVID-appropriate behavior. Thank you so much for watching, but stay tuned because after a very short break, I bring to you a very special discussion on Afghan women. 2 top Afghan women activists are speaking to India Today, revealing the horror and one by one the regressive practices that Taliban is doing to women, the consequences of it for the generations and for the nation that we have known Afghanistan to be. That and more after a break.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
After banning education for women, Taliban is back with another regressive order in Afghanistan and, as always, targeting women. If women are working even with NGOs now, they will have to head back to work. NGOs have been asked not to employ women anymore. It has led to global outrage. People are speaking against it. But remember, for even to protest on the streets of Afghanistan right now, it's absolutely difficult and even life-threatening in some cases. But joining me now are two brave Afghan women. They're not in their country, in their motherland right now. They had to flee and leave and are living in different parts of the world, undisclosed locations, but nevertheless are willing to speak up about what's unfolding. I'm joined by Sudaba Bayani, who's a civil engineer and a women's rights activist, Vazma Ayubi is an entrepreneur, also a women's rights activist. In fact, Vazma has been seen at so many of events, sports events, in signifying the culture, tradition, the color that Afghanistan truly represents, not what Taliban wants it to be represented as. Vazma, I want to then start with you. When you see what Afghanistan is becoming now, one by one, women are being told they cannot work, cannot study. What is it that you're feeling? Is it helplessness? Is it anger? Is it sadness? Is it a mix of all? Because for Afghan women, this is going to be life-changing.
I'm sad, angry, heartbroken. It's a mix of emotions all at the same time. My heart just goes out for the for the women that are currently in Afghanistan and going through these hard situations. And actually, the brave women of Afghanistan that, despite the threats and everything, they've taken to the streets and they're fighting, they're marching for their rights. It's a very sad and heartbreaking situation and events that are happening in my country at the moment, to be honest.
Sudaba, as I introduce you, Sudaba Bayani is a civil engineer. Sudama, the girls now or the generation after will not even have that designation to be introduced. How do you become a civil engineer when you can't even get yourself educated in Afghanistan? And what does that mean for a whole generation of such bright, intelligent women in Afghanistan, in your homeland? What are you hearing? What are the stories that are coming out from Afghanistan that you can tell us about?
So we heard the news, the announcement first. It was the night when girls were studying for their finals. They were in the end of their semester. It's end of the year in Afghanistan, and they were about to finish their last semester. They were in the middle of their finals that this happened, and they banned them from attending universities anymore. They were confirming this to me. They sent that announcement to me to confirm if that's true or not, if they can still study for tomorrow's exam or they can stop now. So it was really so heartbreaking for me when I hear that news. We were expecting this because when they banned high schools, there will be no other females graduate to attend universities. We were thinking that this ban may implement on them, but they did this to the girls who were in the middle of their exams and were about to graduate. So it's really disturbing, and all the women who are out there asking for their rights to education, they are all full of anger, full of emotions, and they can't control themselves to stay at homes and bear all these things all alone with themselves.
Vazma, you're such a powerful face and voice right now. You were able to also head back to the nation some time ago. What is it that the world can do listening to you right now? What can we do here? That, you know, we must ensure that the Taliban cannot get away with such decisions. These are brutal because this is going to have consequences later.
Yeah, well, women rights are human rights. And
yes. So Daba, let Vazma answer that and I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Yes, Vazma, go ahead.
Well, to be honest, this era is called the era of women in the rest of the world. But in my country, women are banned from going to school. Women are banned from going to universities, banned from going to parks, banned from going to public hammams, banned from listening to music, banned now from even going to work. I mean, what is the world waiting for? Yes. It's been 1.5 years since the Taliban are in power in Afghanistan, and they've done everything in their power to remove, to completely erase women from public life. The world can do more. The world can do better. There needs to be political pressure. There needs to be travel bans. There needs to be sanctions on so many things on the current government, on Taliban. They can't just get away with this. I think everybody needs to come together. There needs to be a unified, stand against these actions of the Taliban. A lot of Afghan women and Afghans all around the world, and even within the country, we're standing up, but it's not enough. I mean, there are still deals going on behind the curtains with the Taliban, which infuriates us. Why is it happening? Like, the world doesn't care about the Afghan women anymore. I mean, I know there has been so many things going on if you see the situation in Ukraine and other places, that the world completely forgot about Afghanistan, and then us Afghans, we knew this was going to happen. It's not that we didn't know it was going to happen. It was going to come to this, but we just had that hope, and now those hopes are shattered as well. So the world needs to put more political pressure on Taliban, and there needs to be a very strong stand against this.
So if there was any doubt at all, it's being made very clear by the Taliban that they are not any different, this Taliban 2.0. It could actually be just much more worse. So Daba, Afghanistan built or rebuilt so much in 20 years. Are we looking at a complete breakdown? Because I shudder to think what's happening to women who may not have a male guardian, single mothers or orphaned children, or anyone who just wants to head out to do basic duties, basic activities that all of us here may just take for granted. And I cannot imagine also what that society could be turning back to if it's not intervened right away. What do you think the world can do, must do, or react in a way?
So we were the first generation who were born after the 9/11 incidents, and we went to high schools, we studied, we got graduated, and we started working and everything. So for us, it was a shatter for our dreams. We lost everything in just a blink, and I can't just express what it was for me and for the generation that we are. I was hoping so much. I am a civil engineer. I was meant to be in a construction field right now. I must have built my country. I was not supposed to sit here and tell the world how disgusting the situation is, how hateful it is, how are we just getting erased from society at all. I was not supposed to do this. I was supposed to be somewhere else. And just like me, there are so many other girls who are deprived of working, education, going out and everything. We were not meant to be like this on the streets and asking for our basic human rights. We were supposed to be on our fields and working and rebuilding our country. They are completely destroying our country, not only this generation, everything that was built in the past 20 years.
That's true. It's not only just destroying what could have been rebuilt and what repercussions will be for the next generation. Basma, I've been speaking to so many Afghan nationals, specifically those who have fled in the recent times since the Taliban took over. And all I see is on my social media flooded with pictures, photographs, angry reactions, disheartened Afghans because they just do not know what to do. But all they can do is they're sharing these pictures. Do you think what sort of photographs or videos are coming out? Do tell us something that we may not be able to realize is unfolding there in the country, because Taliban says we'll build a new university, we'll have specifically for women, but now that we know it's not going to happen.
Well, I'm so sorry. Taliban 2.0 is just a myth. I think they're worse than the previous regime. They all these excuses, all they've been giving is like excuses about syllabus, about like classes not being separated, boys and girls studying together. But I'm so sorry, this is not true. We've always had separate classes for girls and boys, and the syllabus was always Islamic. I'm not sure what they mean by that, and they had that excuse for schools. We were protesting against that. We were raising our voice against that, but the world did not support us. And now look, they have banned universities, and they've issued an order for the female NGO workers not to be able to go and work. Well, females weren't working at the government institutions at all. All we see is these images, these horrible images of Afghan students, female university students going to universities, and then these Taliban harassing them, beating them, and throwing water at them, and then these other male university students that are refusing to give their exams because their sisters were not allowed to give exams, and they were banned from universities. So it's very sad. It's horrible, and I think we shouldn't believe them. There needs to be a concrete action. There needs to be concrete steps to be taken against the current regime. I will tell you a recent incident. I was in Afghanistan about a week back, because my mother was unwell, and I went. This time around, I was very scared, so I was covering my face and I was covering my whole head because the situation was very, very intense in Kabul. You are in your own city, like, you know, you're in your own home, and
Basma, compare
if you're
the
outside
difference.
and you're a woman,
Compare the difference of how it was earlier and now. How is Kabul right now? What sort of difference did you see in a city so vibrant?
Well, the city is sad. You see very less women nowadays. My cousins and them, they go to, you know, there were some courses, private tuitions that they would go to because their schools are closed and they cannot go to school. So my cousins would come every day, like, you know, sad and crying and saying that, you know, the Taliban came to those courses and told them, like, you know, to wear proper hijab, and then they would tell them to learn, like, you know, certain stuff, and tell their teachers not to teach them certain things, and they would just come and harass them. Those are actually harassment, like, you know. And the other apparent thing that I noticed, which I didn't notice in my previous trip, but I did notice it on this trip, was that inside the city, inside Kabul itself, I know they've said that women are not allowed to travel certain kilometers without the mahram, which is male chaperone. But we were stopped and harassed at certain, like, you know, checkposts. And my brother was asked whether, you know, who I was to him and how I was related to him, when he would say, she's my sister. And they would just harass and ask for, like, you know, Tazkiras. Tazkira is our national ID, and for other things. And they would behave very, very, very rudely. There were men at checkposts that apparently they did not even know how city people live, like, you know, how urban people live. They would just look at you a certain way. At the airport, I noticed a lot of people being turned away because they did not have a mahram, and the security was like, I don't know, there was a chaos, like you could feel it. And just when I came back, I heard the news of universities being banned, and then this other issue of women not being able to go to work.
I realize, Vazma, you're becoming teary-eyed as well. Is it watching a city literally turned to ruins in so many ways that this is not what you would have wanted your own motherland to become?
I'm sorry, Pooja, I can't hear you anymore.
That, you know, for you to watch your city become what it is, and to see so much fear, you know, because I saw there was this hunch in your voice that it would make anyone feel sad if you return to your own city, watching it like that.
Yes, I mean, it was very sad because when my brother was asked for the national ID, and when I told them that I, like, you know, I do hold a foreign passport, so even if I give you my passport, you won't be able to read it, and I don't have my Tazkira at my hand, you know, it hurt a lot, and I cried that day, and I keep, like, you know, when I remember that day, it hurts me so much that in my own city, in my own country, that man called me, like, you know, an agent. He said, you're just an intelligence worker, you're just an agent, this is not your country. Just because I have a foreign passport, I do have an Afghan passport, but at that time I did not have it to show it to him. And to be treated like that, just because I am a woman, and just because it's just sad. It's very sad. And I did have that privilege. I do have the privilege. I had the privilege of coming out of Afghanistan and being able to come out. But what about the girls and the women that still live there and don't have an option to go out or do anything? What about them? They're just sitting at home, and now they don't have anything else to do. This is not about like, you know, education anymore. This is gender apartheid. This is a deficit in our economy.
This is about life.
Women that don't have male.
This is also about a society, and I think it's very brave of you, Vazma, and also Sudaba, for even speaking up, because the world needs to know what's happening. Sudaba, do you think the hope right now for Afghanistan and for Afghan women specifically are the young men? the visuals of these young male students walking out, clear visuals of them, of Taliban shooting at them, beating them up because they choose not to sit for the examination. Do you think this time, this generation of men want to make it very clear that they stand with the women and their life and rights?
Unfortunately, no. I don't see any hopes or any change anymore. It's been more than 1 year. If they wanted to change or improve anything, they would have reopened girls' school. They would have stopped implementing so many bans on girls and women. They are not doing anything to make the situation better. The NGOs that were working in Afghanistan, they are lots of them are the aid distributors, and the women that were working on those NGOs were the ones who assisted people on distributing the aids, because the Taliban don't allow widows and orphans without their male companions in the fields where these aids are getting distributed. So there has to be some women assistance with them to help them. And besides that, some of my colleagues, like some of the architects, worked in some international NGOs that were still working in Afghanistan. But yesterday they had a notice that you guys are no longer allowed to come to work, and please don't come to office. The Taliban has warned us that they will revoke our working license if we allow any woman anymore in the offices. So
Dama, are there many women who work in the NGOs or in that sector in Afghanistan?
Yeah, there were so many of the people who, like when the collapse happened, not so many of the women and girls were able to leave the country.
Yes.
Those who were working in those NGOs. So the NGOs were still running and they were still working there. But unfortunately, now they are banned from working there as well.
And some of the final words that I want to have from this discussion, Vasma, let's start with you, because you're starting to also make a mark with how the world is listening. There are so many Afghans outside who are speaking. This could be actually the last days that we see of something coming out of Afghanistan. The moment it's happening, we see the visuals are getting more filtered. It's more difficult for people to speak up. I shudder to think what the next generation has in store, because the impact of education, of no job, will be on women who cannot even venture out, and they will be solely dependent. And what else do you call them apart from a word like barbarian, or taking Afghanistan back to dark ages?
Yes, they're taking back Afghanistan to medieval ages. Let me tell you something. Afghanistan is already going through the worst humanitarian crisis, and the world knows that. Everybody knows that. There are these women. Afghanistan has been in conflict, at war for the past 40 years, and there are women that don't have any male family members, so they're the sole winners of their own family. With this decision and with so many restrictions on women, how are those women going to feed their children? What's their plan? What's the way out? How are they going to feed these people? I know there's aid going to Afghanistan, and this aid needs to continue, and it's because it's through the UN, and the UN needs to make sure that the Taliban do not have access to this aid, because the poor people of Afghanistan deserves this. But now that they've stopped women from working, who's going to distribute this aid? Again, the male, the Taliban. What will happen to the future? And if there are no universities, and if there is no education for girls, what are they going to do? We need female doctors.
What would you want to say to girls who were aiming to become civil engineers in Afghanistan, from where you graduated, you managed to start working? Tomorrow there could be no civil engineer Afghan girl.
Unfortunately, yes. We were like the girls who graduated after us were the last generation who graduated from Kabul Polytechnic University. It was the recent years that the number of engineers was increasing in these universities. The number of women in STEM were increasing in Afghanistan. But unfortunately, now they have made that impossible as well. There will be no graduates anymore. And those girls, they are tearing apart. They are crying every day. They are sending me messages. And I can't tell you how I feel when I read those things, and how I wish that there would be something.
Can you tell me about some of the messages, Sudaba? What kind of messages, of course, without revealing details, but what kind of messages are reaching you and many others?
They're just, they even hate that they are a woman, and they even share disgust of why they have been burned in Afghanistan. Every one of them. Some of them even wrote that the girls who are living outside Afghanistan, you guys are so lucky that you are getting the opportunity to study. Some of them even wrote that you guys are so lucky to have a chance to go to a park. You can have a walk anytime you want. To see this, it's really hurting that a person on this earth in this era would wish that she could go out on a walk to a simple park.
You know, walking to a park with your family, getting education, just going about living life that we take for so granted is currently so difficult in Afghanistan. Wazma Ayubi, Sudama Bayani, I appreciate both of you brave women for speaking up. Your stories and that of many others from Afghanistan that's not being able to reach out to the world. I hope the world is listening, and thank you for speaking to India Today. We wish the very best for Afghan women, and really here on India Today will continue to speak up for them. Thank you. Take care. All the best.
Saif Ali Khan and Amrita Singh's son Ibrahim Ali Khan is all set to debut as an actor after assisting Karan Johar on his next Rocky aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani. He has reportedly been roped in to play an important role in the Hindi remake of Ridyam. The making rights of the same have been backed by Karan Johar.
അത്രയ്ക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമാണ് എനിക്ക് അവനെ ചേച്ചി അവൻ മുത്താണ്.
Meanwhile, visuals of Ibrahim partying, going out with friends, or just making red carpet appearances keep surfacing online. Now, Amir Khan and Reena Datta's son Junaid is also among those who will be fulfilling his dreams of becoming an actor with his debut film Maharaja. It is reported that he will be romancing Bunty or Bubbly 2 fame actor Sharvari Wagh in this Siddharth P. Malhotra's film. So it surely will be an interesting year for these kids. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
प्रेजेंटेड बाय धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए। Sorry.
In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully. Raymond Techno, unrestrict yourself.
Hi there, very good morning. You're watching India's Agenda. I'm Sneha. Let's get a quick check of the headlines in this edition first. War words between BJP and Congress over insult to Vajpayee. BJP says on one hand, Rahul Gandhi is visiting Vajpayee Memorial but is not acting against Pandhi. Tunisha's family breaks silence as Tunisha was cheated on by Sheezan. Maharashtra minister calls it a case of love jihad. Big breakthrough in the Shraddha murder probe. Cops access audio of Aftab and Shraddha's argument that nails Shraddha's torture claims. Days after attending Rahul's yatra, Kamal Hassan weighs in on language controversy, says ignorant to impose Hindi on others. India on alert as China flyer tests positive in Agra, center to test people in touch with China returning. Mock drill for emergency COVID response begins. China shattering global COVID records, nearly 250 million cases in December, mulls to stop publishing daily COVID cases. Some news coming in. Well, after a huge backlash for Vajpayee himself, Congress Neta Gaurav Pandhi deletes his tweet. Congress party orders Pandhi to delete the tweet that he had put out. Big embarrassment there for the Congress party with that controversial tweet of Gaurav Pandhi. And now he's deleted that tweet. Controversial tweet from Gaurav Pandhi now has deleted his tweet over Atal Bihari Vajpayee. There's a big political face-off between the BJP and the Congress. The Congress now asking Gaurav Pandhi to delete his tweet.
वो जब यहाँ पहुँचे, हमारे नेता और सबसे बड़े नेता श्री राहुल गांधी जी हैं, जो जिनका आना अपने आप में महत्वपूर्ण है। अपने जो उन्होंने यहाँ इस अटल समाधि पर जो उन्होंने पुष्पांजलि की है, वो एक संदेश बहुत क्लियर है कि वो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जिन्होंने गुजरात की सरकार को उस समय प्रधानमंत्री रहते हुए उस समय की गुजरात सरकार को बहुत स्पष्ट संदेश दिया था कि राज धर्म निभाइए, तो वो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की सोच थी। हम किसी संकीर्णता के साथ नहीं जाने चाहते।
Congress leader had claimed that former Prime Minister had boycotted the Quit India movement like many other Sangh members, also saying that he was a British informer. This tweet has now been deleted by Gaurav Pandhi after pressure from the Congress party, but it's going to harm the Congress. The manner in which this was put out, the BJP has gone all guns blazing against the Congress and against Pandhi, asking for action to be taken against him. The tweet has now been deleted. It's embarrassment for the Congress party at a time when Congress leader Gaurav Pandhi called the BJP stalwart a British informer. This when the country was commemorating his birthday. Rahul Gautam has more details on that story. There's been pressure on Gaurav Pandhi from the Congress to delete such a tweet, knowing very well that it won't go down well with not just the BJP but with many people, given that Vajpayee was loved and respected across the political spectrum. Rahul.
Well, Sneha, politics is all about optics, and on a day when Rahul Gandhi decided that he's going to visit memorial of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the same day a very important office bearer of Congress party, Gaurav Pandhi, putting out a tweet saying that Atal Bihari Vajpayee was a British spy. Only it was nothing short of a self-goal. Therefore, there was a lot of pressure on Gaurav Pandhi, and what we are learning from our sources that he was in fact rebuked by party for making such a statement on Twitter. Now, obviously, this has given ample amount of fodder to the BJP, who is now giving it back to Congress party, saying that this only shows that how Congress party has always been against our founding fathers or people who have actually contributed for the betterment of the country. Now, Rahul Gandhi on one hand equated Atal Bihari Vajpayee with people like Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru by visiting his memorial also in the same stretch, because remember this morning he visited not just memorial of Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, but in fact also of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, marking his respect for former Prime Minister. So obviously there was a lot of pressure on Gaurav Pandhi, and as I was telling earlier also, sources are telling us that he was in fact pulled up by Congress party for making such a distasteful remark against former Prime Minister.
All right. Rahul getting us all of those details. Rahul, in fact, be with us. We're talking about the controversial tweet from Gaurav Pandhi, who's now been forced to delete this tweet. Well, after Congress Neta deleted the tweet, the BJP has attacked the Congress over Gaurav Pandhi's tweet. BJP says deleting tweet is not good enough. Congress must clarify their stand and apologize. Shehzad Poonawala has said Gaurav Pandhi deleted his tweet, but that is not enough. Congress must clarify its stand and apologize, must sack serial offender Gaurav Pandhi. Or else we will be forced to believe that Shabd Pandhi ke, soch Rahul Gandhi ke is what Shehzad Poonawalla has said. Even Pawan Kheda is mesmerizing Jinnah, is what Shehzad Poonawalla is saying.
Just now we have learned that Gaurav Pandhi has deleted his tweets on Vajpayee ji, but just deletion of these controversial tweets will not suffice. If Congress truly respects Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, then they must take action against serial offender Gaurav Pandhi and they must clarify their stand whether they agree or they disagree or they apologize for the comments of Gaurav Pandhi. Because time and again this shoot and scoot won't do. Otherwise we will be forced to believe that Shabd Pandhi ke, soch Rahul Gandhi ki.
Pandhi had said that Atal incited mob which raised Babri. Also, he went on to say that he was a British informer. He ratted out on freedom fighters, is what Gaurav Pandhi said. He boycotted the Quit India movement, the Quit India stir. Vajpayee was a British spy. The BJP is saying not good enough. He must apologize. The Congress must apologize. Congress leader Gaurav Pandhi has insulted former Prime Minister late Atal Bihari Vajpayee when the country was marking his birth occasion. His birthday was his birth anniversary. Vajpayee was a British spy, is what Gaurav Pandhi said. The BJP clearly not amused and is going all guns blazing. Rahul, expect the BJP to keep the heat on this entire issue. Not just on Pandhi, who's now deleted the tweet, but also on the Congress party, isn't it? BJP's Nalin Kohli is now joining us. Nalin Kohli, your response to the tweet now being deleted, is the BJP satisfied?
Delete of the tweet doesn't change the fact that an obnoxious, incorrect, a baseless and a rather unfortunate comment was made by Mr. Gaurav against Atalji, who's uniformly across the lines respected, and that too yesterday. So therefore, the delete of the tweet is an afterthought. Perhaps because Rahul Gandhi ji had said that he would be going today to Atalji's Samadhi. So this may have been to overcome the apparent contradiction between what Congress functionaries like Mr. Gaurav are saying, closely associated with Mallikarjun Kharge ji, and what Rahul Gandhi ji said. There are fundamental questions that need to be answered. The first, he is associated with Mallikarjun Kharge ji. What is the Kharge stand? Does he agree with his associates' comments? Or does he decry them, criticize them, condemn them? Second, what does the Nehru Gandhi family say? And what is their view about Atalji? 3, what action have they taken on Gaurav? Just a delete of tweet is an afterthought. No apology is forthcoming. No clarification is forthcoming. So these are serious questions. And certainly, just the delete of the tweet can't cover up the obnoxious, incorrect and condemnable comments from him.
Right. I'm going to thank you for the moment, Nalin Kohli of the BJP joining us with his views. Not good enough. Deletion of the tweet is not good enough, is what the BJP has said. We're talking about a new law of the Congress party as they insult former Prime Minister late Atal Bihari Vajpayee. In an insult to the former Prime Minister, Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge's aide, Gaurav Pandhi called Atal a British spy. He accused Vajpayee of boycotting the Quit India movement and inciting mob violence during the Babri demolition. He also alleged that the British icon was also against those who participated in the Azadi Andolan. Remember, the comments were made by the Congress Neta on the 25th of December, which happens to be the birthday of late Atal Bihari Vajpayee. On the other hand, Rahul Gandhi visited former Prime Minister's memorial, Sadaiv Atal, and paid tributes to him. The Congress MP also visited memorials of other former Prime Ministers. The comments made by Congress Neta angered the BJP, which has demanded an apology from the Grand Old Party. Slamming Congress, the party said the comments by Pandey shows the mentality of the Congress and it has become their habit.
It is a hypocrisy ka udyog of Congress party. On the one hand, Rahul Gandhi pretends to pay homage and respect to Atal Bihari Vajpayee by visiting his Samadhi. On the other hand, his close aide Gaurav Pandhi has made despicable comments about Vajpayee ji and no action has been taken, no apology or statement has been issued by the Congress party even now. On the one hand, the Congress party insults Savarkar ji's contributions to the country. On the other hand, Congress spokesperson Pawan Kheda is hailing and mesmerizing Muhammad Ali Jinnah. This love for Jinnah and hatred for Vajpayee in the Congress party is nothing new. This is the true face of the Congress party.
छिछोरे लोग हैं, छिछोरी बातें करते हैं, घटिया बातें करते हैं, उनको तथ्यों की जानकारी नहीं। मैं चाहूँगा कुछ नहीं करें, गूगल मारकर हिंदू में अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी जो भारत रत्न है उनके एक इंटरव्यू पढ़ लेना चाहिए। जितना राहुल गांधी की उम्र नहीं, उससे दुगना का पॉलिटिकल करियर था अटल जी का, राजनीतिक जीवन था उनका। वो घटिया बात करते हैं और उनके डीएनए के मुताबिक बात करते हैं।
Rahul Gautam continues to be with us. Rahul, in fact, we're talking about the manner in which the BJP is going to keep this issue alive, demanding an apology from the Congress, saying that if that doesn't come through, then we'll be sure that it was Rahul Gandhi's thoughts, Gaurav Pandhi's words.
Well, absolutely. The BJP will certainly, try to keep this issue alive, given the fact that, Atal Vajpayee was not just Bharat, one of the tallest leaders of the Saffron Party. In fact, he was one who actually laid the very foundation of the BJP. Therefore, the BJP is not going to, let this opportunity go away. Also, you must understand that Gaurav Pandhi is not an ordinary worker of the Congress Party. In fact, he was an AICC coordinator attached with Congress President Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge's office. So, therefore, his views also reflects upon Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. What we are learning from our sources that Congress Party is likely to distance itself from the remarks made by Gaurav Pandhi, and in fact, the Congress Party is going to state that whatever remarks he made in his own personal capacity, and therefore Congress Party does not subscribe to his views. Around 12 p.m., Jairam Ramesh and Supriya Shinal, they both are going to address a press conference, and it is highly, in all likelihood, this question will be posed, during the press conference. But as I was telling earlier, also. What sources are telling us that Gaurav Pandhi has been rebuked by party for putting out such a distasteful remark, that too on a day when Rahul Gandhi decided that he's going to visit the memorial. On one hand, Rahul Gandhi is keeping Atal Bihari Vajpayee on such a high pedestal that he's equating him with people like Jawaharlal Nehru and Mahatma Gandhi, and the same very day, Gaurav Pandhi puts out this tweet calling him a British agent, only shows that how Gaurav Pandhi was only deviating from a line that has been taken by their own supreme leader.
All right, I'm going to come back to you. Be with us. We have more news coming in. Let's go straight to that. After massive victory in Gujarat, Amit Shah's big message ahead of 2024 polls. He says Gujarat is in to infuse new enthusiasm, win for positivity for 2024 elections. His victory is to infuse new enthusiasm among the workers across the country and give positivity for the BJP in the upcoming elections and in the upcoming Lok Sabha elections of 2024.
સમગ્ર દેશના કાર્યકર્તાઓ માટે એક નવો ઉત્સાહ, નવી ઊર્જા અને નવી પ્રેરણા આપવાનો વિજય છે. આ વિજય સમગ્ર દેશના રાજનીતિક ચિત્રને પરિવર્તિત કરવાનો વિજય છે. અને આ વિજય આને આવનારી બધી ચૂંટણીઓ અને 2024ની લોકસભાની ચૂંટણી પર પણ ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટી માટે એક સકારાત્મક અસર નાખવાવાળો વિજય.
Big revelations have come to the fore in Tunisha Sharma's suicide case. Tunisha Sharma's uncle spoke to India Today and revealed that Tunisha was very close to her Ali Baba co-star Sheezan Mohammed Khan, and the actor was also hospitalized 10 days before her death due to an anxiety attack. Also went on to say that he knew something was wrong between Tunisha and Sheezan because at the hospital she had revealed that she was wronged and cheated. The uncle also demanded that the family wants the culprit, whoever it is, to be punished. Tunisha's last rites would be taking place on the 27th of December. After her death, her mother blamed Sheezan for abetment or suicide. He's also been taken into custody and will be kept there until the 28th of December. As per the FIR, Tunisha was in a relationship with Sheezan and had broken up about just 15 days ago. The FIR says that Tunisha had gone into a depression. She was upset after the breakup, which led to her suicide. Meanwhile, the president of the All India Cine Workers Association has demanded government to set up an SIT probe in the suicide matter. Pawan Sharma, Tunisha's uncle, is now joining us. Thank you so much for your time. And it's unfortunate that we are connecting at a moment like this for you and your family members. Please do accept our condolences. I want to ask you, there is a reason why the family members, the mother of Tunisha, Mr. Pawan, is saying that this is a case of abetment or suicide. Why would you believe that? Why does the family believe that?
Yeah, because she was in stress from so many days. वो बहुत दिनों से परेशान थी
जी,
और उसने बोला भी था कि मेरे साथ चीट हुआ है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है।
क्या गलत हुआ है? कुछ डिटेल्स अपने फैमिली मेंबर्स, अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर किए होंगे।
नहीं, वो बता नहीं पा रही थी कि क्या गलत हुआ है। फिर उसने ये 2 लाइन कही कि मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है, उसने मेरे साथ चीट किया है। उसके लाइफ में और भी लड़कियां हैं और वो इसके साथ भी पिछले 3 महीने से था।
आप कह रहे हैं कि रिलेशनशिप में चीटिंग का मामला है?
जी, अभी अगर एक लड़का एक साथ 2-3 लड़कियों के साथ है तो वो सभी के साथ वही कर रहा है जो इसके साथ कर रहा था। तो ये जानबूझकर ही हुआ ना।
मैं पूछना चाहूंगी, आप लोगों ने ये भी बताया है कि तुनिशा अस्पताल में थी। 10 दिन पहले एक एंजाइटी अटैक भी आया था। उस समय तुनिशा ने कुछ कहा होगा, आप लोगों ने पूछा होगा उस समय कुछ?
उसी समय उसको स्ट्रेस की वजह से अटैक आया था। स्ट्रेस की वजह से वो ऑलमोस्ट बेहोश हो गई थी। तो शूटिंग वाले उसको लेकर गए हॉस्पिटल। फिर हम वहां पहुंचे, तभी उसने बताया कि मेरे साथ चीटिंग हुई है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है। इसके अलावा और कुछ बोल नहीं पा रही थी वो।
एज अ फैमिली आप लोगों ने किस तरह का सपोर्ट दिया तुनिशा को? वो फिर भी सेट्स पे जा रही थी, तो जो ये सुसाइड का जो केस है वो सेट पे ही हुआ है। जी,
ये शी वाज वेरी वेरी प्रोफेशनल। वो अपने काम वो एक शूटिंग वो एक टीवी शो में लीड रोल प्ले कर रही थी। तो वो नहीं चाहती कि नहीं चाहती थी कि उसकी वजह से किसी का एक दिन का भी नुकसान हो। उसने और भी जितने भी काम किए हैं, जो भी फिल्म्स किए हैं, चाहे वो दबंग 3 हो, चाहे कोई भी, जो भी सारे काम किए, तो सब जगह वो सारे डायरेक्टर्स उसकी तारीफ करते थे कि शी इज वेरी वेरी प्रोफेशनल। 1 मिनट वो शूटिंग शुरू होने से जो उसका टाइम होता था वो पहले पहुंचती थी और इसलिए वो सेट पे जा रही थी। सिर्फ 1 दिन का उसने ब्रेक लिया था, अगले दिन से उसने शूट प्रॉपर कर रही थी वो।
अभी आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस पूरे मामले में? क्योंकि सिने वर्कर्स एसोसिएशन से ये एक डिमांड हुई है कि एक एसआईटी प्रोब हो इस पूरे मामले में। क्या ऐसा लगता है कि शायद ये सुसाइड नहीं हो सकता है? क्या ये भी आपको कोई आशंका है?
जी बिल्कुल है।
जी,
सुसाइड में हम कैसे बोल सकते हैं? हमें तो पता ही नहीं। हमें तो बॉडी सीधा मिली है हॉस्पिटल में। उससे पहले क्या हुआ? दोनों ने साथ में खाना खाया, दोनों हंस के बातें कर रहे थे। उसके बाद तुनिशा कब अपने मेकअप रूम में अकेली गई, फिर क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ कुछ नहीं पता। और उसके मेकअप रूम में वो क्या कर रही थी? अगर वो बोल रहा है कि ब्रेकअप हो गया था तो फिर उसके मेकअप रूम में वो अकेली क्या कर रही थी, क्यों गई थी? तो वो ही बता सकता है।
आप पहले मिल चुके हैं तुनिशा के फ्रेंड से, शीजान खान से आप पहले बातचीत हुई है कभी? आपका इंटरेक्शन या फैमिली का इंटरेक्शन माँ पिता का?
मैं कभी नहीं मिला हूँ
जी।
तुनिशा की मम्मी मिली थी, उन्होंने उसको समझाया भी था कि ऐसा मत करो, उसको वार्न भी किया था कि मत करो ऐसा। क्यों? अगर तुम्हारी लाइफ में और भी लड़कियां हैं तो जो भी, फिर तुम्हें इतना आगे नहीं बढ़ाना चाहिए था रिलेशन। और तुम अलग धर्म के हो, ये अलग धर्म की है, तो भी तुम्हें इतना आगे रिलेशन को नहीं बढ़ाना चाहिए था। वो तुम्हें पहले से पता है कि तुम्हारी लाइफ में और भी लोग हैं, तो क्यों एक 20 साल की लड़की जो तुमसे 10 साल छोटी भी है, क्यों इतना आगे बढ़ाया?
तो फैमिली ने इंटरवीन किया था और फैमिली, आप जैसे कह रहे हैं, ये भी एक इशू था कि रिलीजन दोनों का अलग है, ये भी एक इशू था फैमिली को लेके?
नहीं, देखिए साथ में काम करते हैं, दोस्ती हो जाती है
जी,
तो हम किसी को अलग नहीं मानते। लेकिन अगर वो मैंने सुना कि उसने ऐसा बोला है कि इसलिए ब्रेकअप हुआ था
जी,
तो उसने आगे चीजें बढ़ाई क्यों? अगर मुझे पता है कि अगर आपको पता है कि आप अलग हो और आप, तो फिर आप क्यों उसको इतना इन्वॉल्व करते हो अपने साथ? क्यों उसके इतना क्लोज आते हो? जो आज वो ये बोल रही थी कि मेरे साथ चीटिंग भी है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है, तो कुछ गलत हुआ होगा।
जी, शुक्रिया पवन हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। सो यू हर्ड फ्रॉम पवन शर्मा, द अंकल ऑफ तुनिशा शर्मा, who's allegedly died of suicide, is what we know, is what the investigators are now looking at very closely. Even Though an SIT has been demanded on this entire matter, the TV fraternity is in shock, trying to sink in the sad news of the tragic demise of the 20-year-old television actor. Let's listen into a series of reactions that have been coming in.
अभी बात सामने ये है कि तनिष्का शर्मा की जो मौत है वो लव जिहाद का ही एक मसला है। मुझे लगता है इसकी पूरी जांच होनी चाहिए। पर दिन हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि ये इससे जो मामले हैं वो बढ़ रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है इसीलिए इसके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कानून लाना चाहिए और हम उसके ऊपर विचार कर रहे हैं।
It leaves you very depressed because what happens is हम लोग same इंडस्ट्री में काम करते हैं तो अपने लिए बहुत डर लगता है इन सब चीज़ों को देखते हुए, लेकिन उस लड़की के लिए और उसके माँ बाप के लिए बहुत ही बुरा फील हो रहा है बिकॉज वो माँ बाप पे क्या गुजर रही होगी आज वो ही जानते हैं। और आई डोंट नो, उससे ज़्यादा बुरा तो वो बेचारी लड़की के लिए है। आई होप गॉड गिव्स हर a decent good place wherever she is and may her soul rest in peace.
जब मैं सेट पे गया, लोग डर रहे बताने के लिए। मैं प्रोडक्शन मैनेजर से मिला, सेट पे जब मैं जाने लगा मुझे रोका गया, फिर आस-पास के सेट के मजदूर से मिला, कलाकारों से मिला, कोई बताने को तैयार नहीं, सब घबराए हुए। ये कहानी बहुत बड़ी है। हमारी मांग ये है ऑल इंडियन सीनियर वर्कर्स की तरफ से कि इसकी SIT से जांच की जाए महाराष्ट्र सरकार, और एक्टर के नार्को टेस्ट किया जाए, और जो प्रोड्यूसर है वो सामने अभी तक नहीं आया। जो प्रोड्यूसर है इसका अलीम, कुछ नाम है अलीम करके, ये अभी तक सामने नहीं आया। इसकी जांच की जाए और चैनल सब टीवी प्रोड्यूसर में जाइए क्या कर रहे थे।
More news coming in. Sheezan has admitted that the duo were indeed in a relationship. Sources say that they broke up because of the fact that they both belonged to different religion and because of the huge age difference also between both of them. Sheezan has claimed broke up due to different religions. Tunisha's kin has claimed Sheezan cheated on Tunisha. Dipesh Tripathi is getting us more details. These are two different claims. However, Dipesh, as we've always seen, abetment to suicide is always very difficult to prove in a court of law. It really depends on what has been found in terms of the suicide note and detailed investigations, then to say that this person is behind the death or the suicide of XYZ, isn't it?
Yes, now that as Sheezan has given a statement to the police and he accepted that he is in relationship with Tunisha and he broke up with because of age difference and because of they both belong to different religions. But Tunisha's mother denied his claims and she said that his claims are false and baseless. He knew that they both are from different religion, but then also he chose to be in relationship with her. And most importantly, the things are coming out of the police investigation right now that Tunisha committed suicide around 3:15, 3:30. And before that, they both have lunched together. So what happened in those 15 minutes after which Tunisha has taken such a big step to end her life and she chose to end her life. And what happened in those 15 minutes, police is trying to found out that thing. And they both have lunched together, they both have ended their relationship. Tunisha was a little bit upset because of this, because she really loves Sheezan and she don't want to end this relationship. But Sheezan was not committed to her according to his mother. So now police will find this probe and police will record the statement of other co-stars and they will trying to find out the truth that what exactly happened in those 15 minutes and those 15 days when they got broke up.
Well, absolutely. When they broke up, it doesn't really, there's very little information about what really happened during this period of time. There are two claims, viewers, that has been made. One by Sheezan, who says that I broke up because a religion was the problem. I belong to one religion and Tunisha to another. And Dipesh, we also know that the family members of Tunisha had raised this issue of the age difference and of the religion. This is what her uncle has just told us also.
Yes, definitely. The claims of the Sheezan is very hard to believe, whether it is family or it is police. The police is also finding hard to believe the claim of Sheezan of giving the reason of his age and religion. And most importantly, the family claims that Sheezan is having relationship with other girls also, and which due to which he broke up with Tunisha. So this is the main reason behind the Tunisha suicide, that he is in relationship with others and he used to hide that relationship with Tunisha. So police will now probe in that angle also, that is he in a relationship with other girls, and what exactly happened in those 15 minutes. As I said earlier, that those 15 minutes were most important and most crucial before Alisha committed suicide.
Yes, and we are getting that information that you're talking to us about moments before Tunisha died by suicide. The duo had lunch together in the makeup room. After lunch at 3 p.m, Tunisha allegedly killed herself, is what we've been given to understand. Exactly 15 minutes after the lunch was done, at about 3:15 p.m. Cops are probing the mystery of the final 15 minutes in the makeup room. What really happened there? Both of them appear to be okay. They had lunch together, a claim that has been made by her uncle as well. In those 15 minutes, what was told to Tunisha by Sheezan? What were the circumstances that actually then drove Tunisha to suicide, if at all it is proven to be a case of suicide? While the legal probe is underway, the politics over her death has erupted, with the Saffron Party leaders raking up a love jihad angle. The actor is the latest star to fall to the glamour of Tinsel Town. Here's more.
A promising young life cut short. TV star Tunisha Sharma, who dabbled in Bollywood movies, sharing the limelight with Katrina Kaif and Vidya Balan, allegedly ended her life on the sets of her latest TV show Ali Baba Dastan-e-Kabul on Saturday. Tunisha was barely in her early 20s. Her alleged suicide has rocked the television industry. Tunisha's co-star Sheezan Mohammad Khan was arrested for abetment to suicide. Sheezan was sent to 4 days police custody. According to the police, Tunisha was in a relationship with Sheezan Khan, and the two had broken up just 15 days ago. The FIR states that Tunisha had gone into a depression after the breakup, which led to her suicide.
उनका ब्रेकअप होने के बाद वो नाराज थी और उसी इसमें उसने ये कदम उठाया है और इसके लिए वो ये जिम्मेदार है करके उसके ऊपर FIR दर्ज हुआ है.
However, Sheezan Khan's advocate says the police don't have any evidence of the actor's abetment.
अभी ये टोटल सस्पिशियस है, कोई ठोस सबूत नहीं है पुलिस के पास, लेकिन जो काम है किसी का जान गया है, किसी का जान गया है, इसलिए कोर्ट अपना काम कर रहा है, हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं.
Tunisha's autopsy was conducted at the JJ Hospital in Mumbai early on Sunday. The autopsy report suggests that Tunisha died of asphyxiation and there were no injury marks on her body. Tunisha reportedly used a crepe bandage used to nurse her injured hand to hang herself to death. No suicide note has so far been recovered.
ये दो लोग का इंटरनल मैटर है जिसमें मैं ज़्यादा था नहीं. ठीक है, मैं उस सेट पे था, मैं साथ में काम करता था. बहुत दूर से बाहर से जो दिखता है मैं वही बता सकता हूँ.
Meanwhile, Maharashtra BJP MLA Ram Kadam has raked up a love jihad angle to the case.
यदि यह मामला लव जिहाद का है तो लव जिहाद के पीछे कौन से संगठन हैं, कौन षड्यंत्रकारी लोग हैं, इस मामले की भी तहकीकात पुलिस के द्वारा की जाएगी.
लव जिहाद का मामला भी जो है, खबरें जो हैं ऐसी थी.
इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सामने जो भी आ जाएगा उसी हिसाब से हम इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरा करेंगे.
Tunisha joins a list of illustrious stars who've been snatched away too soon, either due to personal problems or the immense pressures of stardom.
Just a few minutes before she killed herself and took her own life, she had posted an Instagram video and was regularly active on social media platforms. So this definitely does raise a lot of questions as to whether this was a murder or a suicide. However, the police are investigating this case from all angles. With cameraman Mahesh More, Dev Kotak for India Today, Mumbai.
Well, Tunisha is the latest star to fall to the glam of Tinsel Town. Others, remember, have also died by suicide due to mental health issues. Here's an excerpt from a discussion on work pressure and mental health in Bollywood.
I'm joined by Dr. Sameer Parekh, who's one of India's best-known psychiatrists. He's also Director, Department of Mental Health and Behavioral Sciences at Fortis Healthcare. Nasir Abdullah is a veteran actor who has spent many years in the film industry of India. Damini Chopra is a young actor and model who's also familiar with the pulls and pressures of the industry. Welcome to all of you. I wish a Christmas discussion was under better circumstances, but I do appreciate you taking the time out on a day like this to be with me on an important issue. I think we can all agree. Dr. Parekh, I'd like to quickly come to you first, because there are so many different angles. I don't want to dare jump to the slightest of conclusions, because this is an ongoing investigation. There is very spare information about what may have happened. The broad strokes we see in the press and from the police are that this young actor died by suicide. She was found hanging inside the makeup room on set where she was actually acting. There's this boyfriend angle that's come in. There's an abetment to suicide angle that's come in. Your thoughts, sir? I don't want to ask any leading questions. Just want to hear your thoughts on this.
You're quite right, Shiv. For us to say anything specific in this particular incident is absolutely impossible. But I think we must understand this. And I was listening to what you were saying earlier. Let's look at some very basic understandings. One individual dies by suicide every 40 seconds in the world. And it's so important that all of us understand that suicides are preventable, whether it is through timely intervention, through support systems, through identification. And that has to be our focus. Every time we lose a young person, especially, we need to look at it like a national loss. And it's just very unfortunate that something as preventable as suicides are, we lose individuals, like I said, every 40 seconds.
Yes, absolutely. Nasir Abdullah, if I could come to you, like I said, there is an air of familiarity, to a young star or a young upcoming star in the film world taking their own life. But, like we also said, there could be so many possible angles and layers to each case. You can't look at them as clubbed together as some kind of trend. Each one has, peculiarities of their own. In this particular case, there appears to have been some kind of, relationship issue. What crossed your mind? What did you think when you heard about Tunisha's death? Nasir Abdullah.
Yeah, before I say that, I'd like to say it's great to have actually Mr. Parekh here, because he's also restrained himself very well. He knows that we can't have an exact answer sitting here about it. But having said that, here is my feeling. It is a known fact that women, they take a failed relationship very badly. I have witnessed 3 such occasions where senior actresses like VJs and DJs, there was a Nafisa Joseph, there was a Kuljit Kaur, they hung themselves for various reasons. But one of them was because their fiancé, he cancelled the wedding a few weeks before it was to happen. The wedding cards had also been printed, and she was very successful, very okay. She was over 30. But so it is very sad that women get into that frame of a mind that they should look for a better man. Unfortunately, they end up looking for a better way out of it, which is oblivion. It's very sad. My advice to her would have been, if I was her uncle or her father, to say, forget it. This is not the end of the world. You have to move on, and it's okay. You cannot beg the man to like you. So it's unfortunate that she must have taken it very, very badly, and it's possible that they had another altercation on the set before this happened to precipitate her to take the drastic action. Unfortunately, there are many, many, many people who say things like, oh, Bollywood is so full of this stuff, this stuff. I've seen it happening to young boys, young girls, getting really messed up. And they're lawyers, they're doctors, they're IT professionals, etc. So I'm very disappointed when they say it's all happening in Bollywood. I will accept the fact more of this is happening in Bollywood, but it is not only only located
I understand
in
what you're
Bollywood,
saying.
this sort
Yes.
of a reaction. People
Absolutely.
go through stuff. Also, a lot of the pressure leads to them being unable to deal with a situation, and they get very easily agitated to the extent where they can take this extreme step. That's very, very sad. I can't believe it has happened to a girl that young, that successful.
And in fact,
but only the police will be able to find out more.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. The points that you raise are very important, Nasir Abdullah. And, where you talked about not just relationship pressure, but also the existing pressures and demands from within the industry. Damini Chopra is a young actor as well. I'm guessing that Tunisha would have been around the same age or just a little younger than Damini. Damini, what would you say? Again, I don't want to jump to any conclusions because, like Nasir said, this is a matter of an investigation and the police should be, put down to the details. But a young star taking her own life in a makeup room, that speaks to the her state of mind, a relationship gone wrong, in addition to the industry pressures.
Firstly, thank you for having me, Shiv, and hi, Nasir uncle. I disagree with something you said. As somebody who's turned to you many, many times for advice and help, I don't think that it's fair to generalize that women take relationships badly, because I'd like to point out, while we don't know the specifics of this case, this girl was on set. That means she was either preparing for a shot or in between shots or during a makeup session and, in work. So it couldn't just have been a relationship issue and, probably...
In fact, she posted on Instagram just an hour before she was found dead, Damini. So she was at work. Yeah.
For us, posting on Instagram is working. She was clearly working. While I'm sure if the police have arrested somebody, there has to be a relationship angle and maybe something that hurt her deeply. But I do definitely feel that if something like this happens at your workplace where you're supposed to be preoccupied, it can't be just one factor. There could probably have been other pressures that we are still unaware of, or I don't know if she shared with someone. So there is something that needs to be said for the industry. Of course, it is a high pressure industry, but for people coming from outside having very little support in every way. So, we've all faced this, and Nasir uncle and I have had this conversation many times.
Yeah.
At times it can get very, very daunting. So you definitely need somebody who can guide you or, sort of be there for you. I do feel there was something like that we are probably still unaware of.
Dr. Parekh, it's important not to, make it sound like this is happening only in Bollywood. I completely agree with Nasir where he says, suicides happen everywhere. Obviously, there's a bigger spotlight when they happen in Bollywood because these are public personalities with, huge fan followings, etc. Obviously, the media spectacle as well. But the question I need to ask you is, one cannot also ignore the fact that there are so many similar cases of this kind. Whether it is Jia Khan, whether it is Sushant Singh Rajput. I'm not saying the circumstances are similar. I'm just saying, young people in industry. Someone like a Pratyusha Banerjee. Now you've got Tunisha. There are many other examples which Nasir took as well. Does that speak to you about the state of Bollywood or the film industry or just the way things are structured in the film world, sir?
Honestly, Shiv, I still feel that will be an exaggeration to say that it's about a particular industry.
Yeah.
I think how we need to understand this, and quite right, what you were also saying, I understand this. What happens to an individual? Ask yourself that question.
Yeah.
You feel a sense of hopelessness. You sometimes feel a sense of helplessness that I can't come out of this even if people try and help me. There is a lot of negative self-connotation like worthlessness happens. Typically, the vulnerability happens for a much longitudinal axis, unlike what we believe happened, let's say, a few hours back. So there are distal factors which make a person vulnerable and proximal factors which may trigger something. Throughout this, support system, reaching out for help reaching you, guidance. Now, the guidance could well be for a struggling relationship. The guidance and support may be for a struggling career.
Yeah.
The guidance may well be about a mental health condition like depression, which has a very high correlation with suicide. And all of us need to understand this, that some of these basic things, and I have been saying this a lot, psychological first aid, provision of support systems, emotional support, skill building support. These things need to be integral. And I must add this one aspect, that the government is also now shaping its national suicide prevention policy.
Yes.
And as you are aware, that by 2023, the aim is to reduce the suicides in the country by a significant percentage. And I think we all need to work together to
I agree.
prevent suicides.
I agree. Before I come to Nasir Abdullah again, I want to, a point that was made by Dr. Parekh, I'd like to take to Damini. Damini, you said that, you've had many conversations with Nasir Abdullah, which is great because he's an industry veteran. He's seen the industry. He has all this insight and good advice about the industry. There will be so many stars and young stars who don't have that. They don't have a support system. They don't have someone they can call for advice. You yourself probably know so many people who've had a hard time, who've contemplated, extreme steps, quitting or worse. How do you deal with that, Damini?
So there are two ways, Shiv, that we can look at it. When you talk about high pressure, I'd like to say all my friends in various industries face a lot of high pressure, but because the other industries are a little more structured, there always is a fine line to define, hey, you're working too many hours or you're burning out or etc. The nature of our job is such that there is no clear definition. So there are times where you may feel like you're overwhelmed or you're burdened, and maybe Dr. Parekh can explain it, but because there is such little guidance and structure, you sort of feel like, hey, everyone's doing it. Why am I whining? And this has happened to so many other people who may or may not be very famous right now. And we've had these conversations where they're like, I feel like I'm burning out, but I can't slow down because I'll lose out on an opportunity, or else everybody does this, everybody goes through this. So I guess by nature, the industry is such that it sort of teaches you to shut these things out and keep focusing on just running, because you don't know where you have to really stop. And maybe that's something that needs to be addressed. Of course, if you have a support system, people will tell you, like Nasir uncle would tell me that, hey, this is probably too much, and this is where you stop, or this is not how you're supposed to take a rejection. But if that's not available to everybody who comes without a background, I think it can get very, very challenging and daunting, because you don't know when you're really taking on too much or when it's just normal work pressure. So that's something that we really need to talk about, especially for people who come in very, very young, because I don't think we have the maturity to understand, hey, this is not how it's supposed to be, and this is too much.
She was a mature actress.
Nasir, I want you to add to that.
Sorry.
Because
can I just say something?
Yes, please.
Yes. Yeah, can I just say one thing I want to say actually about Damini? I was supposed to be her guide. Her father asked me to help her out. And I have to tell you, this may sound a bit on the funny side. She was helping me out. She was giving me information that I didn't have about what might be happening and where I could get well. This is the truth, and I'm happy to admit it. And the other thing I want to say is that Damini is an incredibly smart and strong and a good attitude human being, very well grounded. So I can't imagine her going into those depths of a depression or anything if work didn't happen or she had any other problem. There are the types. And I want to say something that I would like Mr. Parekh to agree with me is that about a suicide, you can never say when the thing inside them snaps. I mean, she was going through stuff, she had a depression, she had issues, but before the suicide, they apparently, and it's a known fact, they had a quarrel. When you have a quarrel and when you have an argument and things go very high and you're already fairly stressed, you can jump to that extreme step. We don't know for sure how it happens, but it can happen. I have seen arguments resulting in actually injuring a person or even to kill a person. It's a known fact. It starts with an argument and then there is a fistcup as well. So people get killed after an argument. So we don't know. And also people get so depressed and so agitated, they opt for this ultimate way out, which is very sad and it's not right. But unfortunately, when you have this horrible argument where you just lose the control of your being, you will take the extreme steps. So you really don't know when a person will snap.
Absolutely. I just want to end this discussion, and I've learned a great deal, as I always do when we have guests like yourselves, that help is always at hand. As Dr. Parikh said, there are always experts, there are always professionals, there's always someone who you can reach out to, and shouldn't be taking an extreme step. But we are no one to judge. We will not sit here in judgment about Tunisha or anyone else, because this is an extremely complicated matter, and it's very difficult to put yourself in someone else's shoes in such a tragic episode of this kind. So we will learn more, we will update our viewers more, and we will constantly bring you more information about the layers of such a story. Nasir Abdullah, Damini Chopra, Dr. Samir Parikh, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time on this Christmas. Thank you so much. And once again, we extend our deepest condolences to Tunisha Sharma's family and loved ones.
Welcome back. Cold wave has now gripped North India. The Indian Met Department has reported severe cold from the national capital and also from most places in northern India and Punjab, Haryana and western UP. Delhiites woke up to biting cold, foggy morning today, leading to poor visibility. Spelling trouble for commuters. The mercury dropped to 4 degrees today, 4 notches below the freezing point at night in Shimla, Himachal Pradesh. -4 in fact, I beg your pardon. Fog and cold waves shrouded several parts of UP as well. Minimum temperatures reported was from Muradabad in UP at 6 degrees. In Haryana, cold conditions prevailed in Rewari, which recorded a low of 4.5 degrees. Dense fog and bad weather has hit rail traffic as well. Dozens of trains were running late in the last 24 hours. The minimum temperature settled at a freezing 0 degrees in Churu in Rajasthan. As always, remember there's dense to very dense fog alert across North India for the next 5 days, which may also result in further cancellation and diversion of trains and flights.
The North Indian states of Punjab, Haryana, Hill State, Himachal Pradesh and Union Territory Chandigarh are experiencing extremely cold weather conditions. The night temperature in Chandigarh has dipped as low as 2.8 degrees Celsius, which is lowest in the past 2 years. This is nearly a severe cold weather condition. The conditions in Punjab and neighboring Haryana also remain the same. People have been battling these cold weather conditions. In Himachal Pradesh, thousands of people thronged various tourist destinations including Manali and Shimla, but were disappointed as there was no white Christmas. But the Met Department has predicted light rains and snowfall near the New Year Eve, particularly on 29th of December, when a weak western disturbance will be active in Himachal Pradesh, which can cause light rains or snowfall. As far as the weather in Chandigarh is concerned, the Met Department has predicted that we can witness fog and similar weather conditions in the days to come. With camera person Chandiram, this is Manjit Sehgal in Chandigarh for India Today.
All right, the report and much more going up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
Women in Afghanistan continue to face consequences of Taliban taking over Afghanistan. Taliban leadership, in a recent turn of events, announced a ban on women students in university. The ban is an extension of Taliban's restrictions against women education, as girls have already been barred from senior secondary schools. The move prompted a series of protests in Kabul. Dozens of women were seen marching on a street in western Kabul.
My classmates informed me about us being banned from universities. I cried a lot. I had all of my study materials but could not study. All of us were awake until morning and we did not sleep at all. When the sun rose, we thought that there is no life for women in Afghanistan anymore, since they have closed all the routes towards the success for women. We have an unknown future under this government. It's like all our hopes have been buried and there is no hope anymore. But I think if we struggle, inshallah, it may have some positive results.
West have constantly demanded Taliban to improve female education if they wish to be formally recognized as Afghanistan's government, but the fresh move is likely to threaten Taliban's administration's efforts to gain international recognition and to get rid of sanctions that are severely hampering their economy.
Watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. A quick check of the top stories this Monday morning. Sensational revelations in the Tunisha suicide case. Probe reveals Tunisha and Sheezan had lunch at 3 p.m. 15 minutes before she hanged herself to death. Tunisha's family breaks silence, says Tunisha was cheated on by Sheezan. Maharashtra minister calls it a case of love jihad. War of words between BJP and Congress over insult to Vajpayee. BJP says on one hand Rahul is visiting Vajpayee memorial but is not acting against Pandhi. Big breakthrough in the Shraddha murder probe. Cops access audio of Aftab and Shraddha's argument that nails Shraddha's torture claims. India on alert as China flyer tests positive in Agra. Center to test people in touch with China returning mock drill for emergency COVID response begins. Some news just coming in. This is a sensational claim by Sheezan on Tunisha, where he says Tunisha tried to end life earlier as well. According to the information received from police sources, the accused, Sheezan, has told the police that Tunisha had tried to commit suicide a few days before committing suicide. At that time, Sheezan saved her and informed Tunisha's mother about it. The accused were told to take special care of it. This was told by the accused during the interrogation to the police. Dipesh Tripathi is getting us more details in that story, joining us from Mumbai City right now. Dipesh, so Tunisha in fact had tried to kill herself earlier as well. When was this and what were the circumstances even at that point in time? If you could tell us a little more about that.
Yes, according to the statement given by Sheezan to the police, that previously also Tunisha was tried to kill herself. She was tried to commit the suicide, but at that time Sheezan saved her life, and he informed about that her mother also, and told her mother to take care of Tunisha. But police is now trying to verify that whether Sheezan is speaking truth or not, and they will confirm this from Tunisha's mother, and also they will try to verify that whether Sheezan forced Tunisha to change her religion to marry him or not. So all these angles and all these stories are going to be verified by the Bollywood police right now, as the statement given by the Sheezan to the Bollywood police that they got broke up because of the age and because of the religion. So police will now definitely going to probe in this angle also, that whether religion or age is the main reason behind all the broke up, or is there anything else?
Because, two different versions are being given. That's why a detailed probe, Dipesh, on this is required. The family members, on one hand, clearly Dipesh continue to maintain that he was cheating on her. There was a relationship on with other women as well. And this is something that Tunisha was really upset about.
Yes, definitely. The claims are made by Sheezan. His statement given to the police. Now the police will verify those statements, and in accordance with this, the police have seized the mobiles of Tunisha and Sheezan, and they have been sent to forensic lab to retrieve the data and to check the messages, and from that the police will try to find out something, proof or something new angle to make the case stronger. And right now the police will going to take the statement of Tunisha family members also, and the Tunisha's uncle has been called to police station for the statement, and he will be coming to police station to record his statement soon.
Be with us. I'll just come back to you for more on that, Dipesh. In fact, we have more news coming in as far as the alleged suicide of Tunisha Sharma is concerned. Mega India Today exclusive. Moments before Tunisha died, the duo had lunch together in the makeup room. After lunch at about 3 p.m, Tunisha allegedly killed herself at 3:15 p.m. Cops are probing the mystery of the final 15 minutes in the makeup room. Dipesh continues to be with us. Dipesh, those 15 minutes, if they have had lunch together, they've had a breakup. First of all, why would then they have lunch together, and what were the discussions over this period of time that then prompted Tunisha to allegedly take such a step?
Yes, definitely. Indeed, those 15 minutes were most crucial because as ACP Chandrakant Yadav said yesterday also that Tunisha tied himself with a crepe bandage which she was wearing on her hand because she got a cramp. So she had taken this decision suddenly. Might be possibilities as given by the police. And what happened in those 15 minutes, because 3 p.m. they both have lunch together, and after the 15 minutes Tunisha committed suicide. So what happened between them, what Sheezan actually told to Tunisha, this all the things will be going to verify by the police and will going to be asked to the Sheezan. But right now Sheezan is saying that age and religion is the main reason behind their breakup, but police is trying hard to believe on this, and they are trying to find out what actual thing happened between both of them in those 15 minutes.
Also, there is, there's a huge question mark on how the family, in fact, was opposing this relationship also, that he was from a different religion, also because of the age difference, Dipesh.
Yes, definitely. The Tunisha's family is finding hard to believe the statement given by Sheezan to the police, as they claim that Sheezan is having his relationship with other girls also, and this is the main reason behind the breakup. But Sheezan is denying this claim, and he is saying that religion and age number is the main factor behind their breakup. And police will now find the main reason, the reason behind the suicide.
Okay, coming back to you in a moment from now. In fact, we have more news coming in. Let's go straight to that. Or marriage? That's the question that the police is asking. Was this a question of Sheezan wanting Tunisha Sharma to convert if she wanted to marry him? Dipesh, there's a huge question, given that some have also spoken controversially about love jihad, about there was any pressure from Sheezan on Tunisha to convert into another religion if she wanted to marry him?
Yes, definitely. As we spoke to our police sources, they claimed that they will now going to find out in this angle also that whether Sheezan has forced Tunisha to change her religion and to marry him, because the Shehnaz has given in a statement and he only said that the religion is the main reason behind their breakup. So now they will going to find out whether he forced Tunisha to change her religion and Tunisha denied to change her religion or not. So these all the claims, and they will going to verify by the speaking to the co-stars, taking their statements, and soon, as of now, they will going to call the co-stars of Ali Baba serial to verify the Shehnaz statement and also verify that whether the Tunisha has been forced by Sheezan to change her religion or not.
All right, the investigations are underway in this entire matter. Questions are being raised about what really happened there. The page continues to be with us. 10 days ago, she also had a panic attack, an anxiety attack, because of which she was in hospital. Dipesh, if you could tell us a little more about that event as well.
Yes, previously, few days before Tunisha committed suicide, she was admitted in the hospital, and doctors given a suggestion to the family member of Tunisha to take care of her because she might have suffered from anxiety. So this is the main reason why Tunisha has been taken care of by her family members, and mother told this thing to the police, and police will also verify the claim of her mother also, and police will might soon record the statements of the doctor also when Tunisha was admitted in the hospital.
All right, getting you all the details of that case. In fact, the story is only unfolding. We are getting you the reactions also. A while ago, India Today spoke to the uncle of Tunisha Sharma, who had said that even when she was in hospital, she spoke about the fact that she was feeling upset about Sheezan having more than one partner. In fact, he was in a relationship with other women as well, is what was insinuated by Tunisha Sharma even at that point in time. What really then drove her to suicide? Big revelations coming to the fore in the Tunisha Sharma suicide case. Uncle spoke to India Today, revealing that she was very close to Ali Baba co-star Sheezan Mohammed Khan, and that the actor was hospitalized 10 days before his death due to an anxiety attack. But whoever it is to be punished, the last rites of Tunisha will be taking place on the 27th of December. After Tunisha's death, her mother blamed Sheezan for driving her to suicide. He has been taken into custody and will be kept there till the 28th of December. As per the FIR, Tunisha was in a relationship with Sheezan and had broken up about 15 days ago. The FIR says that Tunisha had gone into depression after the breakup that eventually led her to suicide. Meanwhile, the president of the All India Cine Workers Association has demanded that the government set up an SIT probe in this entire case. I want to ask you, there is a reason why the family members, the mother of Tunisha, Mr. Pavan, is saying that this is a case of abetment to suicide. Why would you believe that? Why does the family believe that?
Yeah, because she was in stress from so many days. वो बहुत दिनों से परेशान थी
जी,
और उसने बोला भी था कि मेरे साथ चीट हुआ है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है.
क्या गलत हुआ है? कुछ डिटेल्स अपने फैमिली मेंबर्स, अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर किए होंगे?
नहीं, वो बता नहीं पा रही थी कि क्या गलत हुआ है. फिर उसने ये 2 लाइन कही कि मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है, उसने मेरे साथ चीट किया है, उसके लाइफ में और भी लड़कियां हैं और वो इसके साथ भी पिछले 3 महीने से था.
आप कह रहे हैं कि रिलेशनशिप में चीटिंग का मामला है?
जी, अभी अगर एक लड़का एक साथ 2-3 लड़कियों के साथ है तो वो सभी के साथ वही कर रहा है जो इसके साथ कर रहा था. तो ये जानबूझकर ही हुआ ना.
मैं पूछना चाहूंगी, आप लोगों ने ये भी बताया है कि तुनिशा अस्पताल में थी, 10 दिन पहले एक एंजाइटी अटैक भी आया था. उस समय तुनिशा ने कुछ कहा होगा, आप लोगों ने पूछा होगा उस समय कुछ?
उसी समय उसको स्ट्रेस की वजह से अटैक आया था. स्ट्रेस की वजह से वो ऑलमोस्ट बेहोश हो गई थी. तो शूटिंग वाले उसको लेकर गए हॉस्पिटल। फिर हम वहाँ पहुंचे, तभी उसने बताया कि मेरे साथ चीटिंग हुई है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है। इसके अलावा और कुछ बोल नहीं पा रही थी वो।
एज अ फैमिली आप लोगों ने किस तरह का सपोर्ट दिया तुनिशा को? वो फिर भी सेट्स पे जा रही थी, तो जो ये सुसाइड का जो केस है वो सेट पे ही हुआ है जी।
शी वॉज वेरी वेरी प्रोफेशनल। वो अपने काम वो एक शूटिंग वो एक टीवी शो में लीड रोल प्ले कर रही थी, तो वो नहीं चाहती कि नहीं चाहती थी कि उसकी वजह से किसी का एक दिन का भी नुकसान हो। उसने और भी जितने भी काम किए हैं, जो भी फिल्म्स किए हैं, चाहे वो दबंग 3 हो, चाहे कोई भी, जो भी सारे काम किए, तो सब जगह वो सारे डायरेक्टर्स उसकी तारीफ करते थे कि शी इज वेरी वेरी प्रोफेशनल। 1 मिनट वो शूटिंग शुरू होने से जो उसका टाइम होता था वो पहले पहुंचती थी, और इसलिए वो सेट पे जा रही थी। सिर्फ 1 दिन का उसने ब्रेक लिया था, अगले दिन से उसने शूट प्रॉपर कर रही थी वो।
अभी आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस पूरे मामले में, क्योंकि सिने वर्कर्स एसोसिएशन से ये एक डिमांड हुई है कि एक एसआईटी प्रोब हो इस पूरे मामले में। क्या ऐसा लगता है कि शायद ये सुसाइड नहीं हो सकता है? क्या ये भी आपको कोई आशंका है?
जी बिल्कुल है
जी।
सुसाइड में हम कैसे बोल सकते हैं, हमें तो पता ही नहीं। हमें तो बॉडी सीधा मिली है हॉस्पिटल में। उससे पहले क्या हुआ, दोनों ने साथ में खाना खाया, दोनों हंस के बातें कर रहे थे। उसके बाद तुनिशा कब अपने मेकअप रूम में अकेली गई, फिर क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ कुछ नहीं पता। और उसके मेकअप रूम में वो क्या कर रही थी? अगर वो बोल रहा है कि ब्रेकअप हो गया था, तो फिर उसके मेकअप रूम में वो अकेली क्या कर रही थी, क्यों गई थी? तो वो ही बता सकता है।
आप पहले मिल चुके हैं तुनिशा के फ्रेंड से, शीजान खान से आप पहले बातचीत हुई है कभी? आपका इंटरेक्शन या फैमिली का इंटरेक्शन, माँ पिता का?
मैं कभी नहीं मिला हूँ
जी।
तुनिशा की मम्मी मिली थी, उन्होंने उसको समझाया भी था कि ऐसा मत करो, उसको वार्न भी किया था कि मत करो ऐसा। क्यों, अगर तुम्हारी लाइफ में और भी लड़कियां हैं तो जो भी, फिर तुम्हें इतना आगे नहीं बढ़ाना चाहिए था रिलेशन। और तुम अलग धर्म के हो, ये अलग धर्म की है, तो भी तुम्हें इतना आगे रिलेशन को नहीं बढ़ाना चाहिए था। वो तुम्हें पहले से पता है कि तुम्हारी लाइफ में और भी लोग हैं, तो क्यों एक 20 साल की लड़की जो तुमसे 10 साल छोटी भी है, क्यों इतना आगे बढ़ाया?
तो फैमिली ने इंटरवीन किया था, और फैमिली आप जैसे कह रहे हैं ये भी एक इशू था कि रिलीजन दोनों का अलग है, ये भी एक इशू था फैमिली को लेके?
देखिए, साथ में काम करते हैं दोस्ती हो जाती है
जी,
तो हम किसी को अलग नहीं मानते। लेकिन अगर वो मैंने सुना कि उसने ऐसा बोला है कि इसलिए ब्रेकअप हुआ था
जी,
तो उसने आगे चीजें बढ़ाई क्यों? अगर मुझे पता है कि, अगर आपको पता है कि आप अलग हो और आप, तो फिर आप क्यों उसको इतना इन्वॉल्व करते हो अपने साथ? क्यों उसके इतना क्लोज आते हो? जो आज वो ये बोल रही थी कि मेरे साथ चीटिंग भी है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है, तो कुछ गलत हुआ होगा।
अब ये भी बात सामने ये है कि तनिष्का शर्मा की जो मौत है वो लव जिहाद का ही एक मसला है। मुझे लगता है इसकी पूरी जांच होनी चाहिए। पर दिन हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि ये इससे जो मामले हैं वो बढ़ रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है इसीलिए इसके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कानून लाना चाहिए, और हम उसके ऊपर विचार कर रहे हैं।
Mustafa Sheikh is getting us more details in that story, joining us from Mumbai right now. Mustafa, there are different versions. Sheezan has told the police that the age difference and the difference in religion was the reason why they weren't together, and the family had been opposing the relationship. While the family says that we know definitively that Sheezan was in a relationship with other women, and that's the reason why Tunisha felt cheated and then perhaps took this extreme step.
Morning break.
Well, yes, that seems to be the case which the police is investigating as of now, because there is one version which the Sheezan has been giving, which is that basically they had broken up. But at the same time, the details we are getting is that the same day when she committed suicide, they were together in the makeup room and they were there till 3 p.m. and it's 3:15 when she committed suicide. So a lot of questions are now being raised. The question first will be for the police to probe whether it's a case of suicide or not. The
second thing, because if it's a case of suicide, then abetment to suicide legally is a very difficult section to prove. It is something which we have seen multiple times, be it a Jia Khan case, be it Pratyusha Banerjee case, both related to the Bollywood, to film industries. It's a difficult case to prove. Relationships lead to such actions, but in the court of law, something to prove is a different thing. But yes, the angle of religion which is now being raked up. We are at Nagpur Assembly session in Maharashtra, where even the ministers are saying that they are taking up this issue of love jihad and they will bring a resolution. So we'll have to wait and see. Right now we are cutting across to Leader of Opposition Ajit Pawar, who is going to speak on the issues which were discussed in the Assembly as of now.
Going to be raised in the Assembly also, and we'll just get more details of what is being said. Already allegations that this is a case of love jihad is what is being said. In fact, we have more reactions that have been coming in. We'll stay with this detailed report. The TV fraternity is in shock, trying to sink in the sad news of the tragic demise of 20-year-old television actor. Listen into a series of reactions that have been coming in.
It leaves you very depressed because what happens is हम लोग सेम पार्ट सेम इंडस्ट्री में काम करते हैं तो अपने लिए बहुत डर लगता है इन सब चीज़ों को देखते हुए, लेकिन उस लड़की के लिए और उसके माँ बाप के लिए बहुत ही बुरा फील हो रहा है बिकॉज वो माँ बाप पे क्या गुजर रही होगी आज वो ही जानते हैं. और आई डोंट नो, उससे ज़्यादा बुरा तो वो बेचारी लड़की के लिए है. आई होप गॉड गिव्स हर a decent good place wherever she is and may her soul rest in peace.
जब मैं सेट पे गया, लोग डर रहे बताने के लिए. मैं प्रोडक्शन मैनेजर से मिला. सेट पे जब मैं जाने लगा मुझे रोका गया. फिर आस पास के सेट के मजदूर से मिला, कलाकारों से मिला. कोई बताने को तैयार नहीं, सब घबराए हुए. ये कहानी बहुत बड़ी है. हमारी मांग ये है ऑल इंडियन सीनियर वर्कर्स की तरफ से कि इसकी SIT से जांच की जाए महाराष्ट्र सरकार, और एक्टर के नार्को टेस्ट किया जाए. और जो प्रोड्यूसर है वो सामने अभी तक नहीं आया. जो प्रोड्यूसर है इसका अलीम, कुछ नाम है अलीम करके, ये अभी तक सामने नहीं आया. इसकी जांच की जाए और चैनल सब टीवी प्रोड्यूसर आ जाएगी. क्या कर रहे थे
वो? हमेशा बहुत ज़्यादा खुश रहती थी, बट मुझे लगता है कि वो एक बचपना जो था वो उसके अंदर था. तो वो छोटी चीज़ पे अगर कभी ऐसे भी हो जाओ तो वो एक बचपना था. आई थिंक अब वो किस लेवल तक उसको ले गया या क्या सिचुएशन हुई है उसकी लाइफ में जिसकी वजह से उसको इतना बॉदर हुआ कि इतना बड़ा स्टेप लेना पड़ा.
It's very sad to hear because she was only 20 and come on, she had a very good career ahead of her. She's done a lot of work. कोई नई लड़की नहीं थी. She seemed to be like a confident person. आपके खुद के सपने जो आपको अचीव करने लायक हैं, क्या वो मैटर नहीं करता? You all have to build that mental stability, that mental strength, that emotional strength to combat that, no matter what situation you are. Please be strong.
अली बाबा के सेट पे हमेशा माहौल बहुत फ्रेंडली और बहुत ही वी वर लाइक फैमिली, वी आर लाइक फैमिली. और कुछ भी ऐसा माहौल में ऐसा कुछ नहीं था कि जिससे ऐसा लगे कि कुछ परेशानी है. कुछ बहुत अच्छा माहौल है. शीज़ान और तुनिशा के बीच में ऑन सेट कभी झगड़े मनमुटाव ऐसे हमारे सामने कुछ नहीं हुआ. हम लोग शूट पे जाते हैं, सीन में जाते हैं, हम लोग के रूम्स अपने अपने रहते हैं, तो वी गो इनटू आवर रूम्स एंड देन जब हम सेट पे आते हैं तभी पता लगता है. तो तब कुछ ऐसा कभी ऐसे किसी को देखने नहीं मिला, ऐसा कुछ प्रॉब्लम.
While the legal probe is underway, the politics over her death has erupted, with the Saffron Party leaders raking up a love jihad angle to all of this. The actor is the latest star to fall to the glamour of the tinsel town. Here's more.
A promising young life cut short. TV star Tunisha Sharma, who dabbled in Bollywood movies, sharing the limelight with Katrina Kaif and Vidya Balan, allegedly ended her life on the sets of her latest TV show Ali Baba Dastan-e-Kabul on Saturday. Tunisha was barely in her early 20s. Her alleged suicide has rocked the television industry. Tunisha's co-star Sheezan Mohammad Khan was arrested for abetment to suicide. Sheezan was sent to 4 days police custody. According to the police, Tunisha was in a relationship with Sheezan Khan and the two had broken up just 15 days ago. The FIR states that Tunisha had gone into a depression after the breakup, which led to her suicide.
उनका ब्रेकअप होने के बाद वो नाराज थी और उसी इसमें उसने ये कदम उठाया है और इसके लिए वो ये जिम्मेदार है करके उसके ऊपर FIR दर्ज हुआ है.
However, Sheezan Khan's advocate says the police don't have any evidence of the actor's abetment.
अभी ये टोटल सस्पिशियस है, कोई ठोस सबूत नहीं है पुलिस के पास, लेकिन जो काम है किसी का जान गया है, किसी का जान गया है, इसलिए कोर्ट अपना काम कर रहा है, हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं.
Tunisha's autopsy was conducted at the JJ Hospital in Mumbai early on Sunday. The autopsy report suggests that Tunisha died of asphyxiation and there were no injury marks on her body. Tunisha reportedly used a crepe bandage used to nurse her injured hand to hang herself to death. No suicide note has so far been recovered.
ये दो लोग का इंटरनल मैटर है जिसमें मैं ज़्यादा था नहीं. ठीक है, मैं उस सेट पे था, मैं साथ में काम करता था. बहुत दूर से बाहर से जो दिखता है मैं वही बता सकता हूँ.
Meanwhile, Maharashtra BJP MLA Ram Kadam has raked up a love jihad angle to the case.
यदि यह मामला लव जिहाद का है तो लव जिहाद के पीछे कौन से संगठन हैं, कौन षड्यंत्रकारी लोग हैं, इस मामले की भी तहकीकात पुलिस के द्वारा की जाएगी.
लव जिहाद का मामला भी जो है, खबरें जो हैं ऐसी थी.
इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सामने जो भी आ जाएगा उसी हिसाब से हम इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरा करेंगे.
Tunisha joins a list of illustrious stars who've been snatched away too soon, either due to personal problems or the immense pressures of stardom.
Just a few minutes before she killed herself and took her own life, she had posted an Instagram video and was regularly active on social media platforms. So this definitely does raise a lot of questions as to whether this was a murder or a suicide. However, the police are investigating this case from all angles. With cameraman Mahesh More, Dev Kotak for India Today, Mumbai.
Dev Kotak is with us. Dev, in fact, in that report, you clearly say that just few minutes before she died, she posted a video. Talk to us a little about this video. Also, the circumstances leading up to her alleged suicide. 15 minutes before she allegedly killed herself, she was having lunch with Sheezan Khan Mohammed.
Yes, Neha, of course, none of the staff persons even had the remotest of idea or the slightest of hint or clue that she was under depression. But of course, some of the people who have been interrogated have also confided to the cops, and also in their statement clearly said that they were aware that the two of them were in a relationship. Of course, during the tea break or when the shoot was on of the Alibaba serial, she used Sheezan's makeup room bathroom. So, you know, she went there and that's where she hung herself. Of course, the bathroom door had to be broken open. And since you asked about the video, she can be seen, it can be seen clearly that she is visibly elated and really sort of enjoying and having a good time on the sets with her entire staff. Her makeup woman, the person who is doing her hair, they also feature in the video. They're all dressing her up before, I suppose, it seems like she's just getting ready for a shot. So, of course, she can be seen smiling and giggling. So, this clearly shows that she was definitely active on social media and like to engage with her followers. You know, there were several in number. She had a massive fan following as well. That was just about growing. A very young aspiring actress. So these are the kind of details that we know. And as for where her body is kept right now, it is being said that it will be handed over to the relatives tomorrow. Right now it is at the cold storage facility in the morgue at the JJ Hospital in Mumbai's Bhilai area. Also there are certain very startling facts that have emerged. The police has ruled out any kind of love jihad angle, but has definitely confirmed to the fact that the two of them were in a serious relationship and they had broken up only a few days ago, because of which she was supposedly depressed, stressed and tensed about the whole issue. But however, the cops yesterday had also told the press that Sheezan at some point in time wasn't really cooperating with them and getting the kind of answers that they wanted out that could really help and aid the investigation of this supposedly allegedly suicide or maybe we don't know yet a murder case, which the police is investigating from all angles, Neha.
All right, investigating from all angles. Whether there is more to what really meets the eye. At the same time, questions are being raised by the Cine Workers Association. They say that there should be An SIT probe in this entire matter, isn't it? They're suspecting some sort of foul play in this.
Well, yes, absolutely, which is why, because of that reason, in order to rule out the foul play angle at all, the viscera will also be preserved to later ascertain if something went wrong. But as for now, the basic primary cause of death has been reported as asphyxia in the post-mortem report. And asphyxia, as you know, is basically a result of the oxygen supply being cut off to the brain, and this happens as a result of hanging or strangulating one's own self, which is exactly what this young 20-year-old actress Tunisha Sharma did to herself. So definitely the police will also leave no stone unturned in probing this. Definitely the matter has been registered at Walif police station, but we don't know, as a matter of fact, in terms of how much Mumbai police's involvement will be, because this technically falls under the Meera Bhayandar Vasai Virar Commissionerate. But this matter will be probed very seriously and thoroughly. The people who have been interrogated could definitely be called again for questioning if the police finds any lapse or the statement does not match in any sense. So these are the kind of details that we are getting at this point in time. But as for now, what the primary accused seems, Sheezan Mohammad Khan, he has been remanded to police custody until the 28th of December. Another 3 full days for the police, and he will be produced in court again in Vasai post the 28th.
You know, also, Dev, one statement that has been made by Sheezan is going to throw a lot of light on the state of her mind, essentially. Tunisha's state of mind, that he says she tried to attempt suicide even earlier, and I was the one to save her.
Well, the cops have not confirmed to this angle because, like I mentioned, that the whole reason why they were pressing for extended custody in the first place is because he was not cooperating right at the start. And at his statements are, according to the police, is not holding weight, because he has been constantly changing and been stating the kind of things that do not really match or even make sense as a matter of fact. In fact, he has even tried to sell a theory to the police and the investigating officers that because the age difference between us was way too much and we belong to different religions, I being a Muslim and she being a Hindu, that is why as a result of that we broke up. So of course the police suspect that he is just trying to cook up a theory in order to mislead them, but in reality not even sort of telling them the truth that could really help arrest the original people involved in this case and the prime suspects and the reason behind Tanisha's murder.
Questions being raised as to what really happened there. How was she in a good mood then? If she's put out that video, if she's had lunch with him, what really happened in those 15 minutes? She also got an anxiety attack 10 days ago in which she spoke about the fact that she was feeling cheated in this relationship. Dev, this is something that her family members, including her uncle, who've spoken to India today, told us.
Well, yes, Sneha, in fact, one of her kin also in who Tunisha had confided, she had clearly claimed and stated that her boyfriend Sheezan had cheated at some point in time. She had lost trust and she was feeling very suffocated about the whole episode. Of course, you know, sort of telling her kin the kind of anger, the seething anger that she had, but at the same time...
They'd be with us. In fact, we have some information just coming in. A statement has been issued by the mother of late Tunisha Sharma. Let's go straight to that.
शीज़ान ने तुनिशा को धोखा दिया, उसके साथ पहले रिलेशनशिप बनाया, शादी का वादा करके फिर उसने तुनिशा से ब्रेकअप किया और उसका पहले किसी लड़की के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी, उसके बावजूद भी तुनिशा को उसने इन्वॉल्व रखा अपने साथ, 3-4 महीने उसको यूज़ किया। बस मैं इतना कहना चाह रही हूँ कि इसको सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए, शीज़ान को नहीं छोड़ना। मेरा बच्चा गया है, बस बाकी मीडिया बहुत कोऑपरेट कर रही है, मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया करती हूँ मीडिया का। मैं सबको, आप सब मीडिया वालों को ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि शीज़ान ने तुनिशा को धोखा दिया, उसके साथ पहले रिलेशनशिप बनाया, शादी का वादा करके फिर उसने तुनिशा से ब्रेकअप किया और उसका पहले किसी लड़की के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी, उसके बावजूद भी टुनीशा को उसने इन्वॉल्व रखा अपने साथ, 3-4 महीने उसको यूज़ किया। बस मैं इतना कहना चाह रही हूँ कि इसको सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए, शीज़ान को नहीं छोड़ना। मेरा बच्चा गया है, बस बाकी मीडिया बहुत कोऑपरेट कर रही है, मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया करती हूँ मीडिया का। मैं सबको, आप सब मीडिया वालों को ये बताना चाहती हूँ
of Tunisha Sharma grieving family, their mother putting out that statement, speaking exclusively to India Today, saying that she believes that Sheezan is behind the murder of Tunisha Sharma. She's saying that she died because of him. In fact, she's blamed him. So this is abetment to suicide is what she's saying. He should not be spared. She was being cheated upon by Sheezan Khan is what the mother of late Tunisha Sharma has told India Today. She also was being used by Sheezan Khan is what she categorically says in that statement. Listen in.
मैं सबको, आप सब मीडिया वालों को ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि शीज़ान ने टुनीशा को धोखा दिया, उसके साथ पहले रिलेशनशिप बनाया, शादी का वादा करके फिर उसने टुनीशा से ब्रेकअप किया और उसका पहले किसी लड़की के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी, उसके बावजूद भी टुनीशा को उसने इन्वॉल्व रखा अपने साथ, 3-4 महीने उसको यूज़ किया। बस मैं इतना कहना चाह रही हूँ कि इसको सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए, शीज़ान को नहीं छोड़ना। मेरा बच्चा गया है, बस बाकी मीडिया बहुत कोऑपरेट कर रही है, मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया करती हूँ मीडिया का। मैं सबको, आप सब मीडिया वालों को ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि शीज़ान ने टुनीशा को धोखा दिया, उसके साथ पहले रिलेशनशिप बनाया, शादी का वादा करके फिर उसने टुनीशा से ब्रेकअप किया और उसका पहले किसी लड़की के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी, उसके बावजूद भी टुनीशा को उसने इन्वॉल्व रखा अपने साथ, 3-4 महीने उसको यूज़ किया। बस मैं इतना कहना चाह रही हूँ कि इसको सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए, शीज़ान को नहीं छोड़ना। मेरा बच्चा गया है, बस बाकी मीडिया बहुत कोऑपरेट कर रही है, मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया करती हूँ मीडिया।
Dev Kotak is with us even as we stay with those pictures of Tunisha Sharma's mother. Dev, she's categorically blaming Sheezan Khan, saying that he is the one behind Tunisha's death and that he should be taken to task.
Well, yes, that is exactly what I had said earlier as well, Sneha, on this live, that the cheating charge which was alleged, she had confided to a kin that she was depressed and upset over the fact that he had been having relationships with multiple other women at the same very time that he was dating her as well. This is something she had told a family member. So this startling revelation really adds up to the claim that she was upset, and definitely there were personal issues pertaining to their relationship which had turned sour. So and the fact that coupled along with she getting a panic attack definitely really escalated the situation and sort of spoiled her state of mind, which really compelled her to take such a drastic step where she took away her own life. So with this kind of statement that her mother has given, you can really make sense of the fact that he was not somebody who was loyal, but he was at the same time cheating multiple other women, not just Tunisha. So these kind of claims that have been made by Vanita Sharma, that he must be arrested. These are some very explosive claims, and the police must interrogate this matter thoroughly and, if required, book Sheezan Khan under the relevant sections after ascertaining his exact role and how he is involved in abetting this in this suicide.
He is saying that he was in a relationship with other women and that he used Tunisha Sharma. The very fact, Dave, that she also had an anxiety attack about 10 days ago, because of which she was hospitalized, speaking volumes about her state of mind. The family members knew that she was not happy and that she felt that she was being cheated.
Well, absolutely. This is something that is being discussed right since early yesterday. In fact, since morning when her body had arrived, and post that whatever segments that we have discussed the fact that the two of them were in a serious relationship that did not last for very long and had broken up only very recently, say about 2.5 weeks ago, close to 15-16 days ago. So post that, she had not been in the right frame of mind, and her state of mind was always very shaky. Of course, nobody saw those early signs coming in from her on the sets. She was very normal because out of the people who have been interrogated, especially the staff who was working on the serial set, none of them have come out and said that she acted in a manner that they found was a little suspicious, or she seemed upset or anything of that sort. She was just normal. In fact, the earlier question that we also discussed here, Sneha, that how she was giggling and smiling, and that seemed to reflect a very happy state of mind as she was active on social media, even posting an Instagram reel video along with her crew members and her staff who really help her out every day. Say for instance, the makeup artist, the lady who does her hair, the several other people, the designers, the other spot boys and the helpers who are also around and can be seen in that video is a very happy one. So of course those people have also been asked questions, their statements have been recorded, but nobody has said that she seemed depressed at this point in time. So this is something that she had kept it to herself, but only confided to a family member, and now her mother Vanita Sharma to come out and even make these claims really somewhere adds up, and heavily the needle of suspicion points towards Sheezan, who, like I said earlier as well, at the start was not cooperating with the police, which is why the police really asked for extended custody. And now, since they have 3 full entire days, a lot of things we hope and expect that will come out, and the correct accused will be arrested and booked under the relevant sections in this case that has dearly cost the life of a 20-year-old young, aspiring, hard-working and a very successful actress, Sneha.
You know, it's upsetting at every level. We are going to come back to you for more on that. Be with us. We'll put out that video of Tunisha Sharma's mother. That's Vanita Sharma speaking to India Today exclusively, saying that she believes that Shehzad Khan is behind the death of her daughter Tunisha Sharma. Listen in.
मैं सबको, आप सब मीडिया वालों को ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि शीज़ान ने तुनिशा को धोखा दिया, उसके साथ पहले रिलेशनशिप बनाया, शादी का वादा करके फिर उसने तुनिशा से ब्रेकअप किया, और उसका पहले किसी लड़की के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी, उसके बावजूद भी तुनिशा को उसने इन्वॉल्व रखा अपने साथ, 3-4 महीने उसको यूज़ किया। बस मैं इतना कहना चाह रही हूँ कि इसको सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए, शीज़ान को नहीं छोड़ना। मेरा बच्चा गया है, बस बाकी मीडिया बहुत कोऑपरेट कर रही है, मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया करती हूँ मीडिया का।
You can find that report and much more going up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. We'll continue to keep a very close eye on all of those developments. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break, and news continues on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Ayodhya's Ram Temple is under construction. Videographic survey of Kashi's Gyanvapi Mosque, where a purported shivling was found in the ablution pond, apart from several Hindu symbols in the mosque. And now, a massive development in Mathura's Krishna Janmabhoomi Shahi Eidgah Mosque dispute. On Saturday, a local court in Mathura ordered a Gyanvapi-like survey of the disputed site. The court directed the Archaeological Survey of India to conduct the survey from January 2nd.
अमीन जितना भी विवादित स्थल है और जो भी 13.7 एकड़ की पूरी भूमि है, पूरी संपत्ति का मौका मुआयना करने के बाद माननीय न्यायालय के सामने मैं नक्शा रिपोर्ट दर्ज रहेंगे। उसके बाद माननीय न्यायालय उस पर अपनी अग्रिम आदेश करेगा।
Hailing the court's decision, several Hindu groups started celebrating in the holy city.
सरकारी अमीन सर्वे का आदेश आ गया है। इससे सभी सनातनी हिंदू भाइयों में खुशी की लहर जाग गई है। ये इस केस की पहली सीढ़ी पार हो गई है। माननीय न्यायालय पर हमें पूरा विश्वास है और आगे भी हिंदुओं के हित में फैसला आएगा, ऐसा हमें विश्वास है।
Earlier, the plea was filed by saffron outfit Hindu Sena. The plea seeks possession of the Shahi Eidgah premises and shifting of the mosque. The plea had also sought the removal of the existing mosque. The plea also claims that the mosque was built by Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb in the 17th century after demolishing the Krishna temple. The suit also seeks the cancellation of an agreement between Sri Krishna Janmasthan Seva Sangh and Shahi Eidgah made in 1968.
जनवरी में जब ये न्यायालय खुलेंगे तो न्यायालय में अपना पक्ष रखेंगे, इस ऑर्डर को कैंसिल भी कराएंगे और रिकॉल की जो भी विधिक प्रक्रिया होगी वो अपनाया जाएगा, क्योंकि ये ऑर्डर बिल्कुल लीगल ऑर्डर हुआ है।
On 20th of January, the mosque survey report will be tabled in court.
A local court of Mathura has ordered to conduct a survey of Shahi Eidgah premises. The plea was filed by a right-wing group, Hindu Sena, which seeks the possession of mosque premises. The court has sought the report before 20th January.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
We have more news coming in hours before Tunisha allegedly killed herself. Exclusive video of final moments have been out, where Tunisha can be seen on the sets hours before her death. These are pictures, in fact, a video that she'd put out on Instagram. This is her last Instagram video, seen along with her makeup and hair artist and other members of the set, where Tunisha just appears to be okay. In fact, she's getting her makeup and her hair done before a shoot, before a shot that were to happen. This is her last Instagram video that Tunisha Sharma put out along with the makeup and hair artist. In fact, she appears to be jovial. She appears to be, in fact, in a very normal sort of a mood in these pictures that she's put out, along with the hair and makeup artist. She's getting ready, and a video is being made by perhaps one of her helpers on the set. She's getting ready for shoot. This was just hours before allegedly she hung herself. In these, Tunisha Sharma is getting ready. It's a video being made perhaps by a helper or co-worker on the sets, where she's getting her hair done, she's getting her makeup done, and appears to be getting ready for a shot. These on the sets of Ali Baba and her love. To be with us, Mustafa. It's hard to believe and heartbreaking at the same time that somebody who appears to be okay, you know, at least she's appearing to be okay. We don't really know her state of mind, but in this video that she put out, which happened to be her last Instagram video, it appears that she is just going about her life as normal, isn't it? Getting ready for a shot, getting her hair and makeup done.
Well, yes, if you look at the circumstances in which this suicide has taken place, it raises a lot of questions, because there are cases of suicide when you see a person secluded in a hotel room.
Let's go back.
She was going about her day.
Mustafa, we'll try and connect with you again as soon as we rectify the audio line with you, but we're getting all the details of the last Instagram video that was put out by Tunisha Sharma, in which she appears to be getting ready for a shot. Remember, viewers, we're raising these questions because it appears that things were okay. She had lunch. In fact, she was on a shoot. This is the Instagram video that she put out just moments before she died, just a couple of hours, in fact, before she died.
सजाऊंगा लुट कर भी तेरे बदन की डाली को, लहू जिगर का दूंगा हंसी लबों की लाली को, सजाऊंगा लुट कर भी तेरे, सजाऊंगा लुट कर भी तेरे बदन की डाली को, लहू जिगर का दूंगा हंसी लबों की लाली को, सजाऊंगा लुट कर भी तेरे बदन की.
Instagram reels and videos that have been put out by Tunisha Sharma clearly indicates that she perhaps, at least ostensibly, appeared to be okay, is what we know. What really happened after 3 p.m. when she allegedly died by suicide? She allegedly killed herself when she had lunch, which Azaz Muhammad Khan was in fact in the same makeup room, used his bathroom, where she allegedly then hung herself. These are questions that the investigators are asking. The Cine Workers Association has demanded an SIT probe in this matter. The family members have spoken out. The mother spoke to India Today exclusively, and we'll put that out as well in a few moments from now, in which she clearly says that Shehzad Muhammad Khan was the man who was troubling her, in the sense he was in a relationship with her, and he was in a relationship with other women as well. Mustafa is with us for more on that. Mustafa, we're talking about these videos. Hard to believe that this person on our screens went ahead and took her life after just few hours after this video that she put out. Things appear to be fairly normal, isn't it?
Yes, of course, because if you see in many cases of suicide, it is absolutely a sudden instance for the families and friends to believe, but the circumstances are at least different, that a person is secluded in a hotel room, or they lock themselves up in a room and then they commit suicide. But in this case, it seems that if you look at the circumstances they're coming forward now, which means that Tunisha was going with her daily routine as a normal person, and something was going on her mind, but she was still on her work stack, she was still in the makeup room. And while the makeup was on a video has now surfaced on social media in which she looks, very normal. So it is something which is a difficult aspect to hide, right? It is something is driving to take your life. But still, if you can keep a normal face and go ahead with your work. So these are two different pictures and different angles, and this is something which is also complicating things for the police in the investigation also, because the family will of course raise this issue that this is not a suicide until it's absolutely proven, and that for that the primary postmortem has been done, but at the same time the forensics will be awaited in this case. Only then it will be determined if it's a case of suicide. And what makes it more suspicious is that the accused has now been arrested, was with her, had lunch 15 minutes before till the time when this incident of suicide was reported. So whether it was during that lunch that some conversation took place and then she decided to take her life, these are something which the police is now investigating. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely. Mustafa, we'll continue to get our viewers more details on this entire case. Be with us. It's time for a break. But viewers, the uncle of Tunisha Sharma has already raised this question. He said that we saw her body in the hospital. That's all we know. That's all we have. And we can't dismiss this as a case of suicide, and there needs to be a deeper probe in this entire matter. This is what her uncle, Pawan Sharma, has told India Today exclusively. The mother, meanwhile, is saying Sheezan Khan is responsible and that there has to be justice for her daughter. We are getting all the details on this big story we're tracking very closely. For the moment, it's time for a quick break. News continues in just 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
Days after China withdrew its zero COVID policy, COVID mayhem wreaks havoc in the country. As China grapples with COVID mass infections, emergency wards in small cities and towns are becoming overwhelmed. With the worsening COVID-19 situation in China, patients are being slumped on benches in hospital corridors. In some provinces, COVID patients were seen lying on floors due to a lack of beds. The constantly rising cases in China have also overburdened doctors. Health authorities are now predicting that the healthcare infrastructure will be burdened.
因为急诊没有停过，就是每一天我们从上班一直到我们下班都很忙，没有停的时候。
Meanwhile, to make things worse, China has also reduced testing and stopped reporting most mild cases. On Saturday, China reported 3,761 new cases with zero casualties. But the figures are a huge deviation from a leaked government document exclusively accessed by India Today. As per the leaked document, almost 250 million people, or 17% of the population in China, may have been affected in just 20 days after the zero COVID policy was diluted. The report also claims that nearly 37 million cases have been reported in a single day this week, making it the largest single-day spike ever. This report came at a time when a British-based health data firm too claimed that the infections in China are expected to be more than 1 million a day. In order to downplay the extent of deaths seen in China, the Chinese government has also changed the way it records COVID-19 deaths. It will only include those who die from respiratory failure or pneumonia after testing positive. Bureau Report, India Today.
Saif Ali Khan and Amrita Singh's son Ibrahim Ali Khan is all set to debut as an actor after assisting Karan Johar on his next Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani. He has reportedly been roped in to play an important role in the Hindi remake of Ridhyam. The making rights of the same have been backed by Karan Johar.
അത്രയ്ക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അവനെ? ചേച്ചി അവൻ മൊത്തമാണ്.
Meanwhile, visuals of Ibrahim partying, going out with friends, or just making red carpet appearances keep surfacing online. Now, Amir Khan and Reena Datta's son Junaid is also among those who will be fulfilling his dreams of becoming an actor with his debut film Maharaja. It is reported that he will be romancing Bunty Aur Bubbly 2 fame actor Sharvari Wagh in this Siddharth P. Malhotra's film. So it surely will be an interesting year for these kids. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए.
Hello there, very good afternoon. This is Lunch Break. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you up to speed with the top stories we are tracking in this edition. Sensational revelations in the Tunisha suicide case. Probe reveals Tunisha and Sheezan had lunch at 3 p.m. together 15 minutes before she hanged herself to death. Sheezan claims he broke up with Tunisha due to religious and age differences. Cops are probing if Sheezan wanted Tunisha to convert to Islam. Sensational allegations by Tunisha's mother says Sheezan promised to marry Tunisha, claims Sheezan used Tunisha. War of words between BJP and Congress over insult to Vajpayee. Kharge Pandhi deletes the tweet. BJP says need clarification from Rahul Gandhi. Big breakthrough in Shraddha murder probe. Cops access audio of Aftab and Shraddha's argument that nails Shraddha's torture claims. India on alert as China flyer tests positive in Agra Center to test people in touch with the China returnee. Mock drill for emergency COVID response has begun.
Right, here's some big breaking news coming in. Videocon owner has been arrested by the CBI. CBI arrests the Videocon owner, Venugopal Dhoot, after Chanda and Deepak Kocher's arrest. Another big arrest here coming into light in the ICICI loan case. As the CBI investigating a lot of irregularities, several loans that were passed. Here we're looking at Videocon owner now, who's been arrested by the CBI. The CBI arrests Videocon owner, Venugopal Dhoot, after Chanda Kocher and Deepak Kocher's arrest. another big arrest coming in the ICICI loan case. A few loans that were passed illegally, according to the bank regulators. Now, in the latest, we're seeing the owner of Videocon, Venugopal Dhoot, who was allotted a loan by ICICI, Chanda Kochar, has now been arrested soon after ICICI's CEO, Chanda and Deepak Kochar's arrest. Divyesh Singh joining us live for a little more on that. Divyesh, was this expected, on expected lines? Of course, ICICI accused of giving loan to Videocon, not in a legal manner, not adhering to all the protocols. It was passed arbitrarily. And now we see that the Videocon owner itself has been arrested. Tell us a little more.
This loan was sanctioned when Chanda Kochar was the CEO of ICICI Bank. She was at the helm of affairs running the ICICI Bank, and 300 crore rupee loan was sanctioned to Videocon Industries in 2009. After that, rupees 64 crores were invested by Venugopal Dhoot, by Videocon Industries, in a company run by Chanda Kochar's husband, Deepak Kochar, called New Power Renewables. So this 64 crores, which was invested by Venugopal Dhoot, was from the loan that he had received from ICICI Bank. This was a quid pro quo, and that is why investigation had been started by agencies like CBI, by Enforcement Directorate, against Chanda Kochar, against Deepak Kochar and Venugopal Dhoot. Despite being the CEO, Chanda Kochar did not follow the rules and regulations mentioned by the loan sanctioning authority of the ICICI Bank. She did not follow all the rules, and this loan of rupees 300 crores was sanctioned to Videocon Industries, which was further, out of which 64 crores were diverted illegally to Deepak Kochar, which was said to be a quid pro quo for the loan sanctioned to Videocon Industries. This was earlier investigated by the Enforcement Directorate and then by the CBI. On Friday, Chanda Kochar and Deepak Kochar were arrested by CBI in Delhi. They were produced in a Mumbai court on Saturday and are presently in CBI custody. This morning, CBI team arrested Venugopal Dhoot, who was the promoter of Videocon Industries, from Mumbai, and very soon he will also be produced in court. Over to you.
All right, do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Munish, who's tracking the central agencies. Munish, this has come as a huge blow to Videocon, as Videocon's promoter, Mr. Venugopal, has now been arrested by the CBI, and it appears that they suspect that he is almost, in fact, the 3,250 odd crores that he was granted loan, it appears that there are some irregularities and quite glaring, which the central agency has been probing for quite a while. But soon after CEO of ICICI, Chanda Kochar, was arrested, now here comes the time of Videocon CEO. What is the suspicion on the Videocon promoter?
Well, Nabila, the arrest of Venugopal Dhoot is not only shock for those who are working with Videocon, but also for the entire corporate sector, because remember, Videocon is a very prestigious company of India. It has been working in the industry from years and decades, but now the promoter, technically the owner of this company, has been arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. As far as the allegations and suspicions are concerned and why CBI decided to arrest him, remember in 2020 there was an FIR lodged by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The main allegation was that when Chanda Kochar was MD and CEO of ICICI Bank, a loan of 3,250 crore rupees was granted to a company linked to Venugopal Dhoot. At that point of time, Venugopal Dhoot, according to the FIR, he was not eligible for this amount of loan, but still Chanda Kochar decided to grant him that loan. But as soon as he got the loan, a 64 crore loan was given to a company linked to Chanda Kochar's husband, Deepak Kochar. The name of the company is New Renewables. Now that company was given 64 crore rupees by Venugopal Dhoot. The main allegation is that 64 crore was nothing but a kickback for the loan which was given by ICICI Bank, 3,250 crore rupees, which was sanctioned by Chanda Kochar. So these are the main allegations. What CBI is saying that in last 2 years of investigation, they recorded many statements. They went through the bank documents, and after gathering the material evidence in the case after recording certain statements, they decided that all three of them, Chanda Kochar, Deepak Kochar and Venugopal Dut, they are someone who were involved in the entire conspiracy, and that is why initially Chanda Kochar and Deepak Kochar were arrested, and today we have been given to understand is that Venugopal Dut, the promoter of Videocon, has been placed under arrest by the CBI.
You know, at this point, Monish, from what we see here, that these are big companies like Videocon. Does it really, of course, business analysts would be able to tell us if this really comes as a big blow to Videocon as a company itself. Any freezes on their bank accounts as yet? It's a huge company, massive employment. Any freezes on Videocon's bank accounts, would you know?
Well, Nabila, this is a very important question. There is a high possibility that that action will be taken by the enforcement directorate. As far as CBI is concerned, they are proving the criminal conspiracy between Chanda Kochar, Deepak Kochar and Venugopal Dut, and on those lines they are building the case. But as far as enforcement directorate is concerned, remember Deepak Kochar was also earlier arrested by the enforcement directorate. There is a charge sheet filed by the ED. But as far as the recovery of money is concerned, the kickback, that amount of money may be recovered in the form of freezing the assets of Videocon. As far as Videocon is concerned, remember it's a very, very big company. They are into a major electronic sector of our country, and this arrest of Videocon, it has sent a shockwave to all the industries and corporate sector in India. We are yet to get reaction if any is coming from Videocon, if any official reaction is coming from Videocon on this arrest. But as far as Deepak Kochar and Chanda Kochar is concerned, remember his lawyer, when the case was being argued before the court, his lawyer said that there was no loss suffered by the ICICI Bank. There is no public money involved. But the CBI is saying that there are evidence against all three of them, and that is why they have been arrested. Nabila.
All right, Munish, thank you very much for joining us on that huge development coming in on the loan that was granted to Videocon by ICICI. First, the arrest of the CEO of ICICI, Chanda Kochar, and her husband Deepak Kochar, and now comes the arrest of Videocon promoter himself, Venugopal Dut, accused of irregularities in the 3,200 odd crores loan that was granted to him by ICICI. All right, meanwhile, some big revelations coming to light in the Tunisha Sharma suicide case. The late actor's family has now made some serious allegations against the accused and Tunisha's Alibaba co-star, Sheezan Mohammad Khan. In fact, according to the family members, there has been some foul play on Sheezan's side. In fact, the king has alleged that Sheezan cheated on Tunisha and he used religion as really the issue here to hide his cheating. Basically, he had different relationships and then told Tunisha allegedly that he may not be able to be with her because they were of different religions. Family has further claimed that Tunisha was wronged and betrayed and asked if Sheezan had broken up with Tunisha. Why did she have lunch with him in the first place? The family demanded strict action against Sheezan. India Today has now accused the video that Tunisha has put out on her social media platforms that you see on your screens here. That's the video showing her on sets just hours before her alleged suicide. As per the FIR, Tunisha was in a relationship with Sheezan and had broken up about 15 days ago. Let me cut across to Mustafa Sheikh joining us live for a little more on that. Mustafa, of course, the question now looming is that if they've broken up 15 days ago, they seemed very well on the sets. She was in his makeup caravan or his van in his makeup room having lunch with him, and just moments later she's said to have killed herself. Of course, investigations on that, whether this is indeed suicide or not. But because they were working together on the same set, were they trying to have a cordial relationship, or was this much more than that, is what the police suspect?
Well, yes, all these things will come out in the police investigation, but as far as the circumstances are concerned, it's true that 15 minutes before she took this step, they had lunch together. That's one thing. The social media video which has come forward from her makeup room also seems to suggest that she was normal before that. Was it during lunch that some conversation came up after which she took this drastic step? Because before that she was going with her normal, day as normal. What we are hearing from the police sources is also that Sheezan is informing them that this is not the first time. Earlier also, Tunisha had tried to take her life, and he had informed Tunisha's mother about this incident. And police has said that as of now, Sheezan has confirmed that they were in a relationship and they had broken up because religion and the age difference was two issues. But yes, Tunisha's family has made allegations that Sheezan was in multiple relationships, and that's why he had broken up with Tunisha. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa, we're going to come back to you, but I'm going to quickly cut across to Ayush Srivastava, Tunisha and Sheezan's co-star. Ayush, if you can hear me, a quick word from you on how would you look at this case? It's an alleged suicide at this point, but Tunisha looked very sorted. Rather, she looked quite calm moments before this death happened, or that she was discovered hanging herself. She seemed quite calm, had lunch with Sheezan, is what we hear. Any foul play that you suspect?
Ma'am, actually, I wasn't on set. I was I was not shooting that day, first of all. So I didn't know what exactly happened. And second, that both are my colleagues, and I have worked very closely with them. So it's very heartbreaking for me as well. I'm also processing what all is going on right now. So whatever has happened or what is the case will come out in future, I guess, by the law. That is all I can say. I have nothing, any other detail which I can share with you.
Would you be able to tell us a little more about Tunisha? What more do we know of her that you knew?
She was a very, she was a very lovely person, on set, like you said, like what you saw. And obviously we were colleagues, we worked from past 6 months, and it was very a warm, kind relationship, with all of us, we all actors. Whenever we go on set, we meet during our scenes, and then we come back to home. So nobody, expects that this will happen. And it's very heartbreaking just to know that it's very unfortunate.
Yeah. Ayush, there was a lot of talk that both of them were in a relationship. Was it evident for you as a co-star there? Did you all know that they were in love or more?
Yeah, I guess that is now out in public as well, relationship thing. So you do not interfere in people's personal life. First of all, I have, I have my own life. I do not indulge in what is going on in theirs. So I can't comment about their relationship.
No, but you it was indeed a public, understanding that, or a common understanding that they were in a relationship.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, at this point, Sheezan has been arrested for allegations of abatement to suicide. Would you want to tell us a little about Sheezan? What kind of a person is he? What relationship have you shared as a co-star with him?
That's what I told you. With every actor on set, Sheezan is also a very nice guy. To me, I know him like I know Tunisha. Both of them are very gentle, professional people, and we worked on set. Nothing which has happened we ever thought will ever happen in future or something like that. We would have predicted. ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं, nothing as of sort. Everybody was good on set. Like, there are many actors on set, not only Sheezan and Tunisha. There are many other actors with whom I sit and gel up. So, it was a very, like any other colleague, I know them. So, offset, I have not known them because we don't get so much of time apart from shooting. It's a 12-hour shift, and then we shoot in Naigaon. So, whatever we spend time with on set. And, he's also a very nice guy. That's all I can say about him.
Right.
But what about the relationship? I can't comment on that, about what was going on between them. Yeah.
Of course, undoubtedly, you wouldn't know what's happening in someone's personal space. But otherwise, since you've acted with the two of them, have either of them, I don't know if you want to tell us, either of them shown any signs of behavior that may not be convincing enough. Someone I heard speaking a little while earlier that Tunisha was very childish, that God knows if this was an attempt.
She is a child. Yeah. She was a child. She was 20. She was working in such a young age, and she was very young.
Was she sensitive, in your opinion?
I would say she was very loving, very kind. And yeah, she was a very nice girl. I'm not able to put she was, because I still feel that whenever I'll go on set, she will be there. So nothing much is there I can talk on this. It's very, very heartbreaking.
Absolutely.
And also we are so young to deal all these things, and even I am very young to see all of this happening around me, and I come from a very middle class family, and it's very tragic to see all this happening.
And so does Tunisha and Sheezan. Would you be able to tell us a little about them? They come from what background?
Yeah, both of them are very good families. Even Tunisha's mother, I have met her. She's a very gentle lady, and Sheezan's mother too. Everybody, we have met on set and premieres when the show was going on here. Then, it's whatever I can say. It's very unfortunate what has happened. What is happening? It's very unfortunate. It's just unbelievable as well.
Yeah, it's really certainly shocked us too. She's such a young girl. Just moments before her death, she's put up her video on Instagram.
It would have been a failed attempt. It would have been a failed attempt. That's all I was wishing when I got the news that she attempted this. Because I was not on set, I was going back to my place in Kharghar. I was in cab. So once I heard this news, and I was like, it would be a failed attempt, obviously.
But you've never seen either of them having any anger issues or any spat in public?
No. Not on set. Nothing I have seen like that. Like not in front of my eyes. I haven't seen anything like that.
All right, Ayush, really condolences going out to you too. Of course, friends and family right now really grieving the death of young Tunisha. She, barely at 20, has had really a long future ahead of her. Very unfortunate, just moments after she put up a Instagram video where she looked absolutely happy, smiling. God knows what happened in a span of an hour when she decided to commit suicide, allegedly. This is what the prima facie evidence say, that this is suicide. Of course, investigation now further will tell us if there is any foul play behind this. Let me quickly cut across to Akshita Nandagopal, joining us right from the newsroom for a little more detail on this. Akshita, we spoke to the friend of Tunisha and Sheezan. They say that both of them were quite lovely, had a cordial relationship on sets. They never had any fight or public spat as such, to show if they had any anger issues as such. So this death of Tunisha really leaves us shocked. God knows what's gone behind it. How far has the probe reached?
So the probe at this point, Nabila, is focused on Sheezan in the sense that he's been questioned. He's already been taken into custody, arrested on the charge of abetment to suicide. They're looking into every angle, particularly the allegations that are being put forth by Tunisha's family. Obviously, they're extremely emotional, but they're directly pinning the blame on Sheezan for a number of reasons. They're saying, one, Tunisha had lunch with him just 15 minutes before she actually ended her life. She ended her life, remember, in his makeup room. He came back after his shot to find the door was locked and then called out for help. They broke open the door to find that Tunisha had ended her life in his makeup room. Now, it's also because of the fact that Sheezan has confessed to the police that they were in a relationship and they'd broken up 15 days ago. According to Sheezan, it was because of two reasons. One, because there was a huge age gap. Tunisha, as you mentioned, very young girl at 20. He was 28 years old. So there was an 8-year age gap between the two. And he said the other factor was that they were from two different religions. So because of these two issues, suspicious. He broke up with her about 2 weeks back. Now, according to the family, that's not the case. They're saying that the reason Sheezan is referring to religion is nothing but an alibi. According to them, he in fact was cheating on her. He betrayed her, had promised that he would marry her and then didn't do so, which is why she took this extreme step. There are in fact several accounts, including from her family members, her uncle, for example, who we spoke to, who did confirm that she did have an anxiety attack earlier, that she did in fact have a clinically diagnosed condition of depression that she was undergoing. There was a circumstance earlier when Sheezan has told the police, in fact, that she had tried to take her life earlier as well, and he had told her mother to take care of her. So it looks like all of these situations together combined is what drove her to take the extreme step. But there are some loopholes right now that Sheezan will have to answer for. And as far as the Mumbai police's investigation is concerned, they are going to be trying to get details of exactly what transpired between the two of them during the lunch that they had on 24th December. Remember that Tunisha's body was found at about 3:15 in the afternoon. So this was post the lunch that they had together in Sheezan's makeup room. So they are trying to find out exactly what transpired in that lunch. Was there some sort of a fight, some sort of an argument? What's very clear is that Tunisha was very upset that they had broken up, and this had happened 15 days ago. What a lot of people are talking about right now also, Nabila, is the kind of post that you see on social media, on her Instagram, where she looks happy, she looks healthy, she looks content. You can see even hours before she took her own life, that video in which she's getting her hair and makeup done, getting set for the shot on that day. So it looks like something drastic happened during that lunch meeting between her and Sheezan. Maybe it was an argument, maybe it was some sort of a disagreement. According to her family, they're saying that this was all because Sheezan actually cheated on her. You can hear her mother also. We'll play out that reaction in a bit as well, Nabila, in which her mother, extremely emotional, says that, you know, my daughter was cheated by Sheezan. She was betrayed by Sheezan. Why? Because Sheezan had promised to marry her and then broke up with her. That left Tunisha heartbroken. But whatever said and done, and as the investigation progresses, Nabila, I think we're all in shock right now and digesting the news that here's a young 20-year-old starlet with a whole life ahead of her, cutting her life short so brutally, so tragically, and obviously everyone right now is seeking answers as to exactly what happened.
All right, Akshita, do stay with us. Of course, there are several questions that are right now awaited to be asked. If at all Tunisha and Sheezan broke up 15 days ago, then they had lunch together, they had a cordial relationship before the final moments. So the reason people right now are doubting this entire case is because she looked absolutely happy just about an hour before that alleged suicide attack. Now, what happened in the final 15 minutes in that makeup room, that's something that needs to be investigated. Of course, what is the mystery of this makeup lunchroom? Well, Sheezan and Tunisha, were they having cordial relationship with each other because they were working with one another? Were they back in the relationship yet again after their 15 days of breakup? Now, why did Tunisha end her life after lunch with Sheezan is something that the police is also now investigating, considering that they looked very friendly moments before she died. So, has Sheezan said something to her? Did that really lead her to commit suicide? That needs to be, of course, thoroughly looked into. Why did the duo really have lunch despite breaking up? Of course, the police now, as they investigate this case, trying to understand if they had patched up after the breakup, 15 days of breakup. Was this a patch-up lunch, and post which this attempt was made? Was Sheezan cheating on Tunisha? Of course, this is something that the family members of Tunisha has also said, that they suspect Sheezan had multiple relationships, which Tunisha found out, and that really stressed her immensely. And was religion a real alibi here, being used by Sheezan to shield himself? Is what we hear, that Sheezan tried to end the relationship with Tunisha, claiming that they are different religions, they wouldn't work out, and therefore he wanted to end the relationship with her. So that's also an angle that the police is now looking into. Was this a real nervous breakdown? Another thing that the police is now seeing, because there was a lot of talk that Tunisha may have had a panic attack just a few days before the suicide that she committed, allegedly. So was this a real nervous breakdown that led to suicide? Did Sheezan want Tunisha to convert to Islam? Again, the name of religion is now echoing. Of course, you hear a lot of netas there asking to probe the love jihad angle. Was there a push from Shehzad for her to convert to Islam and then he would be willing to marry her or not? Again, this is all talks and speculation, needs to be investigated. But here are the top questions that, of course, the police now will be probing as an angle. Now, let me quickly cut across to Vineet Raina, who's an actor himself, joining us on the phone line. Vineet, a quick word from you on this case. Tunisha, a young, promising actor, has really proved herself in multiple roles. So, for a girl who's really, has quite a talent and confidence and all of that, you can really see her exuberating all of these qualities on screen. It's very hard for us to believe that she took away her life.
I think it is a very, very, very big loss to our industry. And recently I got to work with her, and it was such a great experience working with her because she was all the time so energetic on the set. She used to जब उसका scene नहीं भी होता था, then also she used to come on the set, sit on the monitors, and in a very short while she got very close to me. And since I was playing a role of Sheezan's elder brother in the show, and she used to call me Bhaijan, and she used to call me Bhai, and she got very attached to me. She got very close to me in that, we used to sit together, laugh together, and she used to laugh all the time. I was shell-shocked hearing that she could take such a big step. Despite of having such a great career, she was such a good singer. I don't know, many of the people don't know about it. She was an amazing singer. She was a talent hub. And I used to tell her, you know what, Tunisha, you are like my younger sister. And it's like, just come forward and just explore all your talents. You can sing so well. You are such a beautiful looking girl, and you have such a massive talent. And I could never gauge that she's going through some depression or there is something going on in her mind. I don't think anybody on the set, मुझे नहीं लगता कि set पे बहुत कोई भी ऐसे लोग होंगे जो ये सोच सकते हैं कि तुनिशा ऐसा कुछ कर सकती है या उसके दिमाग में ऐसा कोई डिप्रेशन या कुछ भी ऐसी चीज है. So it came like a big shocker for me. I couldn't understand what just went wrong.
Vineet, were you aware of Tunisha and Sheezan's relationship? We believe that this was common knowledge, but were they out in the open with it? Was Sheezan very openly talking about their relationship at all?
On the set, they were very close to each other because obviously they were playing against each other. They were hero and heroine of the show, or they were both of them were young. Both of them are young, and this is not a new thing. कि जब दो young लोग आपस में काम कर रहे हैं और when they are opposite each other, and they are the lead pair of the show. So this is not a new thing if they develop into a liking for each other or a relationship with each other. So they were very friendly with each other. I never saw them, fighting or yelling or shouting at each other on the set. They were very cordial with each other on the set, and they used to pull off their scenes beautifully. You can see the chemistry, you can see everything, and I think they were very good with each other in very good terms. As far as I could see it.
So all this talk about Sheezan may having multiple relationships, trying to cheat her, deceive her, etc. Is there, as a friend of Sheezan and Tunisha, do you see any truth to these allegations? Of course, the police is doing its job, but as a friend, I'd like to know a little about their behavior from what you may have seen.
I think I don't know anything about their personal lives, what was going on in their personal life, in Sheezan's life or Tunisha's personal life. This is something that I'm hearing for the first time from you, that about these multiple relationships or anything like this. I don't know anything about his personal life, but yes, I believe that if there is something like this, I think the police and the investigation. If I believe that अगर ऐसा कुछ भी है, if there is anything of that sort, then I think police is doing their job, and I think they will do their job. And अगर ऐसा कुछ भी होगा तो बिल्कुल सामने आएगा. As far as I know, मुझे उनकी पर्सनल लाइफ के बारे में ऐसा कुछ भी कोई भी जानकारी या कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं था, क्योंकि I don't know, सेट पे भी किसी को ऐसा पता होगा. I don't know.
All right. It's highly unfortunate, Vineet, but at the same time, we can't help but notice that, young actors within the film industry across the globe, I wouldn't really reduce it to Bollywood or across industries itself. One would say that high pressure jobs, as if the youngsters of today possibly not coping with it, not being able to cope with it the way they should. They're not being sensitized to the pressures of the world and succumbing in this fashion. Would you also agree that the job that you're in right now is something that is only for the strong-hearted?
I don't think ऐसा कुछ होगा या there is something related to workload, because I think she has been working since childhood. She has been working in the industry from last 12 years, and she very well knew how to handle pressure. She used to shoot for never-ending shifts. We all shoot like that, and we get very used to all these things. I don't think there is this angle. I think she was very professional enough to handle the professional load, the workload, the never-ending shifts, and because she was very enthusiastic and very ambitious about her career, her life, and she was doing really great. But I believe there has to be something else. क्योंकि इतना बड़ा step उठाने के पीछे this is not the reason. I don't believe, in my opinion, as far as I know, this cannot be the reason that because of workload, because of work pressure, she took this step. There has to be something, and I believe that अगर इसके बारे में investigation होना चाहिए. I think उसकी family से पूछना चाहिए, उसके जो close friends है उनसे पूछना चाहिए. उन सब लोगों से ये बातें ये सब करनी चाहिए कि पता लगाने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए कि what was actually going on in her personal life. Because I don't think because of the workload or the professional load, she would take her life. There has to be something that needs to be investigated properly. I think that is where the catch is. We need to find out what went wrong.
But that's the thing, right? There's a lot of talk that Tunisha has broken up with Sheezan, and then they still shared a cordial relationship on the sets of that series. But yet, it appears that she had quite a flood of emotions within her, which she may not have been able to handle. Of course, whether this was abatement to suicide, whether she was driven to really take that extreme step, all of that the police will look into. But that's precisely what my question was. Was there any signs of this kind of friction between the two of them visibly?
Not visible at all. Trust me. As far as I know, I never, as I already said, I never saw them really fighting with each other or shouting at each other or yelling at each other on the set. They were always very cordial with each other. They used to sit together most of the time because mostly they had their scenes together. And I never saw anything like that happening on the set. They were very close to each other, and they used to be very, very cordial with each other, very happy. They seem to look very happy with each other. But now when this thing has happened, this needs to be investigated at what was going on in Tunisha's life. What made her take this massive step of taking her own life despite of having everything going her way, the career, the growth, such a big show she was doing. There has to be something else, and I have no clue what went wrong.
At this point, you say that Tunisha was working she was a child artist, has grown up within the industry, she's worked for many, many years, and you have, in your view, there was absolutely no sign of any mental instability, that she may have been troubled, she may have been going through any kind of depression, because we hear that 15 days before this death, she had a panic attack. Now, we're not too sure what's driven to that panic, what really drove her to have that panic attack, but we hear that she had some anxiety panic attack, which could be signs of depression. Would you be able to tell us if there's anything that you saw visibly of her behavior?
See, what I believe is depression is a real thing, and people, most of the time, people either don't understand it or people ignore it. But depression is a real thing, and in most of the cases, what happens is like people actually. They they seem to be very fine. They seem to be laughing around. They seem to be partying, going out. They seem to be living a normal life. It gets very difficult because these people who are fighting from inside with themselves, they find it very difficult actually to share it with anybody. Because see, in a city like Mumbai, you don't get those close friends that you can sit with and reveal your secrets or speak to them very honestly or speak to them very freely. I think most of such cases, what happens is like people tend to keep it inside them. So as far as I know, visibly nothing I could ever gauge because I am myself. I practice. I counsel so many people. I practice life coaching, and very often I come across such people who are fighting with depression, and I try to help them as much as I can. And I have these tendencies, and to gauge if somebody is going through some trauma or something like that. But in Tunisha's case, though I haven't spent much time with her, only on the sets we used to have few scenes together, and off the screen we used to sit together and have some small chats. But I could not gauge that if she was going through something. I believe that if she was fighting with herself inside of her, I think it was not visible at all. This is something that is what shocked me the most, because कभी भी इसको देख के ऐसा नहीं लगता था कि okay, maybe she has something to speak, or maybe there is something going on in her mind. She looks a little bit off. She used to always laugh around, as I told you. She used to hop around, laugh around, crack jokes. We used to crack so many jokes. And it was very difficult to gauge if she's fighting with... or maybe she couldn't open on the set. Normally what happens is that we actors, we have workload on us, or whatever we go through in our professional life. But if something we are going through in our personal life, normally we don't open, or we don't normally show it to the people that, oh, this is what weakness I have. So if she has taken what I believe is such a strong girl like Tunisha, if she has taken such steps, there has to be a reason. There has to be a massive something really massive that drove her to take her own life.
Yeah, and that when you say something massive, the reason could be much more than just a bout of depression. That's what you're trying to say?
I think just depression can have multiple reasons. There can be multiple reasons
that someone could have drove her to be anxious. That she was in a relationship that was volatile. That all of those reasons could also be something that could have led to her becoming anxious and depressed. That's also one reason, of course, that the police is probing into, and that again that would amount to abatement to suicide, because Sheezan has been arrested on those very same charges, that he is responsible or has abated the suicide. That's what the suspicion here is. Of course, the lawyers of Sheezan right now saying that there was absolutely no involvement, no proof that the police have. And it's also, of course, as we see history of cases of this kind, very difficult to prove a case of abatement to suicide. So it's all now down to the police to see what kind of conversations they've had, whether indeed Sheezan, the parents of Tunisha claim that Sheezan may have had multiple relationships, and that's what really bothered Tunisha extensively.
I think every aspect should be deeply investigated. All the aspects related to her suicide, everything should be considered. I am really shocked. I was thinking that I don't have a sister in my personal life. I think she was such a cute little it was such a shock for me, and I think every aspect related to this thing should be thoroughly investigated, whatever the reasons are, whether be it her personal relationship with.
At this point, Vineet, would you be able to tell us a little about Tunisha's family, if you know of them? We hear that she's lost her father when she was really young. All right, we've lost we've lost Vineet there, but this is the information that we get. Tunisha has lost her father while she was really young. But here's some more information coming in on the probe connected to Tunisha's suicide. As the probe now intensifies, the cops now reached the studio where Tunisha ended her life. Ornaments of Tunisha's body to go for forensics. Forensic of Tunisha's clothes to be done today. This is the latest coming in on Tunisha's suicide as the police probing into the case find they've in fact reached Tunisha's the spot of death. Probe now escalating with the cops reaching her studio where Tunisha ended her life. Ornaments of Tunisha's body to go for forensics at this point. The forensic lab will be testing everything that was on her, around her, all to confirm and corroborate that this was indeed everything to do with Tunisha. Forensic of Tunisha's clothes also to be done today. And this will, of course, slightly be clear on whether there is a lot more to this, whether there's the DNA of anyone else's on her clothes or her ornaments. Was this foul play? The death of Tunisha at this point, was this murder or was this suicide indeed? Yes, she was found hanging in the makeup room, but was she pushed to take her own life? Was this murder? Is something that the cops would investigate, and all this would be very clear with the DNA samples being sent, with the clothes being thoroughly checked, her ornaments that she was wearing that day. All of that will be checked to the forensic lab. It will be sent to the forensics, and their report would really give a big boost at this point to the police investigating the case. The cops now will be sending the ornaments present on Tunisha's body to Kalina Forensic Lab today, along with this forensic examination of Tunisha's clothes will also be done. Dipesh Tripathi joining us for a little more on that. Dipesh, a quick word on this forensics investigation, as we believe the cops have just about arrived at the studio where Tunisha allegedly took her life, and all of that, samples of her clothes, her ornaments, etc., and all the things that belong to her right there in that studio will be sent to the forensics lab. Tell us, what exactly is the police trying to find through this route of investigation?
Yes, a team of Bollywood police station has been visiting to studio where Tunisha has committed a suicide, and they were looking the spot, and they were going to do the inspection of the spot, and they were trying to find out the reason and all the consequences before and at the time of when Tunisha committed the suicide, and also the to the body and Tunisha's ornaments and clothes which she was wearing at the time of her suicide, that has been going to send to the Kalina Forensic Lab for the testing, as she was on the shoot when she committed the suicide, and she was wearing her character's dress and ornaments which was seized by the police and which was sent by the police for the DNA for the forensic lab for the testing. And right now police is trying to find out each and every evidence or each and every piece of evidence which they can find out. They don't want to lose any loose end, as police is trying to locate and trying to configure the consequence, actually what happened that day and how did it happen. That is the most important thing which police will going to be find out.
All right. Thank you very much, Dipesh, for joining us on that. Huge development coming in the probe, as the cops have just landed at the studio where Tunisha is said to have allegedly taken her life, and all the ornaments, her clothes, etc., all that belongs to Tunisha will be sent to the forensics lab, only to try and understand if there's any foul play in this case. Was she pushed to take her life? Was this murder, or was it indeed suicide? A little bit after the forensic test will be clear if this is, or if there is anyone else's involvement, then the DNA will be matched. All of that will be useful in this investigation as the police now intensify the probe. Now, big revelations there continue to come to fore in the Tunisha Sharma suicide case. Tunisha's family has pinned the blame on her co-star, her ex-boyfriend Sheezan Khan, saying that he cheated on her, promising to marry her. This comes even as Sheezan, who is in police custody currently, confirmed that he was in a relationship with Tunisha but broke up due to the age gap and some religious differences. He's also added that she was suicidal in the past as well, and that he had also informed her family members about it, and he was the one who saved her life previously. Tunisha's mother has now alleged that Sheezan promised her daughter that he would marry her. She's further alleged that the actor used to mentally harass her daughter. Remember, the FIR there states that Tunisha went into depression after the breakup, which may have led to her suicide.
मैं सबको, आप सब मीडिया वालों को ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि शीज़ान ने तुनिशा को धोखा दिया, उसके साथ पहले रिलेशनशिप बनाया, शादी का वादा करके फिर उसने तुनिशा से ब्रेकअप किया और उसका पहले किसी लड़की के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी। उसके बावजूद भी तुनिशा को उसने इन्वॉल्व रखा अपने साथ, 3-4 महीने उसको यूज़ किया। बस मैं इतना कहना चाह रही हूँ कि इसको सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए, शीज़ान को नहीं छोड़ना। मेरा बच्चा गया है, बस बाकी मीडिया बहुत कोऑपरेट कर रही है। मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया करती हूँ मीडिया का।
All right, now Tunisha's Sharma's suicide attack, at this point, the suicide case that's currently being probed. The family members doubting that there's involvement of the boyfriend itself, Sheezan. That's what the uncle says, accusing Sheezan of trying to harass her. This is what the family members say, including Tunisha's uncle. While speaking to India Today, he's revealed that the actress was indeed hospitalized 10 days earlier as well, before the death. And at that point, she had this anxiety attack, and at the hospital, the uncle says Tunisha mentioned about how Sheezan had cheated on her, wronged her, etc. Listen in.
I want to ask you, there is a reason why the family members, the mother of Tunisha, Mr. Pavan, is saying that this is a case of abetment to suicide. Why would you believe that? Why does the family believe that?
Yeah, because she was in stress from so many days. वो बहुत दिनों से परेशान थी
जी,
और उसने बोला भी था कि मेरे साथ चीट हुआ है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है।
क्या गलत हुआ है? कुछ डिटेल्स अपने फैमिली मेंबर्स, अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर किए होंगे?
नहीं, वो बता नहीं पा रही थी कि क्या गलत हुआ है। फिर उसने ये 2 लाइन कही कि मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है, उसने मेरे साथ चीट किया है। उसके लाइफ में और भी लड़कियां हैं और वो इसके साथ भी पिछले 3 महीने से था।
आप कह रहे हैं कि रिलेशनशिप में चीटिंग का मामला है?
जी, अभी अगर एक लड़का एक साथ 2-3 लड़कियों के साथ है तो वो सभी के साथ वही कर रहा है जो इसके साथ कर रहा था। तो ये जानबूझकर ही हुआ ना।
मैं पूछना चाहूंगी, आप लोगों ने ये भी बताया है कि तुनिशा अस्पताल में थी, 10 दिन पहले एक एंजाइटी अटैक भी आया था। उस समय तुनिशा ने कुछ कहा होगा, आप लोगों ने पूछा होगा उस समय कुछ?
उसी समय उसको स्ट्रेस की वजह से अटैक आया था। स्ट्रेस की वजह से वो ऑलमोस्ट बेहोश हो गई थी, तो शूटिंग वाले उसको लेकर गए हॉस्पिटल। फिर हम वहां पहुंचे, तभी उसने बताया कि मेरे साथ चीटिंग हुई है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है। इसके अलावा और कुछ बोल नहीं पा रही थी वो।
एज अ फैमिली आप लोगों ने किस तरह का सपोर्ट दिया तुनिशा को? वो फिर भी सेट्स पे जा रही थी, तो जो ये सुसाइड का जो केस है वो सेट पे ही हुआ है? जी,
शी वाज वेरी वेरी प्रोफेशनल। वो अपने काम वो एक शूटिंग वो एक टीवी शो में लीड रोल प्ले कर रही थी, तो वो नहीं चाहती कि उसकी वजह से किसी का एक दिन का भी नुकसान हो। उसने और भी जितने भी काम किए हैं, जो भी फिल्म्स किए हैं, चाहे वो दबंग 3 हो, चाहे कोई भी, जो भी सारे काम किए, तो सब जगह वो सारे डायरेक्टर्स उसकी तारीफ करते थे कि शी इज वेरी वेरी प्रोफेशनल। 1 मिनट वो शूटिंग शुरू होने से जो उसका टाइम होता था वो पहले पहुंचती थी, और इसलिए वो सेट पे जा रही थी। सिर्फ 1 दिन का उसने ब्रेक लिया था, अगले दिन से उसने शूट प्रॉपर कर रही थी वो।
अभी आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस पूरे मामले में, क्योंकि सिने वर्कर्स एसोसिएशन से ये एक डिमांड हुई है कि एक एसआईटी प्रोब हो इस पूरे मामले में। क्या ऐसा लगता है कि शायद ये सुसाइड नहीं हो सकता है? क्या ये भी आपको कोई आशंका है?
जी बिल्कुल है
जी।
सुसाइड में हम कैसे बोल सकते हैं, हमें तो पता ही नहीं। हमें तो बॉडी सीधा मिली है हॉस्पिटल में। उससे पहले क्या हुआ, दोनों ने साथ में खाना खाया, दोनों हंस के बातें कर रहे थे। उसके बाद तुनिशा कब अपने मेकअप रूम में अकेली गई, फिर क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ कुछ नहीं पता। और उसके मेकअप रूम में वो क्या कर रही थी? अगर वो बोल रहा है कि ब्रेकअप हो गया था, तो फिर उसके मेकअप रूम में वो अकेली क्या कर रही थी, क्यों गई थी, तो वो ही बता सकता है।
आप पहले मिल चुके हैं तुनिशा के फ्रेंड से, शीजान खान से आप पहले बातचीत हुई है, कभी आपका इंटरेक्शन या फैमिली का इंटरेक्शन, माँ पिता का?
मैं कभी नहीं मिला हूँ
जी।
तुनिशा की मम्मी मिली थी, उन्होंने उसको समझाया भी था कि ऐसा मत करो, उसको वार्न भी किया था कि मत करो ऐसा, क्यों, अगर तुम्हारी लाइफ में और भी लड़कियां हैं तो जो भी, फिर तुम्हें इतना आगे नहीं बढ़ाना चाहिए था रिलेशन, और तुम अलग धर्म के हो, ये अलग धर्म की है, तो भी तुम्हें इतना आगे रिलेशन को नहीं बढ़ाना चाहिए था। वो तुम्हें पहले से पता है कि तुम्हारी लाइफ में और भी लोग हैं, तो क्यों एक 20 साल की लड़की जो तुमसे 10 साल छोटी भी है, क्यों इतना आगे बढ़ाया?
All right, there you have it. The family members suspecting that there's a lot more to the death of Tunisha. Of course, India Today's largest coverage here as we bring to you every angle in this case. Multiple questions being asked on what was Tunisha's state of mind moments before she allegedly killed herself. Was this foul play? Was this murder? If they had broken up, if she and Sheezan had broken up, why were they having lunch together? Was this just a cordial relationship or something more? Was Sheezan indeed the reason to Tunisha's death? All this and more on the other side of a short break. Do stay with us.
Despite the monster COVID surge in China, citizens in India are increasingly throwing caution to the wind. Massive crowds are seen flouting mask advisories in Delhi on the day of Christmas, with social distancing not being followed. Similar scenes are playing out in Lucknow, where COVID norms have gone for a toss.
बाहर पढ़ रहे थे आप लोग, कोरोना के बारे में पढ़ा आपने? नहीं, हम कोरोना नहीं पढ़ते। अरे तो मास्क वास्क नहीं लगाएंगे, डर नहीं लग रहा है आप लोग चाइना में जो हो रहा है इस समय? अरे होने दीजिए उनको, सब देख रहे मास्क लगाए सब। अच्छा, कोई नहीं लगाए तो आप भी नहीं लगाएंगे? नहीं, हम नहीं लगाएंगे। वैक्सीन लगवाई थी? हाँ। मास्क वास्क नहीं लगाएंगे एकदम? अरे लगाएंगे, जब टाइम होगा तभी तो लगाएंगे। अभी टाइम नहीं आया। अभी कौन टाइम में कोरोना कहाँ आ गया है? मास्क वास्क तो लगाएंगे ना, सरकार ने कहा है, गाइडलाइन जारी की है। नहीं लगाया क्यों नहीं जाएगा? कोई नहीं लगाया जाएगा? लगाया जाएगा। लगाया जाएगा।
On the occasion of Christmas, tourists thronged the hill station of Shimla in Himachal Pradesh as well. The centre, meanwhile, is rolling out back-to-back advisories to states to keep the situation under control. States now need to ensure mask mandate and boost oxygen plants and supplies, keep ventilators and life support equipment ready for any eventuality, apart from holding COVID mock drills at hospitals on Tuesday. Meanwhile, international passengers travelling to India are under surveillance. At Delhi's international airport, a fraction of arriving international passengers are undergoing random testing. India has mandated RT-PCR tests for travellers arriving from China, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong and Thailand. Anybody found positive will be quarantined.
कोविड-19 के नियमन में चल रहे लगातार प्रयत्नों के अंतर्गत और विश्व में बढ़ रहे कोविड के केसों को देखते हुए केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय वैश्विक स्थिति पर नजर रख रहा है.
China's COVID mayhem has put India on alert. The centre is making all efforts to ensure hospital infrastructure and facilities are pandemic ready once again. With Shreya Chatterjee in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
in Afghanistan continue to face consequences of Taliban taking over Afghanistan. Taliban leadership, in a recent turn of events, announced a ban on women students in university. The ban is an extension of Taliban's restrictions against women education, as girls have already been barred from senior secondary schools. The move prompted a series of protests in Kabul. Dozens of women were seen marching on a street in western Kabul.
My classmates informed me about us being banned from universities. I cried a lot. I had all of my study materials but could not study. All of us were awake until morning and we did not sleep at all. When the sun rose, we thought that there is no life for women in Afghanistan anymore, since they have closed all the routes towards the success for women. We have an unknown future under this government. It's like all our hopes have been buried and there is no hope anymore. But I think if we struggle, inshallah, it may have some positive results.
West have constantly demanded Taliban to improve female education if they wish to be formally recognized as Afghanistan's government, but the fresh move is likely to threaten Taliban's administration's efforts to gain international recognition and to get rid of sanctions that are severely hampering their economy.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Tunisha ends life, lens is now on the ex-boyfriend. Her co-star and ex Sheezan Khan is in police custody.
What's up, people? Excited? Very much.
You wanna kill it? Our first scene together. This will be remembered.
Family crying foul, blaming Sheezan Khan.
उसने टुनिशा से ब्रेकअप किया और उसका पहले किसी लड़की के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी, उसके बावजूद भी टुनिशा को उसने इन्वॉल्व रखा अपने साथ, 3-4 महीने उसको यूज़ किया.
Sheezan and Tunisha's lunch meeting under scanner. Met for lunch 15 minutes before she ended her life. All probe updates on India Today. Was Tunisha driven to death? Tragedy of Tunisha, top focus on India Today.
That's our top focus right here on India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through that top news and developments coming in. Young actor Tunisha Sharma's alleged suicide. The headlines first. Sensational revelations there in Tunisha's suicide case. Probe reveals Tunisha and Sheezan had lunch at 3 p.m. together 15 minutes before she decided to allegedly hang herself to death. Sheezan claims that he broke up with Tunisha due to religious and age differences. Cops now probing if Sheezan wanted Tunisha to convert to Islam. Sensational allegations by Tunisha's mother says that Sheezan promised to marry Tunisha, claims that Sheezan used Tunisha.
कि शीज़ान ने टुनिशा को धोखा दिया, उसके साथ पहले रिलेशनशिप बनाया, शादी का वादा करके फिर उसने टुनिशा से ब्रेकअप किया.
And war of words between the BJP and the Congress over insult to Vajpayee. Kharge's aide Pandhi deletes a tweet. BJP says need a clarification from Rahul Gandhi on this. Big breakthrough in Shraddha's murder probe. Cops access an audio of Aftab and Shraddha's argument that nails Shraddha's torture claims. India on alert as China flyer tests positive in Agra. Center to test people in touch with China returnees. Mock drill for emergency COVID response begins. All right, here's some big news coming in on the Karnataka-Maharashtra border dispute as the row escalating. Uddhav Thakrae's big demand before the centre. Uddhav Thackeray says, make Belagavi a union territory. Here's Uddhav Thackeray asking for Belagavi to become a union territory until the Supreme Court orders are out. The matter, of course, has escalated to the top court. The Supreme Court now going to be deciding on the border dispute between Maharashtra and Karnataka at this point. While there are calls to maintain status quo, Maharashtra, of course, upping the pressure, the opposition particularly, putting pressure on the government on reclaiming areas that are Marathi dominated, which is currently part of Karnataka's borders. Belagavi contentious region, the Maharashtra's opposition parties, Uddhav Thackeray right now saying that if there is much contention, then make Belagavi a union territory until Supreme Court orders come into place. Mustafa joining us live for a little more. Mustafa, a quick word. Of course, Karnataka appealing for all parties now to maintain status quo, adhere to the report that very clearly states Belagavi is currently part of Karnataka. There is no dispute to that. There is a proper a report that is now out. It's been close to 7 decades that status quo has been maintained. Do not change status quo is what Karnataka's appeal is. But you have Maharashtra now saying, make Belagavi a union territory. Let's settle the matter once and for all until the Supreme Court decides on it.
Well, yes, the sessions are on in both the states. In Karnataka, a resolution has been passed in the Karnataka Vidhan Sabha saying that they will not even give away 1 inch of land of Karnataka to Maharashtra. The opposition is making pressure on the government on same issue, saying that if Karnataka has passed such a resolution, why can't Maharashtra government pass the resolution too? And on the same issue, the leader of opposition, Ajit Pawar, is approaching. Who will speak more. Back to you.
Mustafa, who's that getting up to speak? We see Ajit Pawar. What's the NCP stand on the matter? A quick word, because we hear many of the opposition Mahavikas Aghadi has been mounting pressure on the Maharashtra Chief Minister itself to try and take action and rescue the Marathi-speaking people in the Karnataka region who feel marginalized. This is what the opposition in Maharashtra says. Mustafa, who's right there where the NCP is just about to begin its press conference. The Karnataka-Maharashtra border dispute now intensifying with primarily the Maharashtra's opposition parties now mounting pressure on Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister. All right, cutting back to all the details that we know of Tunisha's suicide case. India Today now accessing some points and details on Sheezan, who's currently in police custody. He's now being grilled on many angles to see if at all this was a case of abatement to suicide. In fact, Sheezan, who was arrested over all right. We have some information coming in at this point. Sheezan, who is currently in custody, we believe that he was questioned about the death of his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, and from what we see here, he's been asked if at all religion was the real cause. That we get here at this point, that the details of Aftab's and Shraddha's case basically was the reason that led to Sheezan worrying about the relationship with his girlfriend, is what we hear. That's the comparison here, that Sheezan pointed out that he was Muslim and much older than Tunisha, and therefore he wanted to break up with her. And this whole controversy around Aftab and girlfriend Shraddha's case was what was upsetting him, and that's why he wanted to call off the relationship, because this had taken a toll on his mind. This is what we hear. This is the information that we get from our sources. Let me quickly cut across to Divyesh joining us on the phone line for a little more. Divyesh, a quick word from you on the comparison on this case, Sheezan and Tunisha's case. We believe while he was being grilled, while Sheezan was being grilled by the police, he raised concerns over what happened with Aftab and Shraddha, saying that this was a case of religion and he was much older. He did not want to get into a relationship because he was worried with the outcome of Aftab and Shraddha's relationship.
Sheezan, during interrogation by the police in Vajpayee at the Vajpayee police station, has revealed that he was in a relationship with Tunisha, but due to as they were from different faiths, different religion, he had shared this with Tunisha, and there was a age gap between them, and that is why this led to the breakup. But sources also say that Tunisha's mother has revealed to police that while Tunisha shared this information with her mother, Tunisha's mother spoke to Sheezan, asked him to reconcile with Tunisha, as Tunisha was in a disturbed state. That is when Tunisha had also checked Sheezan's phone, and she suspected that Sheezan was in a relationship with some other woman. This is now being interrogated by the Bollywood police in Vajpayee. Sheezan is being interrogated regarding this information, whether he was in a relationship with other women. He did share details that, regarding Aftab and Shraddha murder case. Sheezan shared with police that he was a Muslim. He was a Muslim, and Tunisha was from another religion, and that is why due to the Aftab and Shraddha case, he was disturbed and did not want to take forward their relationship, did not want to keep the relationship on. That is why he broke up with Tunisha. Tunisha since then was very upset, and she had shared this information with her mother Vinita, who then spoke to Sheezan and asked him to reconcile with Tunisha. But Sheezan did not budge. He said that he was sorry, but he could not continue with the relationship. Over to you.
All right. So for the benefit of our viewers, if this may look any confusing for you, this is basically a comparison that Sheezan himself is said to have made while he was grilled by the police. He has pointed out at the Aftab Shraddha case, the murder of Shraddha that was allegedly done by her boyfriend Aftab. He points out that there was a religious difference and a huge age gap with Tunisha, and that really stressed him out. He pointed specifically at Aftab's case, Aftab and Shraddha's case, saying post that he was worried about any religious difference and was also concerned about the age gap between the two, and therefore decided to call off the relationship. That's what he said to have told the police while he's been interrogated for abatement of suicide of Tunisha Sharma. Now, as the probe intensifies in the Tunisha suicide case, more revelations coming to fore. The probe reveals that 15 minutes before Tunisha ended her life, she had lunch with Sheezan inside his makeup room. It was at 3 p.m. that the duo met for lunch, and 15 minutes later, Tunisha was found hanging. Cops now suspect foul play in the last 15 minutes. What may have happened? According to sources, suspicion emerges from the fact that even after breaking up, why did Tunisha really have lunch with Sheezan? On the day Tunisha ended her life, the duo also, in fact, shot a couple of scenes together for that Alibaba serial. Now, big revelations coming in at the same time in the Tunisha Sharma suicide case. Tunisha's family members has now pinned the entire blame on co-star and ex-boyfriend Sheezan Khan, saying that he cheated on her after promising to marry her. This comes even as Sheezan, who is in police custody, confirmed that he was in a relationship with Tunisha but broke up due to age difference and, of course, religious differences. He's also added that she was suicidal in the past as well, and that he informed Tunisha's family members about this suicide attempt, where he claims he saved Tunisha's life previously. Tunisha's mother has now alleged that Sheezan had promised to marry her daughter and that he mentally harassed her. And also remember, the FIR at this point states that Tunisha went into depression after the breakup with Sheezan. That may have led to her suicide.
मैं सबको आप सब मीडिया वालों को ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि शीज़ान ने टुनीशा को धोखा दिया, उसके साथ पहले रिलेशनशिप बनाया, शादी का वादा करके फिर उसने टुनीशा से ब्रेकअप किया और उसका पहले किसी लड़की के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी। उसके बावजूद भी टुनीशा को उसने इन्वॉल्व रखा अपने साथ, 3-4 महीने उसको यूज़ किया। बस मैं इतना कहना चाह रही हूँ कि इसको सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए, शीज़ान को नहीं छोड़ना। मेरा बच्चा गया है, बस बाकी मीडिया बहुत कोऑपरेट कर रही है। मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया करती हूँ मीडिया का।
Now, Tunisha's uncle, Pawan Sharma, now, while speaking to India Today, has revealed that the actress was hospitalized about 10 days before her death due to anxiety. She had a panic attack a few days before this alleged suicide. He adds that in the hospital, Tunisha has said that she was wronged and cheated by Sheezan. Listen in.
I want to ask you, there is a reason why the family members, the mother of Tunisha, Mr. Pavan, is saying that this is a case of abetment to suicide. Why would you believe that? Why does the family believe that?
Yeah, because she was in stress from so many days. वो बहुत दिनों से परेशान थी
जी,
और उसने बोला भी था कि मेरे साथ चीट हुआ है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है।
क्या गलत हुआ है? कुछ डिटेल्स अपने फैमिली मेंबर्स, अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर किए होंगे?
नहीं, वो बता नहीं पा रही थी कि क्या गलत हुआ है। फिर उसने ये 2 लाइन कही कि मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है, उसने मेरे साथ चीट किया है, उसके लाइफ में और भी लड़कियां हैं और वो इसके साथ भी पिछले 3 महीने से था।
आप कह रहे हैं कि रिलेशनशिप में चीटिंग का मामला है?
जी, अभी अगर एक लड़का एक साथ 2-3 लड़कियों के साथ है तो वो सभी के साथ वही कर रहा है जो इसके साथ कर रहा था। तो ये जानबूझकर ही हुआ ना।
मैं पूछना चाहूंगी, आप लोगों ने ये भी बताया है कि तुनिशा अस्पताल में थी, 10 दिन पहले एक एंजाइटी अटैक भी आया था, उस समय तुनिशा ने कुछ कहा होगा, आप लोगों ने पूछा होगा उस समय कुछ?
उसी समय उसको स्ट्रेस की वजह से अटैक आया था। स्ट्रेस की वजह से वो ऑलमोस्ट बेहोश हो गई थी, तो शूटिंग वाले उसको लेकर गए हॉस्पिटल। फिर हम वहां पहुंचे, तभी उसने बताया कि मेरे साथ चीटिंग हुई है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है। इसके अलावा और कुछ बोल नहीं पा रही थी वो।
एज अ फैमिली आप लोगों ने किस तरह का सपोर्ट दिया तुनिशा को? वो फिर भी सेट्स पे जा रही थी, तो जो ये सुसाइड का जो केस है वो सेट पे ही हुआ है? जी,
शी वाज वेरी वेरी प्रोफेशनल। वो अपने काम वो एक शूटिंग वो एक टीवी शो में लीड रोल प्ले कर रही थी, तो वो नहीं चाहती कि उसकी वजह से किसी का एक दिन का भी नुकसान हो।
All right. We, in fact, India Today spoke to some of the actors, co-stars, those who have known Sheezan and Tunisha quite up close. Let's listen in to what how they look at this case.
On the set, they were they were very close to each other because obviously they were playing against each other. They were hero and heroine of the show, or they were both of them were young. Both of them are young, and this is not a new thing. कि जब दो यंग लोग आपस में काम कर रहे हैं और when they are opposite each other, and they are the lead pair of the show. So this is not a new thing if they develop into a liking for each other or a relationship with each other. So they were very friendly with each other. I never saw them fighting or yelling or shouting at each other on the set. They were very cordial with each other on the set, and they used to pull off their scenes beautifully. You can see the chemistry, you can see everything, and I think they were very good with each other in very good terms. As far as I could see it.
Actually, I wasn't on set. I was I was not shooting that day. First of all, so I didn't know what exactly happened. And second, that both are my colleagues, and I have worked very closely with them. So it's very heartbreaking for me as well. I'm also processing what all is going on right now. So whatever has happened or what is the case will come out in future, I guess, by the law. That is all I can say. I have nothing, any other detail which I can share with you.
Would you be able to tell us a little more about Tunisha? What more do we know of her
She was a very she was a very lovely person, on set, like you said, like what you saw. And obviously we were colleagues. We worked from past 6 months, and it was very a warm, kind relationship, with all of us. We all actors, whenever we go on set, we meet during our scenes, and then we come back to home. So nobody expects that this will happen, and it's very heartbreaking just to know that. It's very unfortunate.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Divyesh, India Today correspondent, tracking those developments there. Divyesh, of course, we've heard the friends, the family members, all of them suspecting that this could be much more than a simple case of suicide. That the girl was very happy-go-lucky, she was loving, she was friendly, she was quite she seemed at least seemingly a very calm and peaceful person. So what really has driven her to take such an extreme step is what the police is now investigating. Any suspicious, information that has been found so far on whether this is really suicide or it could be murder?
Well, Nabila, as of now, the police have sent mobile phones of Tunisha as well as Sheezan for forensic analysis. Tunisha's clothes and ornaments have also been sent to Forensic Science Laboratory for analysis. Other than that, Sheezan is being interrogated by a team of police officers from the Vajpayee police station. He has revealed that due to the atmosphere going on in the country after the case of Shraddha's murder came to light, Aftab was accused of her murder. Aftab's role was found in the gruesome murder of Shraddha. He broke up with Tunisha because both belong to different religions, and that is why that was the reason that he broke up with Tunisha. Other than that, he's also termed the age gap between them as the reason to not continue with their relationship. Another shocking point over here is the day Tunisha committed suicide. The same day, 15 minutes before she took this drastic step of ending her life, hanging herself, she had lunch with Sheezan in the same makeup room. After that, Sheezan left and Tunisha hanged herself. So those are the 15 minutes where something happened, something did happen between the two, which Sheezan has not revealed to the police, which he has not shared with the police during interrogation, and that is why he is being grilled by the police on what happened, what was the trigger that led Tunisha to end her life. Sheezan has also revealed that this was not the first time that Tunisha tried to commit suicide. Earlier also she had tried to commit suicide, and regarding the same, he had informed Tunisha's family members, and he also asked to take care of Tunisha as she was in stress and she was disturbed due to the breakup between them. Tunisha's mother Vinita had tried to convince Sheezan to reconcile their relationship, but Sheezan did not budge and he broke up with Tunisha. Other than that, there are other witnesses who are being questioned, whose statements are being recorded by the Vajpayee police to get more and more information on what did happen on the day when Tunisha ended her life on the sets at Naigaon while she was shooting, and just 15 minutes after she had lunch with Sheezan, she ended her life. Over to you.
Devesh, obviously at this point, while the police are probing into the matter, they're trying to see any angle of religion here, or this talk around love jihad, which some of the politicians are now very loosely framing. Tell us any word that the police has got on a hint of love jihad in this case.
Well, police officials probing this case, or police officials, those who are privy to investigations in the case, have shared that Sheezan did share that as both of them belong to different faiths, different religion.
Devesh, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to the TV fraternity at this point, who is, of course, currently in big shock. They're trying to sink in this sad piece of news of a 20-year-old television actor, quite a promising girl, Tunisha Sharma, allegedly killing herself. Let's take a quick look at all those reactions coming in from the film industry.
वो हमेशा बहुत ज़्यादा खुश रहती थी, बट मुझे लगता है कि वो एक बचपना जो था उसके अंदर था, तो वो छोटी चीज़ पे अगर कभी ऐसे भी हो जाओ तो वो एक बचपना था. आई थिंक अब वो किस लेवल तक उसको ले गया या क्या सिचुएशन हुई है उसकी लाइफ में जिसकी वजह से उसको इतना बॉदर हुआ कि इतना बड़ा स्टेप लेना पड़ा.
It's very sad to hear because she was only 20 and come on, she had a very good career ahead of her. She's done a lot of work. कोई नई लड़की नहीं थी. She seemed to be like a confident person. आपके खुद के सपने जो आपको अचीव करने लायक हैं, क्या वो मैटर नहीं करता? You all have to build that mental stability, that mental strength, that emotional strength to combat that, no matter what situation you are. Please be strong.
It leaves you very depressed because what happens is हम लोग सेम इंडस्ट्री में काम करते हैं तो अपने लिए बहुत डर लगता है इन सब चीज़ों को देखते हुए, लेकिन उस लड़की के लिए और उसके माँ बाप के लिए बहुत ही बुरा फील हो रहा है बिकॉज वो माँ बाप पे क्या गुजर रही होगी आज वो ही जानते हैं। और आई डोंट नो, उससे ज़्यादा बुरा तो वो बेचारी लड़की के लिए है। आई होप God gives her a decent good place wherever she is and may her soul rest in peace.
जब मैं सेट पे गया, लोग डर रहे बताने के लिए। मैं प्रोडक्शन मैनेजर से मिला, सेट पे जब मैं जाने लगा मुझे रोका गया, फिर आस पास के सेट के मजदूर से मिला, कलाकारों से मिला, कोई बताने को तैयार नहीं, सब घबराए हुए। ये कहानी बहुत बड़ी है। हमारी मांग ये है ऑल इंडियन सीनियर वर्कर्स की तरफ से कि इसकी SIT से जांच की जाए महाराष्ट्र सरकार, और एक्टर के नार्को टेस्ट किया जाए, और जो प्रोड्यूसर है वो सामने अभी तक नहीं आया। जो प्रोड्यूसर है इसका अलीम, कुछ नाम है अलीम करके, ये अभी तक सामने नहीं आया। इसकी जांच की जाए और चैनल सब TV प्रोड्यूसर में आ जाए।
All right, here's some big breaking news coming in as the probe intensifies into Tunisha Sharma's death. We believe the police have found that Tunisha was caught. She in fact caught Sheezan cheating on her. This is the information that has been provided by her family members to the police. Tunisha allegedly checked Sheezan's phone, and Sheezan went and that's what she established, that he was cheating on her. He went on dates with other women. Upset, Tunisha tried to confront Sheezan. Sheezan broke up with Tunisha soon after she confronted him. Tunisha's mother has told in the middle of this month that Tunisha had appeared to have checked the phone of Sheezan on the set and that's when she saw that Sheezan had some relationship with other women as well. Tunisha was very sad to see all of this, got her really upset. Then Tunisha asked the accused about this, and the accused here, in this case Sheezan, has said that I do not want to stay with you anymore. I don't want this relationship anymore. So soon after she confronted him, he decided to end the relationship. Let me cut across to Dipesh Tripathi on that. Dipesh, information coming in that Sheezan's phone was with Tunisha briefly. She happened to check his phone, and that's where she found out that Sheezan was very clearly cheating on her. He had relationships with other women, and when she confronted him, he decided to break up with her. This could have really led to her taking the extreme drastic step. This is what the police suspect. But who has given us this piece of information? Do give us some clarity. Has the family said this?
Yes, definitely. This information has been shared by Tunisha's mother to us, and rightly she said that Tunisha was a little bit upset because she found out that Sheezan was having multiple affairs, and because of which she got upset. She even confronted Sheezan also, but he in fact giving a satisfactory answer, he chose to broke up with Tunisha. So that's why she got upset, and even she told this thing to her mother also, that she wants Sheezan back in his life. And Tunisha's mother spoke to Sheezan on behalf of Tunisha to get back into her life, but Sheezan denied this, and due to which Tunisha got upset and she got broke up with Sheezan, according to Tunisha's mother. So Tunisha's mother allegedly blamed to Sheezan that he was the main reason behind the suicide of the Tunisha, and this is the main reason why Tunisha committed suicide, according to Tunisha's mother.
All right, so Dipesh tells us, stay with us, we have some more information coming in. Dipesh tells us though that Tunisha was very upset that Sheezan was in other relationships. She caught his phone and checked his phone, caught him red-handed, that he was having conversations with multiple other women. She confronted him and he decided to break up with her. Tunisha has spoken to her mother about this, and then her mother tried to convince Sheezan to patch up with her. This happened a few months ago is what we hear. And this, of course, also establishes the fact that Sheezan may have had multiple relationships, and also establishes at the same time that Tunisha wasn't willing to get over it, wasn't willing to break up with Sheezan. She reached out to Sheezan through her mother. Mother tried to convince Sheezan to get back into her life. And now, of course, unfortunately, we've lost her. But Sheezan has now been arrested for abatement to suicide. How is the police going to use this piece of information to further this case remains to be seen. All right. Now, Tunisha and Sheezan reportedly broke up over some religious differences. This is what Sheezan has also told the police while he was interrogated. The police now suspect that Sheezan could have asked Tunisha to convert to Islam as per a condition there for her to marry him. While Tunisha's family has revealed Sheezan had promised to marry her, cops are now probing if religious differences was really the real reason to why Sheezan broke off with her. And in fact, the cops now also probing if Sheezan was adamant on converting her to Islam before he actually decided that if she didn't, then he would break up with her. And was this the real conversation that they had during the lunchtime, right after which Tunisha is said to have hanged herself? Now, BJP netas in Maharashtra calling for a probe into the possible love jihad angle in this case. Maharashtra Minister Girish Mahajan has claimed that Tunisha's death was a fallout of love jihad, and such cases are increasing. This is what the neta politicians now calling this a case of love jihad. He's also added that Maharashtra government is now planning to bring strict laws against love jihad.
अभी बात सामने ये है कि तनिष्का शर्मा की जो मौत है वो लव जिहाद का ही एक मसला है। मुझे लगता है इसकी पूरी जांच होनी चाहिए। पर दिन हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि ये इससे जो मामले हैं वो बढ़ रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है इसीलिए इसके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कानून लाना चाहिए और हम उसके ऊपर विचार कर रहे हैं।
तुनिशा शर्मा के परिवार को 100% न्याय मिलेगा और यदि यह मामला लव जिहाद का है तो लव जिहाद के पीछे कौन से संगठन है, कौन षड्यंत्रकारी लोग हैं, इस मामले की भी तहकीकात पुलिस के द्वारा की जाएगी।
All right, Dipesh joining us for more on that. Dipesh, a quick word on the religious differences that could have also been a reason here for the alleged suicide. We believe that Sheezan, while asked by the police, said that he had an age difference, a huge gap. She was 20, he was 30. And also religion was a reason to why he did not pursue the case or pursue the relationship at all. So tell us a little more on this love jihad angle, which the politicians are of course trying to call this. But what truth is in any of this kind of allegation? That this could be a case of love jihad, he was forcing her to convert to Islam. Any truth behind it?
Yes, actually a statement given by Sheezan to the police that he broke up with Tunisha because of the age difference and because of the religion. So the religion angle comes directly because of the Sheezan statement. And Sheezan also spoke to police and according to his statement, he said that after Shraddha Walkar's murder, the situation is going on in the country. Because of that also he chose to break up with Shraddha. So these two major things given by the Sheezan to the police, and police will going to probe accordingly to the statement of the Sheezan and verify whether Sheezan is speaking truth or not, and for this they will going to take the statement of the co-stars. But the most importantly religion angle in this has been given by Sheezan also to the police. So now police will probe from that angle also that whether the religion is behind this breakup or behind the suicide of the Shraddha, because it is also said that police will going to probe that verify that whether Sheezan has forced Shraddha to change her religion and to marry him, and this will going to be verified by police from the co-actors of the Alibaba serial.
Thank you very much, Dipesh, for joining us. Really, the family members of Tunisha right now shattered. Of course, they're hoping for the investigation to go in the right direction so that if this is a case of foul play, then justice should be brought to Tunisha. We're going to slip into a short break. On the other side of a short break, in fact, we have some information on Minister Nirmala Sitharaman currently being hospitalized at a medical facility. Now, reason for that to be established yet. More details coming up next.
The Murthy surname must be a heavy one to.
शहीदी सप्ताह और ये वीर बाल दिवस हमारी सिख परंपरा के लिए भावों से भरा जरूर है, लेकिन इससे आकाश जैसी अनंत प्रेरणाएं भी जुड़ी है। वीर बाल दिवस हमें याद दिलाएगा कि शौर्य की पराकाष्ठा के समय कम आयु मायने नहीं रखती। वीर बाल दिवस हमें याद दिलाएगा कि 10 गुरुओं का योगदान क्या है, देश के स्वाभिमान के लिए सिख परंपरा का बलिदान क्या है। वीर बाल दिवस हमें बताएगा कि भारत क्या है, भारत की पहचान क्या है। हर साल वीर बाल दिवस का ये पुण्य अवसर हमें अपने अतीत को पहचानने और आने वाले भविष्य का निर्माण करने की प्रेरणा देगा। भारत की युवा पीढ़ी का सामर्थ्य क्या है, भारत की युवा पीढ़ी ने कैसे अतीत में देश की रक्षा की है, मानवता के कितने घोर प्रघोर अंधकारों से हमारी युवा पीढ़ी ने भारत को बाहर निकाला है। वीर बाल दिवस आने वाले दशकों और सदियों के लिए ये उद्घोष करेगा। मैं आज इस अवसर पर वीर साहिबजादों के चरणों में नमन करते हुए उन्हें कृतज्ञ श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। इसे मैं अपनी सरकार का सौभाग्य मानता हूं कि उसे आज 26 दिसंबर के दिन को वीर बाल दिवस के तौर पर घोषित करने का मौका मिला। मैं पिता दशमेध गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी और सभी गुरुओं के चरणों में भी भक्ति भाव से प्रणाम करता हूं। मैं मातृशक्ति की प्रतीक माता गुजरी के चरणों में भी अपना शीश झुकाता हूं। साथियों, विश्व का हजारों वर्षों का इतिहास क्रूरता के एक से एक खौफनाक अध्यायों से भरा है। इतिहास से लेकर किंवदंतियों तक हर क्रूर चेहरे के सामने महानायकों और महानायिकाओं के भी एक से एक महान चरित्र रहे हैं। लेकिन ये भी सच है कि चमकौर और सरहिंद के युद्ध में जो कुछ हुआ वो भूतो न भविष्यति था। ये अतीत हजारों वर्ष पुराना नहीं है कि समय के पहियों ने उसकी रेखाओं को धुंधला कर दिया। ये सब कुछ इसी देश की मिट्टी पर केवल 3 सदी पहले हुआ। एक और धार्मिक कट्टरता और उस कट्टरता में अंधी इतनी बड़ी मुगल सल्तनत, दूसरी ओर ज्ञान और तपस्या में तपे हुए हमारे गुरु, भारत के प्राचीन मानवीय मूल्यों को जीने वाली परंपरा, एक और आतंक की पराकाष्ठा, तो दूसरी ओर अध्यात्म का शीर्ष, एक और मजहबी उन्माद, तो दूसरी ओर सब में ईश्वर देखने वाली उदारता। और इस सब के बीच एक और लाखों की फौज और दूसरी ओर अकेले होकर भी निडर खड़े गुरु के वीर साहबजादे। ये वीर साहबजादे किसी धमकी से डरे नहीं, किसी के सामने झुके नहीं। जोरावर सिंह साहब और फतेह सिंह साहब दोनों को दीवार में जिंदा चुनवा दिया गया। एक और नृशंसता ने अपनी सभी सीमाएं तोड़ दी, तो दूसरी ओर धैर्य, शौर्य, पराक्रम के भी सभी प्रतिमान टूट गए। साहिबजादा अजीत सिंह और साहिबजादा जुझार सिंह ने भी बहादुरी की वो मिसाल कायम की जो सदियों को प्रेरणा दे रही है। भाइयों और बहनों, जिस देश की विरासत ऐसी हो, जिसका इतिहास ऐसा हो, उसमें स्वाभाविक रूप से स्वाभिमान और आत्मविश्वास कूट कूट कर भरा होना चाहिए। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से हमें इतिहास के नाम पर वो गढ़े हुए नैरेटिव बताए और पढ़ाए जाते रहे, जिनसे हमारे भीतर हीन भावना पैदा हो। बावजूद इसके हमारे समाज ने, हमारी परंपराओं ने इन गौरव गाथाओं को जीवंत रखा। साथियों, अगर हमें भारत को भविष्य में सफलता के शिखरों तक ले जाना है, तो हमें अतीत के संकुचित नजरियों से भी आजाद होना पड़ेगा। इसलिए आजादी के अमृतकाल में देश ने गुलामी की मानसिकता के मुक्ति का प्रण फूंका है। वीर बाल दिवस देश के उन पंच प्राणों के लिए प्राणवायु की तरह है। साथियों, इतनी कम उम्र में साहबजादों के इस बलिदान में हमारे लिए एक और बड़ा उपदेश छिपा हुआ है। आप उस दौर की कल्पना करिए, औरंगजेब के आतंक के खिलाफ, भारत को बदलने के उसके मंसूबों के खिलाफ गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी पहाड़ की तरह खड़े थे। लेकिन जोरावर सिंह साहब और फतेह सिंह साहब जैसे कम उम्र के बालकों से औरंगजेब और उसकी सल्तनत की क्या दुश्मनी हो सकती थी। दो निर्दोष बालकों को दीवार में जिंदा चुनवाने जैसी दरिंदगी क्यों की गई? वो इसलिए क्योंकि औरंगजेब और उसके लोग गुरु गोविंद सिंह के बच्चों का धर्म तलवार के दम पर बदलना चाहते थे। जिस समाज में, जिस राष्ट्र में उसकी नई पीढ़ी जोर जुल्म के आगे घुटने टेक देती है, उसका आत्मविश्वास और भविष्य अपने आप मर जाता है। लेकिन भारत के वो बेटे, वो वीर बालक मौत से भी नहीं घबराए। वो दीवार में जिंदा चुन गए, लेकिन उन्होंने उन आतताई मंसूबों को हमेशा के लिए दफन कर दिया। यही किसी भी राष्ट्र के समर्थ युवा का सामर्थ्य होता है। युवा अपने साहस से समय की धारा को हमेशा के लिए मोड़ देता है। इसी संकल्प शक्ति के साथ आज भारत की युवा पीढ़ी भी देश को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने के लिए निकल पड़ी है। और इसलिए अब 26 दिसंबर को वीर बाल दिवस की भूमिका और भी अहम हो गई है। साथियों, सिख गुरु परंपरा केवल आस्था और आध्यात्म की परंपरा नहीं है, ये एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के विचार का भी प्रेरणा पुंज है। हमारे पवित्र गुरु ग्रंथ साहब से बड़ा इसका उदाहरण और क्या हो सकता है। इसमें सिख गुरुओं के साथ साथ भारत के अलग अलग कोणों से 15 संतों और 14 रचनाकारों की वाणी समाहित है। इसी तरह आप गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी की जीवन यात्रा को भी देखिए। उनका जन्म पूर्वी भारत में पटना में हुआ। उनका कार्यक्षेत्र उत्तर पश्चिमी भारत के पहाड़ी अंचलों में रहा और उनकी जीवन यात्रा महाराष्ट्र में पूरी हुई। गुरु के पंच प्यारे भी देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों से थे और मुझे तो गर्व है कि पहले पंच प्यारों में एक उस धरती से भी था, द्वारिका से, गुजरात से, जहां मुझे जन्म लेने का सौभाग्य मिला है। व्यक्ति से बड़ा विचार, विचार से बड़ा राष्ट्र, राष्ट्र प्रथम का ये मंत्र गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी का अटल संकल्प था। जब वो बालक थे तो ये प्रश्न आया कि राष्ट्र धर्म की रक्षा के लिए बड़ी बलिदान की जरूरत है। उन्होंने अपने पिता से कहा कि आपसे महान आज कौन है, ये बलिदान आप दीजिए। जब वो पिता बने तो उसी तत्परता से उन्होंने अपने बेटों को भी राष्ट्र धर्म के लिए बलिदान करने में संकोच नहीं किया। जब उनके बेटों का बलिदान हुआ तो उन्होंने अपनी संगत को देखकर कहा, 4 मुए तो क्या हुआ, जीवत कई हजार। अर्थात मेरे 4 बेटे मर गए तो क्या हुआ, संगत के कई हजार साथी, हजारों देशवासी मेरे बेटे ही है। देश प्रथम, नेशन फर्स्ट को सर्वोपरि रखने की ये परंपरा हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा है। इस परंपरा को सशक्त करने की जिम्मेदारी आज हमारे कंधों पर है। साथियों, भारत की भावी पीढ़ी कैसी होगी, ये इस बात पर भी निर्भर करता है वो किससे प्रेरणा ले रही है। भारत की भावी पीढ़ी के लिए प्रेरणा का हर स्रोत इसी धरती पर है। कहा जाता है कि हमारे देश भारत का नाम जिस बालक भारत के नाम पर पड़ा वो सिंहों और दानवों तक संहार करके थकते नहीं थे। हम आज भी धर्म और भक्ति की बात करते हैं तो भक्तराज प्रहलाद को याद करते हैं। हम धैर्य और विवेक की बात करते हैं तो बालक ध्रुव का उदाहरण देते हैं। हम मृत्यु के देवता यमराज को भी अपने तप से प्रभावित कर लेने वाले नचिकेता को भी नमन करते हैं, जिस नेत्री नचिकेता ने बाल्यकाल में यमराज को पूछा था, व्हाट इज डेथ, मृत्यु क्या होता है। हम बाल राम के ज्ञान से लेकर उनके शौर्य तक, वशिष्ठ के आश्रम से लेकर विश्वामित्र के आश्रम तक, उनके जीवन में हम पग पग पर आदर्श देखते हैं। प्रभु राम के बेटे लवकुश की कहानी भी हर मां अपने बच्चों को सुनाती है। श्री कृष्ण भी हमें जब याद आते हैं तो सबसे पहले कान्हा की वो छवि याद आती है जिनकी बंशी में प्रेम के स्वर भी है और वो बड़े बड़े राक्षसों का संहार भी करते हैं। उस पौराणिक युग से लेकर आधुनिक काल तक वीर बालक बालिकाएं भारत की परंपरा का प्रतिबिंब रहे हैं। लेकिन साथियों, आज एक सच्चाई भी मैं देश के सामने दोहराना चाहता हूं। साहबजादों ने इतना बड़ा बलिदान और त्याग किया, अपना जीवन न्यौछावर कर दिया, लेकिन आज की पीढ़ी के बच्चों को पूछेंगे तो उनमें से ज्यादातर को उनके बारे में पता ही नहीं है। दुनिया के किसी देश में ऐसा नहीं होता है कि इतनी बड़ी शौर्य गाथा को इस तरह भुला दिया जाए। मैं आज के इस पावन दिन इस चर्चा में नहीं जाऊंगा कि पहले हमारे यहां क्यों वीर बाल दिवस का विचार तक नहीं आया, लेकिन ये जरूर कहूंगा कि अब नया भारत दशकों पहले हुई एक पुरानी भूल को सुधार रहा है। किसी भी राष्ट्र की पहचान उसके सिद्धांतों, मूल्यों और आदर्शों से होती है। हमने इतिहास में देखा है, जब किसी राष्ट्र के मूल्य बदल जाते हैं तो कुछ ही समय में उसका भविष्य भी बदल जाता है। और ये मूल्य सुरक्षित तब रहते हैं जब वर्तमान पीढ़ी के सामने अपने अतीत के आदर्श स्पष्ट होते हैं। युवा पीढ़ी को आगे बढ़ने के लिए हमेशा रोल मॉडल्स की जरूरत होती है। युवा पीढ़ी को सीखने और प्रेरणा लेने के लिए महान व्यक्तित्व वाले नायक नायिकाओं की जरूरत होती है। और इसलिए ही हम श्री राम के आदर्शों में भी आस्था रखते हैं। हम भगवान गौतम बुद्ध और भगवान महावीर से प्रेरणा पाते हैं। हम गुरु नानक देव जी की वाणी को जीने का प्रयास करते हैं। हम महाराणा प्रताप और छत्रपति वीर शिवाजी महाराज जैसे वीरों के बारे में भी पढ़ते हैं। इसलिए ही हम विभिन्न जयंतियां मनाते हैं। सैकड़ों हजारों वर्ष पुरानी घटनाओं पर भी पर्वों का आयोजन करते हैं। हमारे पूर्वजों ने समाज की जरूरत को समझा था और भारत को एक ऐसे देश के रूप में गढ़ा जिसकी संस्कृति पर्व और मान्यताओं से जुड़ी है। आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए यही जिम्मेदारी हमारी भी है। हमें भी उस चिंतन और चेतना को चिरंतर बनाना है। हमें अपने वैचारिक प्रवाह को अक्षुण्ण रखना है। इसलिए आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में देश स्वाधीनता संग्राम के इतिहास को पुनर्जीवित करने के लिए प्रयास कर रहा है। हमारे स्वाधीनता सेनानियों के, वीरांगनाओं के, आदिवासी समाज के योगदान को जन जन तक पहुंचाने के लिए हम सब काम कर रहे हैं। वीर बाल दिवस जैसी पुण्यतिथि इस दिशा में प्रभावी प्रकाश स्तंभ की भूमिका निभाएगी। साथियों, मुझे खुशी है कि वीर बाल दिवस से नई पीढ़ी को जोड़ने के लिए जो क्विज कंपटीशन हुआ, जो निबंध प्रतियोगिता हुई, उसमें हजारों युवाओं ने हिस्सा लिया है। जम्मू कश्मीर हो, दक्षिण में पुडुचेरी हो, पूर्व में नागालैंड हो, पश्चिम में राजस्थान हो, देश का कोई कोना ऐसा नहीं है जहां के बच्चों ने इस प्रतियोगिता में हिस्सा लेकर के साहबजादों के जीवन के विषय में जानकारी न ली हो, निबंध न लिखा हो। देश के विभिन्न स्कूलों में भी साहबजादों से जुड़ी कई प्रतियोगिताएं हुई है। वो दिन दूर नहीं जब केरला के बच्चों को वीर साहिबजादों के बारे में पता होगा, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बच्चों को वीर साहिबजादों के बारे में पता होगा। साथियों, हमें साथ मिलकर वीर बाल दिवस के संदेश को देश के कोने कोने तक लेकर जाना है। हमारे साहिबजादों का जीवन, उनका जीवनी संदेश देश के हर बच्चे तक पहुंचे, वो उनसे प्रेरणा लेकर देश के लिए समर्पित नागरिक बने। हमें इसके लिए भी प्रयास करने हैं। मुझे विश्वास है हमारे एकजुट प्रयास समर्थ और विकसित भारत के हमारे लक्ष्य को नई ऊर्जा देंगे। मैं फिर एक बार वीर साहिबजादों के चरणों में नमन करते हुए इसी संकल्प के साथ आप सभी का हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का उनके इस प्रेरक संबोधन के लिए प्रधानमंत्री महोदय से हम निवेदन करेंगे अपने पूर्व स्थान पर पहुंचकर साहब।
Saif Ali Khan and Amrita Singh's son Ibrahim Ali Khan is all set to debut as an actor after assisting Karan Johar on his next Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani. He has reportedly been roped in to play an important role in the Hindi remake of Ridhyam. The making rights of the same have been backed by Karan Johar.
അത്രയ്ക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമാണ് എനിക്ക് അവനെ. ചേച്ചി അവൻ മുത്താണ്.
Meanwhile, visuals of Ibrahim partying, going out with friends, or just making red carpet appearances keep surfacing online. Now, Amir Khan and Reena Datta's son Junaid is also among those who will be fulfilling his dreams of becoming an actor with his debut film Maharaja. It is reported that he will be romancing Bunty or Bubbly 2 fame actor Sharvari Wagh in this Siddharth P. Malhotra's film. So it surely will be an interesting year for these kids. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Actor Tunisha ends life, lenses now on the ex-boyfriend. Her co-star and ex Sheezan Khan is in police custody.
What's up, people? Excited?
Very
much.
You wanna kill it? Our first scene together. This will be remembered.
Family crying foul, blaming Sheezan Khan.
उसने टनीशा से ब्रेकअप किया और उसका पहले किसी लड़की के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी, उसके बावजूद भी टनीशा को उसने इन्वॉल्व रखा अपने साथ, 3-4 महीने उसको यूज़ किया।
Sheezan and Tunisha's lunch meeting under scanner. Met for lunch 15 minutes before she ended her life. All probe updates on India Today. Was Tunisha driven to death? Tragedy of Tunisha, top focus on India Today.
Of course, a lot more information coming in on Tunisha's death. India Today right on top of the story. I'm Nabila Jamal. We'll take you through details. The headlines first. Sensational revelations coming in Tunisha's suicide case. probe reveals Tunisha and Sheezan had lunch at 3 p.m. together, 15 minutes before she is said to have hung herself to death. Sheezan claims that he broke up with Tunisha due to religious and age differences. Cops probing if Sheezan wanted Tunisha to convert to Islam. Sensational allegations by Tunisha's mother says Sheezan promised to marry Tunisha, claims Sheezan used Tunisha.
ने टुनीशा को धोखा दिया, उसके साथ पहले रिलेशनशिप बनाया, शादी का वादा करके फिर उसने टुनीशा से ब्रेकअप किया.
Now, war of words between BJP and the Congress over insult to Vajpayee. Kharge's aide, Gaurav Pandhi, deletes a tweet. BJP now says they need a clarification from Rahul Gandhi on it. A big breakthrough in Shraddha's murder probe. Cops access audio of Aftab and Shraddha's argument that nails Shraddha's torture claims. And India on alert as China flyer tests positive in Agra. Center to test people in touch with China returning. Mock drill for emergency COVID response begins. All right, now the probe intensifies in Tunisha's suicide case. More revelations come to fore here. The probe reveals that 15 minutes before Tunisha ended her life, she had lunch with Sheezan inside the makeup room. It was at 3 p.m. that the duo met for lunch. Briefly, 15 minutes later, Tunisha was shockingly found hanging. Now, cops suspect that there could be some foul play that may have happened in those 15 minutes. According to sources, the suspicion emerges from the fact that even after breaking up, Tunisha and Sheezan were happy with one another. They had lunch together. Did they patch up? Was there anything else behind this? On the day Tunisha ended her life, the duo also shot some scenes together for the Alibaba serial. All right, let me quickly cut across to our guests joining us for a little understanding on the pressures that stars usually face within the industry. We have Damini Chopra, an actor herself, Ravira Bharadwaj, an actor too. Ravira, would you want to give us your sense of this case? Tunisha Sharma, a young actor who seemed very happy, hale and hearty right before this alleged suicide bid. Now, she had lunch with her co-star and supposed to be her boyfriend, Sheezan, and then just few minutes later, she was found hanging. So it's very hard for us to believe that this could be anything else but possibly some kind of argument that may have broken out, etc. Or was she depressed? These are, the police, as they investigate the case, are contemplating with different angles. But today, as an actor, how would you look at this?
As a young actor, I know the pressures of the industry, and being on social media, you seem happy all the time, but that's not true. We are under a lot of pressure because we have to look good physically. We need to be mentally strong because this profession does not demand just, physical appearance. It demands a good mental space as well. And I think for Tunisha, she must be in a very, very rough patch, which her followers couldn't see through social media. And a lot of people in this industry don't really care what you're going through. They just want your work to be done. And I guess probably they must have had a very, very harsh argument, or they must be going through a very rough phase. And that argument is, I think, what this has happened. It has led to this thing. But I guess she must be depressed for like 2-3 months, and that's why this thing happened. Otherwise, I don't think so that one argument can drive someone to suicide. It must be a lot of collective pressure on her from industry side of you to work, to look good at the same time, and being mentally very, very depressed because of a relationship or maybe some personal stuff. So I think one has to be very, very mentally stable and sane to work in this industry, because this industry is really high pressured.
You know, you say high-pressured industry, but here clearly at this point we see Tunisha as someone who was in the industry for many years. She started off as a child artist, may have known the real pressures of the industry and has adapted to it quite well. She was quite successful in what she did, had several characters she was playing in different with different production houses. So for her to have succumbed to work pressure is something that may not wash. Damini Chopra, would you reckon with that? Work pressure may not be the reason that, of course, you know, let's make this very clear here. We are not the police. We are not there at the spot. We don't know what's gone behind them. So this is just only to understand the pressures of an actor. Several cases coming to light where young actors have taken their lives. Damini, your take on this. Could work pressure have got to her?
Thank you for having me. Firstly, I'd like to say I completely concur with what Ravira just said. What you see may not actually be the case behind the scenes, because as an actor at whatever level you may be, whether you're on OTT, TV and very famous, just starting out, wherever, the pressures are extremely high. So just because it seems that somebody may be extremely successful, shooting a lot, does not mean that they are not under tremendous pressure, because there are financial pressures, there are pressures of you don't know how long you're going to be on a project. Ours is not a contractual based thing. You could literally be working today and not be on set tomorrow because it's not a very structured industry. So it's very, very likely that even though she did seem extremely successful, she was under some kind of work pressure, which obviously her managers or her team would be in a better position to answer. Was there a love angle? It clearly seems so at the moment, but I do agree with Rivera that there couldn't just have been a love angle. I am certain, or I do feel that she was probably dealing with a lot of pressure, and just because somebody spends a lot of years in the industry does not make it any easier, because the nature of the job is such that you could be highly relevant today and you could be out of the game tomorrow. So somebody who's been working for 20 years could feel the pressure as much as somebody who's just landed 20 days ago and, you know, started shooting.
You know, I would still believe, I would still probably look at it this way. I don't know if you agree with me, but longer that you are in the industry, it really gets to you, because you got to keep up with the pace, you got to keep up with the look, keep up with popularity, feed your fans with something new all the time. And that's highly impossible and over and above us. At one point, it's very difficult to actually conform to the ideas that your fans have of you 24/7. To be someone else apart from who you really are just for the cameras is not an easy task. And growing up, the very defining years of her life, all the way from 10 to 20, she's barely about 20 odd years, where ideally she should have been, you know, a regular childhood versus an actor, is a huge difference. You have a different idea of life altogether. Do you think that could have also added to that pressure, Damini?
I definitely feel so, because I feel for somebody who's really not seen a life outside of this, it's very difficult to understand. For me, I would personally say I went to college. I literally had a life before I started out. So I can differentiate between the two. But yes, like you said, Nabila, if somebody has just grown up here, the pressure can get extremely daunting, because you feel there is no life outside of that. For example, she could probably feel if the show is not getting good ratings, goes off air or something, that's the end of life. She could actually have been thinking so. So it's very, very difficult to know what she was going through, because she literally grew up thinking this is how life works and this is all there is to life.
All right, you know, stay with us. We also have Dipesh Tripathi who's joining us. I'm going to come to your panelists. Dipesh, if you can give us an understanding on so far. All right, Divyesh Singh we have with us. Divyesh, an idea on what the police have found so far and what's the suspicion that they have. A quick 5 pointers on what they found in this case.
Well, Nabila, the police as of now are interrogating Sheezan, and Sheezan in his during interrogation has revealed that he was in a relationship with Tunisha due to the atmosphere going on in the country after the Aftab Shraddha case. After the murder of Shraddha, Aftab's role came out, and after that he decided to call their relationship off, because both belong to different religions, and that is what he says was the reason. As of now, Sheezan hasn't revealed what went on in the 15 minutes between 3 p.m. and 3:15 p.m. when Sheezan and Tunisha had lunch together in the makeup room on the set on 23rd of December, after which Tunisha ended her life. He's yet to reveal what were they speaking about, what was the last communication that they had that triggered Tunisha to take her own life, to hang herself, to commit suicide. So as of now, police are yet to find out the trigger that led Tunisha to take this drastic step of ending her life. Sheezan has been repeating the same things, that both belong to different religions, and that was the reason that he called off the relationship. He's also pointed out that age gap between Tunisha and Sheezan was another reason that he did not want to continue this relationship. Tunisha was depressed because of this, and he had also informed Tunisha's parents regarding the same.
Yeah, so she did have a brief panic attack just a few days before the suicide bid, is what we hear, and that the family members of Tunisha themselves have admitted. And at that point too, she claimed that it was Shehzad who had cheated on her, and that's why she was feeling all anxious. Let me cut across to our panelists. Divesh, stay with us. But, you know, Ravira, if you're in the industry, it's inevitable that you're meeting a lot of people, you're in relationships, in and out of relationships. It's not new. What we hear and see is certainly not new. But this whole talk around Sheezan possibly having multiple relationships, him using her, and eventually that's what's really got into her. Does that wash with you?
You know, in this industry, what happens is, you know, you shoot with someone for 15 days, 20 days constantly. You get to know their habits. You get attached to that person. So infatuations are very, very common in this industry. Having a strong, sturdy relationship is not very easy to have with your co-star, because they're going to shoot with other people as well. So maybe, you know, that guy, he's actually a Muslim also. They are allowed to have 4 marriages. So maybe he must be like this, that I can have 2-3 more relationships, and that girl was probably serious for him, but he was not that serious for her. And this is a problem in the industry as well, because, you know, you just can't have a sturdy relationship, and that can lead to a lot of mental pressure. Like Damini said, we are in work pressure. Yeah, we are constantly unemployed, you know. So having a sturdy relationship makes you feel happy. But if you even can't have that, you feel that your partner is going to cheat on you every time he's outside or he's not with you, that will create a lot of pressure on your mind, especially as a girl, because as girls, we are quite emotional creatures. And if we are involved with someone, we generally tend to be very serious with them. So I guess Tunisha couldn't handle that pressure if he was cheating on her. And it's very, very difficult for a young girl. She was just 22. Handle all these things together, you know, working, because even I did my BTech first, and I entered the industry when I was 20. So I knew how the world works. And I guess that girl was too young to understand the industry when she entered at the age of 10, and now she's no more at the age of 20. Because I guess the life she saw was very different if she would have just been to school, college, and seen normal people around. But she was always surrounded with actors, and actors in general
and you're constantly under the spotlight. There's the spotlight on you all the time. Possibly a moment of distress could really, you know, spike emotions. I'm not saying that could be the reason. It could be a lot more than that. But Bhuvan Ponnanna, who's also an actor himself, quite a popular face in the South. Bhuvan, a very tragic case of this lovely girl, Tunisha Sharma, who's allegedly committed suicide. How would you look at this case as an actor? We believe she was in a relationship with a co-star. They were on the same sets. You know, this is not unheard of, that 2 actors are in a relationship. Now, one takes it well, the other does not possibly. But of course, the co-star has now been arrested on charges of abatement to suicide. But your point of view on an actor's life and the struggles?
Hi, Nabila. First of all, I pray for Tunisha's soul. See, as you said, relationship between co-stars is really, really common, because, you know, there is intimacy. You're meeting the person for a really long time, and you're spending a lot of time together. But, you know, what is alarming today in what I see is how fragile we become mentally. You know, we work out, we're physically very strong and all that. We tell, you know, we claim that, you know, we are really strong, but, you know, how fragile are we mentally? Because if a boy ditches you or a girl ditches you, why would you have to suicide? You know, there's so much of life ahead of you. You could do so many things in the future. You're going to be meeting a lot of people in the future. So I see a lot of kids today I couldn't do well in my exams. I'm going to die. Somebody ditched me. I'm going to die. I didn't earn enough money. I'm going to die. Somebody called me names. I'm going to die. So suicide is not the final solution for everything, because all the achievers, if you look at the biggest of the people who've achieved so much in their lives, these are people who've struggled through their lives with relationships, careers and everything, and one fine day you're blessed with everything. So I think you got to stop taking things too seriously in life. I was reading somewhere in a very important, a very beautiful book which said that life is not meant to be taken so seriously. It's supposed to be taken casually, being happy with each day that passes by. And I think in Tunisha's case, she's really young, yet to see the world, yet to experience people, yet to experience so many things in life, and it's so unfortunate that she's given up so early.
So Bhuvan, from what I gather from you, you're saying that this is the age group itself is very vulnerable because they've grown up in the age of social media. Tunisha, particularly, if I should again reiterate, she was a child artist. She's grown up within the industry, constantly under the spotlight. Now, could that have really led to this, act of suicide, or was this a lot more than that? Was this really a case of abatement? But I'd like to ask Bhuvan on that. There's some talks or people who say that it's the women who take a breakup quite badly. Women are more sensitive. Women can really take extreme steps if they break up with a boy versus a man who really handles it better. Why don't you tell us? You're a man in the industry. Is there any difference between a woman and a man perceiving the relationship emotionally?
See, if you're asking me personally, I don't want to don't want to be speaking about men in general. But if you're asking me personally, I think it's similar both ways, because I myself was in a relationship quite some time back when I was probably 17 or 18, and I was struggling then as well. So when the girl ditched me because her mama told her that oh, he's not going to do anything in his life, he's struggling as of now, you got to be finding somebody who's settled and all that. And I have cried for 24 hours non-stop, and I was trying to get back to this person for almost 4 to 5 years. And then one day I realized that, my life and my career, and there are so many much bigger things than this. There'll be a trillion people who I'll meet. And that took me it took me about 4 years for me to realize that. So I think, both ways, it's hard on us because, in that stage, probably when you're in between 16 to 23, 24-ish, you're pretty fragile. You're believing everything that you're seeing around you. You think that, everything is so flowery and everything is going to work out. And, probably the first 2-3 people you meet in your life, you're making, plans of wedding and children with them, and when you yourself are a child. So I think, I think it's very important for youngsters to not take such things very seriously, because, I was reading, a research which said that, a person meets his mate after six people, 6 men or 6 women or whatever it is. So I think, there's a long life ahead, and you should always train your mind to think that I'm going to be a lot more important.
But when you're growing up in the world of social media, there's already a flawed perception of reality that you have of life. It's very different the way the social media life. First of all, is full of pretense. It's just a facade, and one really struggles to really understand what the truth behind it is. Especially when you have youngsters today growing up in the age of social media, you want your life to be as pretty as what you see on those platforms. So it's very difficult to adapt. Understood very well that this generation is slightly more vulnerable and anxious. But Damini, when the whole talk comes down to the boyfriend cheating on her, or the boy having multiple other relationships and using her, I mean, we're talking in the day and age of dating apps. You have everything at a click of a button. You're able to find multiple partners or go on multiple dates at the same time. You may or may not tell the person that you're seeing someone else, but that's the fact. Could you hold someone against it? Could you accuse someone of cheating, to an extent where this, I mean, unfortunately, the girl was driven to alleged suicide. But the point here is, could you really stop someone for dating multiple people in this day and age of dating apps?
So, Nabila, couple of points here. Firstly, I think commitment depends on the conversation between two people. Yes, you're right. There are people who are in various kinds of arrangements where they are not answerable. I don't know what the particular arrangement between these two people were, but if they were committed to each other, then they should have stuck to it. I don't agree with a few things. I don't think that just because he was Muslim and he's allowed 4 marriages, he probably thought that way. We don't know if he were Hindu or Jewish or Sikh or Christian, if he'd be...
Let me speak for that. Muslim being allowed 4 marriages, there are a lot of clauses. Unfortunately, even the Muslims do not follow that. That's the shame. But there are several clauses to why you can marry 4 times. It's not as easy as you can just marry 4 times if you're a Muslim. Not at all. But unfortunately, it's not followed to the T. What exactly the book says is certainly not what is followed. But yeah, apart from the religious differences or religion being the reason here, you see people in the industry dating multiple people. It's not unheard of.
I want to really clarify this. Every person in the industry, and especially for outsiders, we are as moral or amoral as the next person. We are normal middle-class people who left our homes and decided to just pursue a career that looks glamorous. All the glamour that you see is in front of the camera. There's no glamour behind it when you're shooting or trying to get the job. So a person who's in the industry more or less is as moral or amoral as another same-aged person in aviation or hotels or...
Absolutely. Every industry has their vices, yeah?
So, I mean, him being... what Deepesh said, that, he sort of broke up with her citing religion or age, these are factors he knew beforehand before he started dating her. So if he did have a commitment to give her and then he backed out on these reasons, that is incorrect. Just because he's the particular religion or he's an actor does not justify it. Neither does that give any liberty to anybody to say that just the industry is more amoral. There are very committed relationships in the industry too, and there are very open relationships outside of the industry too. It is particularly this person in question who, if he led her on and then changed his mind or went ahead with somebody else, is to be held accountable for the person that he is. As far as she's concerned, of course, everybody has options, whether or not you're an actor. But maybe this was a relationship that she felt would have worked out. Coming back to Bhuvan, everybody gets perspective in hindsight. If I meet an 8th grader right now, I can tell them that their math exam is probably not the end of the world. But when I was in 8th grade, did I have that perspective? Maybe not. So it's very easy for us to say that, Tunisha was just really young and she had opportunities. Would she have had that perspective at that point, or did we have that perspective when we were in our teens? Maybe not. So I don't think we...
But that's precisely what we're stressing on. That's precisely what we're stressing on, that this is possibly a... All right, we're cutting across to some big breaking news coming in. Asaduddin Owaisi speaking. Let's take a listen.
On October 12, 1968, an agreement was done with the Shahi Idgah Trust, with Sri Krishna Janmasthan, and the Shahi Idgah Trust had done this agreement with the express approval of the with the UP Sunni Waqf Board. It was signed by both the parties in 1968. And that is why I had said that after the Babri Masjid judgment was given by the Honorable Supreme Court, I have said that this will embolden the Hindutva elements and it will open up a can of worms. Unfortunately, I have been proven right. And I'm sure that the Idgah Trust will appeal against this wrong order. And I'm sure that the higher courts will look into it.
Appeal again, you are asking for an appeal in the Supreme Court, or you want to go...
No, I am saying that the lower court order of asking for a survey is a wrong order. Why? Because, number one, it violates the 1991 Places of Religious Worship Act. The Act is very clear. Secondly, the courts have completely overlooked that in this particular issue, on October 12, 1968, Sri Krishna Janmasthan and the Shahi Idgah Trust have entered into an agreement. And the Shahi Idgah Trust, before entering into agreement with Sri Krishna Janmasthan, had the express approval with a letter from the UP Sunni Waqf Board. Thirdly, the legal experts believe that in a civil suit, a survey is done only as a last resort when there are no papers to prove the title. Here everything is there.
लेकिन सर सर्वे करने में प्रॉब्लम क्या है?
नहीं,
अब हर बार सर्वे के अगेंस्ट
बिल्कुल है, बिल्कुल है।
सर्वे करने से डिटेल्स ही पता चलेगी ना, और उसके आगे
नहीं, बिल्कुल है, इसलिए कि वो ऑलरेडी प्रूवन है कि यहाँ पर ईदगाह है, वहाँ पर मंदिर है, और 1968 में अक्टूबर 12, 1968 में शाही ईदगाह ट्रस्ट और श्री कृष्ण जन्मस्थान का एक एग्रीमेंट हुआ, और शाही ईदगाह ट्रस्ट ये जो एग्रीमेंट श्री कृष्ण जन्मस्थान से किया उसका उनको अप्रूवल मिला उत्तर प्रदेश के सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड से। 19 प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट अभी भी है, पार्लियामेंट का कानून है, लॉ है 1991 का, जो ये कह दिया कि 15 अगस्त 1947 को बाबरी मस्जिद को छोड़कर जितने भी प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप हैं, चाहे वो मुसलमान के हो, हिंदुओं के हो, ईसाइयों के हो, सिख के हो, उसको डिस्टर्ब नहीं करेंगे। और आखिरी बात यह है कि लीगल एक्सपर्ट्स ये उनका मानना यह है कि सिविल डिस्प्यूट में अगर कोई सर्वे होता है तो लास्ट रिसोर्ट होता है, आप पहला रिसोर्ट में सर्वे कर रहे हैं आप। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि वहां की ईदगाह ट्रस्ट के लोग इस गलत ऑर्डर के खिलाफ वो अपील करेंगे और कोर्ट उस पर देखेगा।
बीएचपी जिस तरीके से आपके ऊपर बयानबाजी कर रही है और आपको भड़काऊ भाईजान करके नाम दे रही है और इस मुद्दे को लेकर आगे बढ़ रही है, आप क्या?
नहीं, वो लोग तो यही चाहते हैं कि दोबारा मुल्क में विश्व हिंदू परिषद आरएसएस यही चाहती है, जिसमें बीजेपी भी शामिल है, कि दोबारा इस मुल्क में जो 1980s में और 90 में जो मुल्क में जो नफरत की फिजाएं उठी थी वही माहौल देखना चाहते हैं। और ये बड़ी हैरत अंगेज बात है कि बीजेपी सत्ता में है और देश के प्रधानमंत्री विश्व हिंदू परिषद को कंट्रोल नहीं कर रहे हैं। कंट्रोल इसलिए नहीं कर रहे हैं, या तो फिर वो उनकी नहीं सुनते, या फिर प्रधानमंत्री खुद खामोश बैठे हैं कि चलो तुम लोग पुकारते रहो।
तो कोविड में कुछ नहीं बताया?
कुछ नहीं उसमें, कुछ है ही नहीं ना, कुछ है ही नहीं कोविड में, कुछ नहीं। क्या है जिना, मैं क्या बोलूं जिना पे, क्या बोलूं प्रसाद साहब, जिना पे क्या है, कुछ है? उन्हें मुझको तो मेरे लेवल लेके मैं बेकार होने चाहिए।
All right, a UP court ordering for a survey done of the Shahi Eidgah Masjid Maidan, that entire area which had gone into, in fact, accusing that Aurangzeb had built this Maidan, this Eidgah itself, on the 13.37 acre land that was Shri Krishna's birthplace. Hindu Sena has appealed to court asking for a survey, and the survey has been ordered, to which OAC says the order itself is wrong and it's in violation of the Places of Worship Act. India Today on top of the story. For now, it's a short break. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Dipali Patel. Now, the demise of actor Tunisha Sharma left the TV fraternity in shock. Big revelations continue to the fore in Tunisha Sharma's suicide case. Tunisha's family has pinned the blame on her co-star and ex-boyfriend Sheezan Khan, saying he cheated on her after promising to marry her. This even as Sheezan, who is in police custody, confirmed he was in a relationship with Tunisha but broke up due to age gap and religious differences. He also added that she was suicidal in the past as well and that he had saved her. Tunisha's mother, on the other hand, has alleged that Sheezan promised her daughter that he would marry her. She further alleged that the actor used to mentally harass her daughter. Remember, the FIR states that Tunisha went into depression after the breakup, which happened after.
मैं सबको आप सब मीडिया वालों को ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि शीज़ान ने तुनिशा को धोखा दिया, उसके साथ पहले रिलेशनशिप बनाया, शादी का वादा करके फिर उसने तुनिशा से ब्रेकअप किया और उसका पहले किसी लड़की के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी। उसके बावजूद भी तुनिशा को उसने इन्वॉल्व रखा अपने साथ, 3-4 महीने उसको यूज़ किया। बस मैं इतना कहना चाह रही हूँ कि इसको सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए, शीज़ान को नहीं छोड़ना। मेरा बच्चा गया है, बस बाकी मीडिया बहुत कोऑपरेट कर रही है। मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया करती हूँ मीडिया का।
Tunisha Sharma's uncle, Pawan Sharma, while speaking to India Today, revealed the actress was hospitalized 10 days before her death due to anxiety attack. He added at the hospital, Tunisha revealed that she was wronged and cheated. Listen in.
She was in stress from so many days. वो बहुत दिनों से परेशान थी
जी,
और उसने बोला भी था कि मेरे साथ चीट हुआ है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है। वो बता नहीं पा रही थी कि क्या गलत हुआ है। फिर उसने ये 2 लाइन कही कि मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है, उसने मेरे साथ चीट किया है। उसके लाइफ में और भी लड़कियां हैं और वो इसके साथ भी पिछले 3 महीने से था। उसी समय उसको स्ट्रेस की वजह से अटैक आया था। स्ट्रेस की वजह से वो ऑलमोस्ट बेहोश हो गई थी, तो शूटिंग वाले उसको लेकर गए हॉस्पिटल। फिर हम वहां पहुंचे, तभी उसने बताया कि मेरे साथ चीटिंग हुई है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है। इसके अलावा और कुछ बोल नहीं पा रही थी वो। ये शी वॉज वेरी वेरी प्रोफेशनल। वो अपने काम वो एक शूटिंग वो एक टीवी शो में लीड रोल प्ले कर रही थी, तो वो नहीं चाहती कि नहीं चाहती थी कि उसकी वजह से किसी का एक दिन का भी नुकसान हो। उसने और भी जितने भी काम किए हैं, जो भी फिल्म्स किए हैं, चाहे वो दबंग 3 हो, चाहे कोई भी, जो भी सारे काम किए, तो सब जगह वो सारे डायरेक्टर्स उसकी तारीफ करते थे कि शी इज वेरी वेरी प्रोफेशनल। 1 मिनट वो शूटिंग शुरू होने से जो उसका टाइम होता था वो पहले पहुंचती थी, और इसलिए वो सेट पे जा रही थी। सिर्फ 1 दिन का उसने ब्रेक लिया था, अगले दिन से उसने शूट प्रॉपर कर रही थी वो। हमें तो बॉडी सीधा मिली है हॉस्पिटल में। उससे पहले क्या हुआ, दोनों ने साथ में खाना खाया, दोनों हंस के बातें कर रहे थे। उसके बाद तुनिशा कब अपने मेकअप रूम में अकेली गई, फिर क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ, कुछ नहीं पता। और उसके मेकअप रूम में वो क्या कर रही थी, अगर वो बोल रहा है कि ब्रेकअप हो गया था, तो फिर उसके मेकअप रूम में वो अकेली क्या कर रही थी, क्यों गई थी, तो वो ही बता सकता है। तुनिशा की मम्मी मिली थी, उन्होंने उसको समझाया भी था कि ऐसा मत करो, तुम अलग धर्म के हो, ये अलग धर्म की है, तो भी तुम्हें इतना आगे रिलेशन को नहीं बढ़ाना चाहिए था। वो तुम्हें पहले से पता है कि तुम्हारी लाइफ में और भी लोग हैं, तो क्यों एक 20 साल की लड़की जो तुमसे 10 साल छोटी भी है, क्यों इतना आगे बढ़ाया।
Tunisha's co-stars have spoken on her tragic death. They have all confirmed that she was in a relationship with Sheezan. Listen in to some of those reactions.
On the set, they were they were very close to each other, because obviously they were playing against each other. They were hero and heroine of the show, or they were both of them were young. Both of them are young, and this is not a new thing कि जब दो young लोग आपस में काम कर रहे हैं, और when they are opposite each other, and they are the lead pair of the show. So this is not a new thing if they develop into a liking for each other or a relationship with each other. So they were very friendly with each other. I never saw them, fighting or yelling or shouting at each other on the set. They were very cordial with each other on the set, and they used to pull off their scenes beautifully. You can see the chemistry, you can see everything, and I think they were very good with each other in very good terms. As far as I could see it.
Actually, I wasn't on set. I was I was not shooting that day. First of all, so I didn't know what exactly happened. And second, that both are my colleagues, and I have worked very closely with them. So it's very heartbreaking for me as well. I'm also processing what all is going on right now. So whatever has happened or what is the case will come out in future, I guess, by the law. That is all I can say. I have nothing, any other detail which I can share with you.
Would you be able to tell us a little more about Tunisha? What more do we know of her
She was a very she was a very lovely person, on set, like you said, like what you saw. And obviously we were colleagues. We worked from past 6 months, and it was very a warm, kind relationship. With all of us, we all actors. Whenever we go on set, we meet during our scenes, and then we come back to home. So nobody expects that this will happen, and it's very heartbreaking just to know that it's very unfortunate.
Tunisha and Sheezan reportedly broke up over religious differences. Police now suspect that Sheezan could have been forcing Tunisha to convert to Islam as a precondition to marry her. While Tunisha's family has revealed that Sheezan had promised to marry her, cops are probing if religion angle and differences claimed by Sheezan is a bid to shield self. The cops are also probing if Sheezan was adamant on converting to Tunisha during their last lunch, after which Tunisha had hanged herself with a crepe bandage. BJP netas in Maharashtra called for probe into possible love jihad angle in the suicide of young actor. Maharashtra Minister Girish Mahajan claimed that Tunisha's death was a fallout of love jihad, and such cases are increasing. He also added that Maharashtra government is also planning to bring strict laws against love jihad.
अभी बात सामने ये है कि तनिष्का शर्मा की जो मौत है वो लव जिहाद का ही एक मसला है। मुझे लगता है इसकी पूरी जांच होनी चाहिए। पर दिन हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि ये इससे जो मामले हैं वो बढ़ रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है इसीलिए इसके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कानून लाना चाहिए और हम उसके ऊपर विचार कर रहे हैं।
The death of Tunisha Sharma has shocked fans across the country. Tunisha has made a mark on both the television and film industry, starring in popular projects such as Chakravarti, Ashoka and The Bunk 3, among others. Let's take a look at her professional journey.
Tunisha Sharma was born on 4th January 2002 in Chandigarh and completed her education from Chandigarh University. She always had a passion for working in the films since childhood and wanted to pursue a career in this field. Tunisha went on to make a name for herself in both films and on television. making her acting debut in 2015 with Bharat ke Veer Putra Maharana Pratap as Chand Kanwar. She also went on to star in popular television shows as Rajkumari Ahankara in Chakravartin Ashoka.
नींद के दुश्मन दिन भर
Bubbly in Ishq Subhan Allah.
खुराफाती दिमाग ये बच्चे हैं आफत, लेकिन ज़ारा के सामने दिखाते हैं शराफत। ज़ारा से पूरा होता है परिवार, बिना किसी रिश्ते के क्या कबीर और ज़ारा रह पाएंगे एक साथ?
And Adya Verma in Internet Wala Love with Shivin Narang.
से हो डाउनलोड यहाँ प्यार, पर सबको प्यार का ये अंदाज नहीं भाता। आज भी कल का खूबसूरत तरीका ही राह से आता। तो इस जमाने में
The duo was supposed to collaborate for a music video that was scheduled to be filmed on 25th December. Tunisha made her Bollywood debut with Fitoor and essayed the role of young Firdaus and later playing young Diya in Baar Baar Dekho. In both the films, she played Katrina Kaif's younger version. Tunisha was seen in Dabangg 3 and she also essayed the role of Vidya Balan's daughter Mini in the film Kahani 2.
इंसान का दिल ही नहीं, उनकी रूह कांप उठती थी।
She last appeared as Princess Mariam in television series titled Ali Baba Dastan-e-Kabul, which aired on Sony Sub.
सारी दुनिया देखी।
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
From Sushant Singh Rajput to Kaushal Punjabi, several TV actors have succumbed to financial and emotional pressures of the showbiz world, which led to their early demise.
As glamorous as showbiz might look, the sudden demise of these popular television celebrities shows it is not always hunky-dory. Tunisha Sharma's death has sent shockwaves across the country. And as the investigation is on, from late actor Sushant Singh Rajput to Pratyusha Banerjee, here are a few actors who allegedly died by suicide. Sushant Singh Rajput, who starred in several commercially successful films such as MS Dhoni, The Untold Story, Kedarnath and Chichore, was found hanging on 14th June 2020 at his residence in Mumbai. Sushant started his journey with daily soaps including Kis Desh Mein Hai Mera Dil and rose to fame with Ekta Kapoor's Pavitra Rishta opposite Ankita Lokhande. The actor's last film Dil Bechara had released posthumously on Disney Plus Hotstar.
मेरा नाम किसी बासु है। क्यों है मत पूछो। मुझे कैंसर है। एक था राजा, एक थी रानी। दोनों मर गए, खत्म कहानी।
His death wasn't natural and hence led to massive protests. Conspiracy theories and blame games pointing mostly toward his then girlfriend and actor Riya Chakrabarti. Sasural Simar Ka fame Vaishali Thakkar's death also came as a shocker. The actress had been living at her Indore residence where she was found hanging on 15th October 2022. Post her death, a suicide note was also recovered in which the late actress had blamed Rahul Navlani for destroying her life in the 5-page long note. Kahani Ghar Ghar Ki fame actor Sameer Sharma is also one of the names who bid adieu to the world a little too soon. The actor was only 44 when he was found hanging at his Mumbai residence on 4th August 2020. He had featured in several popular shows on television including Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, Left Right Left, Geet Hui Sabse Parai. Sameer's social media posts hinted at his suffering from depression, which could have led him to take that extreme step.
3 o'clock. So ladies kept coming and asking me, are you ready? Are you ready? I said, yeah, of course I'm ready. I'm ready since what? And so they called me to set, nothing would happen, I'll come back. So they came to call me, so I went back and...
Kushal Punjabi was also among the TV actors who died under the same circumstances on 26th December 2019. According to police report, actor died by suicide at the age of 36. It was claimed he was suffering from depression. A suicide note was discovered which reportedly left his belongings to his parents and his son. Kushal began his career in the entertainment industry as early as 1995, but gained fame with Dekho Magar Pyar Se, Kabhi Haan Kabhi Na. He also participated in Fear Factor, a celebrity reality show. Kushal was also part of several films including Farhan Akhtar's Lakshya, Salame-Ishq, Dhan Dana Dhan Gol, and A Gentleman, among others. Sejal Sharma rose to fame with her television show Dil To Happy Hai. On January 25, 2020, the actress was found dead at her Mumbai residence. Police recovered a suicide note in which the actress stated that she was taking this extreme step for personal reasons and that no one should be held responsible for her death. Asif Basra had also died by suicide allegedly and was found hanging on 12th November 2020 in Dharamshala. The actor had worked in numerous films and television serials but was internationally known for his role in Outsourced. He was also seen in films like Black Friday and Jab We Met.
आपका पानी चोर नहीं है हम बहुत बुरा हुआ
क्या बात है भैया क्या हुआ
ट्रेन छूट गई बेचारी की
अरे रे 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 रे
सुबह तक कोई भी ट्रेन नहीं है
दत तेरी की अकेली है क्या
हाँ
अब क्या करेंगी ये
वही तो तुम तो जानते हो ना अकेली लड़की खुली हुई तिजोरी की जैसी होती है
सुनो तुम नाटक मत करो समझे चलो फुटो यहाँ से
अरे हम कोई बम है जो फूट जाएंगे
Asif was part of Amazon Prime's popular series Patal Lok and The Family Man Season 2, which aired posthumously. Pratyusha Banerjee, popular for her role as Anandi in Balika Vadhu, breathed her last on 1st April 2016. She was only 24 years old at the time of her death. The actress allegedly died by suicide at her Goregaon residence and was rushed to a hospital in Andheri by her then-boyfriend Rahul Raj Singh, where she was declared brought dead. The reason behind her death was linked with the turmoil in her love life. While television industry saw a long list of deaths, cinema also has seen losses in sudden demise of Guru Dutt, Silk Smitha, Jia Khan, Parveen Bobby, who also died by suicide. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It's time for a very short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned to India Today.
Women
in Afghanistan continue to face consequences of Taliban taking over Afghanistan. Taliban leadership in a recent turn of events announced a ban on women students in university. The ban is an extension of Taliban's restrictions against women education, as girls have already been barred from senior secondary schools. The move prompted a series of protests in Kabul. Dozens of women were seen marching on a street in western Kabul.
My classmates informed me about us being banned from universities. I cried a lot. I had all of my study materials but could not study. All of us were awake until morning and we did not sleep at all. When the sun rose, we thought that there is no life for women in Afghanistan anymore, since they have closed all the routes towards the success for women. We have an unknown future under this government. It's like all our hopes have been buried and there is no hope anymore. But I think if we struggle, inshallah, it may have some positive results.
West have constantly demanded Taliban to improve female education if they wish to be formally recognized as Afghanistan's government, but the fresh move is likely to threaten Taliban's administration's efforts to gain international recognition and to get rid of sanctions that are severely hampering their economy.
Now, the Indian film industry celebrated Christmas with much fervour, from Alia Bhatt to Kareena Kapoor Khan and Katrina Kaif. Let's have a look at how celebs celebrated their special day.
Christmas parties are quite popular in the tinsel town. And like every year, Kapoor's bash are always the most lavish one. Yes, keeping up with their annual tradition, this year too, the Kapoors gathered for lunch to celebrate Christmas together at Shashi Kapoor's house. New parents, Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt too, arrived looking dashing in their stylish attires. Ranbir was seen in a black t-shirt paired with denim jeans and a mustard blazer. Alia, on the other hand, exuded a post-pregnancy glow in a floral wraparound dress. While this was Alia's first Christmas lunch with the Kapoors post her marriage, she had been attending these get-togethers before as well. Neetu Kapoor, Randhir Kapoor, Karishma Kapoor and Shweta Bachchan Nanda too arrived for the lunch. Meanwhile, Agastya, Navya and Suhana were also pabbed as they made their way into Kapoor residence. On the eve of Christmas, Alia and Ranbir spent time with their families at home. Decked up in stylish outfits, the duo posed with Neetu Kapoor, Soni Razdan, Shaheen Bhatt, Pooja Bhatt and Ayan Mukherjee. While Kapoors had their lavish get-together, other B-Town celebrities too shared glimpses of their day on social media. Kareena Kapoor Khan, who missed this year's lunch, had the best Christmas as she shared this video in which husband and actor Saif Ali Khan can be seen playing a guitar like a pro. She captioned the post, as the best way to Christmas is with my love playing the guitar and having my babies and best friends around. Love, light and music to all. Merry Christmas everyone. Shah Rukh Khan, on the other hand, spent the day designing goodies with his youngest son, Abram. He also conducted Ask Me Anything session for his fans, which was no short of a treat for his fans. This, by the way, SRK's second Ask Me Anything this month, and the actor is known for his witty replies. This time, it was no different. What's more, Deepika and Ranveer celebrated the Christmas away from Mumbai as they visited their recently bought Alibag bungalow. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan spent the day with Aradhya and shared this picture from their intimate celebration. Preeti Zinta too gave a glimpse of her Christmas decoration and fans loved it. Even Vijay Deverakonda took to social media to share this picture as he celebrated Christmas with his parents. New parents Nayantara and Vignesh Shivan too celebrated the spirit of the holiday with their twins, Uyir and Ulagam. Chiranjeevi, Rashmika and Mohanlal are among the other celebs who cherished the festival of joy. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Well, that's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Actor Tunisha ends life. Lenses now on the ex-boyfriend. Her co-star and ex Sheezan Khan is in police custody.
What's up, people? Excited? Very much.
You wanna kill it? Our first scene together. This will be remembered.
Family crying foul, blaming Sheezan Khan.
उसने टुनीशा से ब्रेकअप किया और उसका पहले किसी लड़की के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी, उसके बावजूद भी टुनीशा को उसने इन्वॉल्व रखा अपने साथ, 3-4 महीने उसको यूज़ किया।
Sheezan and Tunisha's lunch meeting under scanner. Met for lunch 15 minutes before she ended her life. All probe updates on India Today. Was Tunisha driven to death? Tragedy of Tunisha, top focus on India Today. Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. This is a special telecast on the tragic, terrible death of Tunisha, and we are trying to get as many voices as possible who can add on to what could have happened minutes before that tragic death. Let's begin first with the headlines. Sensational revelations are now emerging in this case. Investigation reveals that Tunisha and Sheezan even had a lunch at about 3 p.m. together, just 15 minutes before she took that extreme step. Sheezan Khan now claims to the investigators that he decided to break up with the young woman due to religious and age differences. Cops are probing if there was any conversion angle of religion involved in this. But the sensational charges are coming from Tunisha's mother, says that Sheezan had promised to marry her and is now claiming that he used and cheated on her.
कि शीज़ान ने टुनीशा को धोखा दिया, उसके साथ पहले रिलेशनशिप बनाया, शादी का वादा करके फिर उसने टुनीशा से ब्रेकअप किया.
It's a war of words between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress over the insult to Atal Vajpayee. Khadge aide Gaurav Pandhi has now deleted the tweet, but the BJP says need a full clarification from Rahul Gandhi. In big news coming in, another big arrest in the ICICI loan case. CBI has arrested Videocon owner Venugopal Dhut in the loan fraud case. It's also a big breakthrough in the Shraddha Walkar murder investigation. Cops have accessed audio of Aftab and Shraddha's argument that nailed Shraddha's torture claim. Big news coming in the ICICI case. Chanda Kochar, Deepak Kochar and Venugopal Dhut have been brought to Mumbai CBI court, and another big arrest has taken place in this case. This is Videocon CEO has been taken into arrest by the Central Bureau of Investigation after Chanda and Deepak Kochar's arrest. Just about a few hours ago, CBI has taken into arrest Videocon CEO Venugopal Dhut also. This is the big news coming on your screens right now with regard to the ICICI loan case. Let's quickly go across to Divyesh Singh for the latest on that. Divyesh, just give us a little background about the arrest that has taken place of Venugopal Dhut. Why has that also been found necessary by the CBI apart from Chanda and Deepak Kochar?
Pooja, I would like to break up this whole case in 5 points. So starting 2009, Videocon Industries had made 28 requests for loans from ICICI Bank, out of which 8 requests were sanctioned, and 4 of these requests, the loan sanction committee was headed by Chanda Kochar, who was then the CEO. On 7th of September 2009, a loan of 300 crores is sanctioned to Videocon Industries. On 8th of September 2009, 64 crores out of this 300 crores is transferred to New Power Renewables Private Limited, which is a company run by Deepak Kochar. After that, till 2017, loans worth 1730 crores are evergreened on continuous basis despite Videocon Industries not paying the amount that was required by them to pay to the ICICI Bank for the loans that they had taken from the ICICI Bank. In 2016, a flat in South Mumbai CCI Chambers worth 5.5 crores is transferred to Quality Advisors, a trust owned by Deepak Kochar, only for rupees 11 lakhs. So this is the gist of the case wherein Chanda Kochar, Deepak Kochar and Venugopal Dhut have been arrested. This is a clear case according to CBI as a quid pro quo where ICICI Bank during the tenure of Chanda Kochar sanctioned loans to Videocon Industries, and 64 crores and a flat worth 64 crores were taken from Venugopal Dhoot for the loans sanctioned by the ICICI Bank. Here Chanda Kochar used her position to sanction loans to Videocon and illegally took quid pro quo, or illegally took 64 crores for her husband's company and a South Mumbai flat located in CCI Chambers worth 5.5 crores. Pooja?
What happens now? Both of them will be produced before the court. What is the procedure now? How is the CBI going to ensure that they will need more custody, because they'll also have to make a watertight case? These are big names. Chanda Kochar, Deepak Kochar in their own right, and so is the Videocon CEO Venugopal Dhoot. So it will be for the investigators now to ensure that they can keep this case together.
CBI is armed with a lot of evidence in this case, and all this evidence that has been collected is through forensic analysis that has been done by the Central Bureau of Investigation and also by the Enforcement Directorate. Enforcement Directorate had arrested Deepak Kochar in the year 2020, after which a charge sheet also was filed. Venugopal Dhoot was questioned, Chanda Kochar was questioned then by the Enforcement Directorate. CBI registered the case in 2019, but they've now begun investigation. They'd been carrying out investigation. Forensic analysis was carried out, and they had collected all the documents from Enforcement Directorate, and on basis of these evidences that they have collected, they further arrested Chanda Kochar and Deepak Kochar on 23rd of December, and this morning they've arrested Venugopal Dhoot, who are now present in the CBI court Mumbai. CBI will be seeking further custody of Chanda Kochar, Deepak Kochar, and Venugopal Dhoot's custody will also be sought, because end of the day this is public money which was given as loans to Venugopal Dhoot's Videocon Industries. Despite it being a sick unit, it not being able to pay off these loans were issued, and Chanda Kochar, Deepak Kochar took quid pro quo, took illegal gratification from Videocon Industries in terms of the money invested in new power renewables and in terms of the 5.5 crore worth flats that they had taken from Videocon Industries.
Divyesh, for the sort of details that you're also giving us and that are emerging in this mega ICICI loan case, this had shocked many when the revelations had started to come. Remember, Chanda Kochar was a very big name and was hailed for so many years, and this clearly a downfall. But now the CBI will have to ensure after the arrest they have this watertight case against them in this case. As investigation is now intensifying in Tunisha's suicide case, more revelations are coming to the fore. More people are also starting to speak up. The investigation has now revealed that just 15 minutes before she took that extreme step, Tunisha had a lunch with Sheezan Khan, who's now has been taken into arrest, and this was in the makeup room where they had that lunch, where she was also later found dead. It was at about 3 p.m. that the duo met for lunch. 15 minutes later, she's found hanging by the crew members when they did not find her return to the set. Cops are suspecting there could be a foul play, and if there is in the first 15 minutes, that's what the investigations are looking at. Now, according to our sources, the suspicion emerged from the fact that even after breaking up, why was there this lunch that was being taken together if they were not on good terms? On the day Tunisha ended her life, the duo also shot scenes together on the same set for the Alibaba show that they were both starring in. Let me first get a quick update from my colleague Dipesh Tripathi on the latest. Dipesh, Sheezan has been already produced in the court. How is the investigation proceeding? What has he informed the police right now? What are the details that are emerging in this case? Because there are questions about what led to that sudden extreme step.
Yes, definitely. Police is questioning from Sheezan since yesterday, and he is responding to the questions of the police as said by police sources. Here, the main question of the police was why he broke up with Tunisha, to which he given the reply of religion and his age. Because of his age different and because of they are from different religion, he broke up with Tunisha. And also the situation is going on after Shraddha Walkar murder from last 1 month in the country. Due to that also he broke up with Alisha, as he said, as he got scared because of being of a different religion. And most importantly, now the police is verifying the statement given by the Sheezan, and they will verify whether Sheezan is speaking truth or he is just
keep tracking the latest, because there will be a chain trail that needs to be put together. Just so many questions being asked, but there are people also, and Dipesh, I'll come to in some time from now. People are starting to speak up. The ones who've known Tunisha, who've known Sheezan, and who worked on that serial. Joining me now is Sunair Vadera. He is a co-actor of Tunisha and he's worked with her on that serial. Sunair, thank you for joining us, and I just quickly want to read out for our viewers an Instagram post that you have also put, and if I read it, and you've shared a very heartwarming picture with her, and you've said, "सोचा नहीं था कभी कि तुम ऐसे छोड़कर चली जाओगी, क्यों बेटा क्यों किया ऐसा?" With, of course, it's a heartbreaking moment, but it also reminds us that she was a very young girl. 20 साल की ही थी. आप कितना जानते थे तुनिशा को? आप उन्हीं के साथ इस सीरियल में आपने काम भी किया था.
जी, मेरा और तुनिशा का रिश्ता मतलब ऐसा था कि वो मुझे एकदम बड़े भाई जैसा मानती थी, क्योंकि एक तो पंजाबी वाला कनेक्शन था हमारा कि वो भी पंजाबी मैं भी पंजाबी, तो मुझे वीर जी पाजी ऐसा करके बात करती थी और मैं हमेशा उसको पुत्र जी या बेटा करके बात करता था. मेरे मोस्टली सीन जो है तुनिशा के साथ होते थे, क्योंकि मैं नेगेटिव कैरेक्टर प्ले कर रहा था और तुनिशा हीरोइन थी, तो मेरा ये था कि मैं उसको पकड़ रहा हूँ, मार रहा हूँ. कभी फाइट सीक्वेंस होते थे हमारे. तो इतनी स्ट्रॉन्ग लड़की, इतना पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड उसका कि हमेशा एकदम जोश से भरे रहना कि काम करना है, बढ़िया करना है. बट वो अगर ये सब कर रही है तो मैंने सोचा नहीं था
दिनों में या उस दिन क्या आप मिल पाए थे तुनिशा से? कि आपको उस दिन मिले, उससे कुछ दिन पहले आपको लगा उनके मूड में कुछ बदलाव है?
नहीं, एक्चुअली क्या हुआ था, मेरा 2 महीने पहले मेरा ट्रैक खत्म हो चुका था, तो मेरा जाना कभी हुआ नहीं है वापस से.
उस वक्त आपको लगा सब ठीक लग रहा था उनके बिहेवियर में?
हाँ, सब ठीक था. सब मतलब शीजान भी और तुनिशा भी दोनों इतने अच्छे तरीके से मुझसे मिलते थे. शीजान का भी बिहेवियर बहुत अच्छा था, हमेशा भाईजान करके बात करता था, बहुत रिस्पेक्ट करता था, क्योंकि देखा जाए तो इंडस्ट्री में मैं सीनियर हूँ उससे, तो बहुत अच्छे से, बहुत रिस्पेक्ट से बात करता. और ये दोनों भी जब मिलते थे, दोनों की ट्यूनिंग बहुत अच्छी थी, दोनों की केमिस्ट्री बहुत अच्छी थी, जो स्क्रीन पे भी दिखती थी.
क्या उस वक्त आपको पता था सुनील, जिस तरह से आप बात आ रही है कि दे वर इन अ रिलेशनशिप टुगेदर, दे वर डेटिंग, ऐसा कुछ ऑन सेट पे कभी आपको पता चला, बात हुई?
देख, मुझे ये पता था कि दोनों की दोस्ती बहुत अच्छी है, क्योंकि मेरा शीजान के साथ वैसा कभी वास्ता हुआ नहीं है, क्योंकि ना कभी मेरे सीन होते थे उसके साथ, ना कभी बहुत ज्यादा मिलना होता था. कभी होता था कि मैं रेडी होके सेट पे जा रहा हूँ और वो अपने दूसरे सीन करके आ रहा है, तो हेलो हाय होता था हमेशा, अच्छे से, बहुत अच्छे से मिलते थे. ये पता था कि दोनों की दोस्ती बहुत अच्छी है. जो उस टाइम जैसे नया शो शुरू हुआ था तो सबकी दोस्ती होती है. अभी लीड जो होते हैं वो मोस्टली ज्यादा टाइम साथ में रहते हैं, क्योंकि उन दोनों के सीन ज्यादा रहते हैं हमेशा से. आप ये मान लो कि 12 घंटे में से 10 घंटे वो एक दूसरे के साथ ही रहते हैं, तो वो एक ट्यूनिंग बैठ जाती है, एक नेचर मिलता है, दोस्ती हो जाती है. तो वही था, वो दोस्ती दिखती थी दोनों की.
कब ये शो आपका शुरू हुआ अली बाबा? कब आप जुड़े? क्या तुनिशा और शीजान पहले से ही थे, या तुनिशा पहले आई, शीजान बाद में आए? ऐसा कुछ आपने देखा एक तरह से जब बॉन्डिंग स्टार्ट हुई, और इतना क्लोजली आप हमें जानते थे तुनिशा को, तो कुछ और थोड़ा हमें बताएं तुनिशा के बारे में.
मैंने थोड़ा सा लेट ज्वाइन किया था, बिकॉज जब मैंने ज्वाइन किया था तो ये लोग पहले लद्दाख गए हुए थे शूट करने के लिए, तो वहां से जब ये लोग वापस आए तब मैंने ज्वाइन किया था. और तुनिशा को मैं जब भी मिला हूँ, जितनी बार भी मिला हूँ, वो हर बार ऐसे बड़े अच्छे से आके वीर जी पाजी ऐसे करके आके गले मिलती थी. हमेशा उसके चेहरे पे स्माइल रहती थी, पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड हमेशा. मेरे सीन उसके साथ ऐसे होते थे कि मैं विलन हूँ तो उसको बालों से पकड़ के मार रहा हूँ, दीवार में टकरा रहा है उसका सर, तो मैं हमेशा बाद में उसको सॉरी भी बोलता था कि बेटा लगी तो नहीं, तो वो बोलती थी नहीं कोई बात नहीं पाजी, सीन अच्छा होना चाहिए. तो इस तरीके की अगर लड़की ऐसा कुछ स्टेप उठाती है तो बहुत शॉकिंग है वो. तो समझ में नहीं आया मुझे कि इतनी स्ट्रॉन्ग लड़की.
सुनील, जब इनकी डेथ हो गई, क्या आपको किसी ने वहाँ सेट से आपको कहीं पता चला? क्योंकि आप बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात कह रहे हैं, आप कह रहे हैं इतनी समझदार लड़की, वायलेंट सीन भी करती है फिर भी समझती है प्रोफेशनल बाउंड्री, तो वो लड़की क्यों इतना टेंशन में थी कि उसने ऐसा स्टेप ले लिया?
वही ना, क्योंकि हमें देखो हम जो कैरेक्टर आर्टिस्ट होते हैं ना, हमें थोड़ा सा डर लगा रहता है कि हीरोइन के साथ या हीरो के साथ जब हम सीन करते हैं ऐसा फाइट सीक्वेंस वाला, तो उनको कुछ ज्यादा लग ना जाए। वो हो भी जाता है कभी कभी, तो हमें डर लगा रहता है कि सामने वाला कैसे बिहेव करेगा। बट तुनिशा का हमेशा ये रहा है कि कोई बात नहीं पाजी, टेंशन मत लो, लगती है तो लगने दो, सीन अच्छा होना चाहिए। तो उसके बिहेवियर से कभी लगा ही नहीं कि ये इतनी ज्यादा डिप्रेस होगी, इतना ज्यादा इसको टेंशन होगा। और जैसे मैंने पहले भी बोला कि 2 महीने पहले मैंने शो छोड़ दिया था, क्योंकि मेरा कैरेक्टर
जी। सुनीर, हमारे साथ बने रहे, बिकॉज व्हाट यू आर टेलिंग अस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. वी वांट टू आल्सो अंडरस्टैंड द सॉर्ट ऑफ दिस यंग वुमन वाज. Many are trying to just brush it away, saying she was too young, but maybe she was not. Maybe she was very professionally in tune and in hold of herself as well. But her mother has spoken up. Imagine she's lost her child. Vanita Sharma has made some very strong allegations also. Let's just listen in. Sunir, हमारे साथ बने रहे. I just want viewers to listen into what the mother has said.
मैं सबको, आप सब मीडिया वालों को ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि शीज़ान ने टुनीशा को धोखा दिया, उसके साथ पहले रिलेशनशिप बनाया, शादी का वादा करके फिर उसने टुनीशा से ब्रेकअप किया और उसका पहले किसी लड़की के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी। उसके बावजूद भी टुनीशा को उसने इन्वॉल्व रखा अपने साथ, 3-4 महीने उसको यूज़ किया। बस मैं इतना कहना चाह रही हूँ कि इसको सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए, शीज़ान को नहीं छोड़ना। मेरा बच्चा गया है, बस बाकी मीडिया बहुत कोऑपरेट कर रही है। मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया करती हूँ मीडिया का।
Sunir Vadera is Tunisha's co-star, co-actor. He had worked with her on the same serial show, and this is where Sheezan also was working, and that's why these allegations have come in. Sunir, what do you say about the allegations that the mother is making? Because she's saying that they were dating, he used her, he cheated on her, and these are serious charges that she's making. Did you know of anything? क्या आपने सुना था कोई भी ऐसा इंस्टेंस?
नहीं, मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ कि मैं जब तक मैंने 6 महीने हम साथ में काम किया है, और मेरे 90% सीन जो थे वो तुनिशा के साथ ही होते थे। एक आधा कोई इधर उधर हुआ तो अलग बात है, बट 90% सीन मेरे तुनिशा के साथ थे। तो मैंने जब भी देखा ना, दोनों को बहुत प्यार से देखा है। मतलब इतनी अच्छी दोस्ती, एक होता है ना कि साथ में काम करे, तो मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगता था कि चलो ये को एक्टर्स की केमिस्ट्री इतनी अच्छी है, दोस्ती इतनी अच्छी है, वो जो सीन में भी दिखती है। जब आप स्क्रीन पे देखते हो ना, वो दिखता है कि हाँ भाई केमिस्ट्री बहुत अच्छी है। और नॉर्मली क्या होता है ना आर्टिस्ट का, कि स्क्रीन पे कुछ दिखाते हैं, सोशल मीडिया पे कुछ दिखाते हैं, अब अंदर ही अंदर किसके क्या चल रहा है किसी को कुछ नहीं पता। मैं भी अगर आज अपनी पोस्ट डालूंगा विद स्माइल एकदम कि बहुत अच्छा, बट मेरे अंदर क्या चल रहा है वो किसी को नहीं पता होगा, वो सिर्फ लोगों को दिखाने के लिए होगा। तो हो सकता है कि तुनिशा को पता चला होगा, अगर ये लोग रिलेशनशिप में भी थे, तो अगर तुनिशा को पता चला होगा, तो मैं चाह रहा था कि इतना बड़ा स्टेप लेने से अच्छा है कि आप अपने पेरेंट्स से बात करो। क्योंकि क्या होता है ना, आजकल की जो जनरेशन है वो ये चीजें ना हैंडल नहीं कर पाती, ये डिप्रेशन, ये स्ट्रेस, उनको एक्चुअल मीनिंग पता ही नहीं है डिप्रेशन का कि होता क्या है।
पर जैसे सुनील, आप इम्पोर्टेंट बात कह रहे हैं, यंग थी, 20 इयर्स की थी, तो ऑब्वियसली एक टेंडर एज है, लेकिन प्रोफेशनली तो वो इतना समझती थी चीजों को। सो ऐसा क्या हुआ?
देखिए क्या होता ना, प्रोफेशनली वो इसलिए था कि वो शायद वो ये चाह रही होगी कि मेरे काम पे असर ना आए, जैसा हम लोग चाहते हैं। हमारी लाइफ में इतनी चीजें होती हैं, इतनी प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं, बट हम जब लोग स्क्रीन पे आते हैं तो हम ये नहीं चाहते कि स्क्रीन पे वो हमारे चेहरे पे वो दिखे कि हम कितने परेशान हैं। वो एक्शन और कट के बीच में हमें वो कैरेक्टर बनना होता है। तो वही चीज थी, तुनिशा का भी यही था कि जब भी कैमरा के सामने आती थी एकदम वो कैरेक्टर में रहती थी, और नॉर्मली भी बहुत हंसते खेलते मिलती थी। मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं ये चीज आई होगी कि वो इतनी ज्यादा डिप्रेस है। बाकी जैसे मैंने बताया कि मैं 2 महीने पहले शो छोड़ चुका था, अब उसके बीच में इतना कुछ चीजें हो गई होंगी, उनके बीच में झगड़े हुए होंगे, उस बारे में
उस सेट पे भी जो लोग आपके साथ काम कर रहे होंगे, यू मस्ट हैव स्पोकन टू देम, डिड यू स्पीक टू एनीवन you know, discussing that, did you hear this? Do you know what has happened? And Tunisha is no more. So what are your colleagues and co-actors currently saying?
सबका यही बड़े शॉकिंग रिएक्शन था कि मतलब ऐसे कैसे, अरे इतनी छोटी सी तो थी, इतनी प्यारी सी तो थी, इतनी जॉली पर्सन, इतना पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड वाली लड़की ऐसे कैसे कर सकती है। तो सब लोग हैरान थे। जिससे भी मेरी बात हुई है, चाहे फिर वो सेट पे, क्योंकि मैं 2 महीने से किसी के भी टच में नहीं था, मुझे भी किसी के थ्रू पता चला। मुझे पहले लगा था कि शायद जब मुझे बताया गया कि हॉस्पिटल लेके गए, तो मुझे ये था कि शायद चलो बच जाएगी। मैं प्रे कर रहा था कि बच जाए, सब ठीक हो जाए। बट जैसे ही थोड़ी देर के बाद न्यूज मिली कि शी इज डेड, तो वो होता ना कि पैरों के नीचे से जमीन निकल जाना, वैसा हो गया था। फिर और जो सेट पे जो लोग थे उनसे बात हुई, तो उन्होंने भी यही बताया कि हमें भी कुछ समझ में नहीं आया कि सीन करके आई है, रूम में आई, उसके बाद हम नॉक कर रहे हैं दूसरे सीन के लिए बुलाने के लिए, और सडनली देखा कि ये खत्म हो चुकी है। दरवाजा शायद तोड़ के उन्होंने वो किया था, निकाला था इसको। बहुत शॉकिंग था ये। मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ कि आजकल जनरेशन जो है ना, पेरेंट्स से बात करने में, या उनके पास कोई ऐसा होता नहीं है कि जिससे वो बात कर सके, शेयर कर सके। एटलीस्ट किसी के साथ तो शेयर करना चाहिए था। तो ये नौबत नहीं है। फैमिली से बात करती तो क्या होता, ज्यादा से ज्यादा वो डांट देते, मार देते, 2-4 दिन नाराज रहते, बट ऐसे लाइफ तो नहीं जाती ना।
That's true, and all of 20 years of age, it's an absolutely terrifying and terrible and tragic.
अभी आप सोचिए कि उसके मम्मा की क्या हालत हो रही होगी, वो तो बिल्कुल अकेले हो गए ना।
और इसीलिए उन्होंने भी जो अब वीडियो निकाला है सुनीर, हम समझ सकते हैं कि उन्होंने जो चार्जेस दिए हैं, that are also being investigated. Sunir Vadera, I want to thank you that you've spoken to India Today and spoken your heart out and told us about how you've known Tunisha and for sharing those pictures as well. Sunir Vadera, thank you very much for now. But because this is going to be a case that needs to be resolved too, what happened? What led to that extreme step? Was it a suicide or a foul play? There are some questions that are being raised. Remember, for now, one suspect under custody is for co-actor and someone that she was apparently in a relationship with. But why did then Tunisha have lunch with Sheezan if they had recently broken up and she was facing an absolutely horrid mental health time? Why was Tunisha alone in the makeup room of this co-star, Sheezan? Because that's again where eventually she was found by fellow crew members after she did not respond to their calls to return. And this part will be very crucial. What happened just about 15 minutes before that death of Tunisha? She was rushed to hospital. By then, doctors had confirmed her dead. Tunisha's family is alleging via the mother, who has filed a complaint and has given out a video as well, that it was Sheezan who she was dating and that he cheated on her, used and betrayed her, in her words. And that also will need to be probed about what could have possibly happened. Was there any sort of religious or age differences that could have been a reason for the breakup and that this young woman could not handle, or was there much more? Remember, family members are also now starting to speak up. Tunisha Sharma's uncle, Pawan Sharma, has spoken to India Today, revealing that this young actress was hospitalized 10 days before her death and that there was an anxiety attack that she had faced. He also added that it was at that hospital that Tunisha had revealed that she was apparently being wronged and cheated. This is what he had said.
She was in stress from so many days. वो बहुत दिनों से परेशान थी
जी,
और उसने बोला भी था कि मेरे साथ चीट हुआ है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है। वो बता नहीं पा रही थी कि क्या गलत हुआ है। फिर उसने ये 2 लाइन कही कि मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है, उसने मेरे साथ चीट किया है। उसके लाइफ में और भी लड़कियां हैं और वो इसके साथ भी पिछले 3 महीने से था। उसी समय उसको स्ट्रेस की वजह से अटैक आया था। स्ट्रेस की वजह से वो ऑलमोस्ट बेहोश हो गई थी, तो शूटिंग वाले उसको लेकर गए हॉस्पिटल। फिर हम वहां पहुंचे, तभी उसने बताया कि मेरे साथ चीटिंग हुई है, मेरे साथ गलत हुआ है। इसके अलावा और कुछ बोल नहीं पा रही थी वो। शी वॉज वेरी वेरी प्रोफेशनल। वो अपने काम वो एक शूटिंग, वो एक टीवी शो में लीड रोल प्ले कर रही थी, तो वो नहीं चाहती कि उसकी वजह से किसी का एक दिन का भी नुकसान हो। उसने और भी जितने भी काम किए हैं, जो भी फिल्म्स किए हैं, चाहे वो दबंग 3 हो, चाहे कोई भी, जो भी सारे काम किए, तो सब जगह वो सारे डायरेक्टर्स उसकी तारीफ करते थे कि शी इज वेरी वेरी प्रोफेशनल। 1 मिनट वो शूटिंग शुरू होने से जो उसका टाइम होता था वो पहले पहुंचती थी, और इसलिए वो सेट पे जा रही थी। सिर्फ एक दिन का उसने ब्रेक लिया था, अगले दिन से उसने शूट प्रॉपर कर रही थी वो। हमें तो बॉडी सीधा मिली है हॉस्पिटल में, उससे पहले क्या हुआ, दोनों ने साथ में खाना खाया, दोनों हंस के बातें कर रहे थे। उसके बाद तुनिशा कब अपने मेकअप रूम में अकेली गई, फिर क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ कुछ नहीं पता। और उसके मेकअप रूम में वो क्या कर रही थी, अगर वो बोल रहा है कि ब्रेकअप हो गया था तो फिर उसके मेकअप रूम में वो अकेली क्या कर रही थी, क्यों गई थी, तो वो ही बता सकता है। तुनिशा की मम्मी मिली थी, उन्होंने उसको समझाया भी था कि ऐसा मत करो, तुम अलग धर्म के हो, ये अलग धर्म की है, तो भी तुम्हें इतना आगे रिलेशन को नहीं बढ़ाना चाहिए था। वो तुम्हें पहले से पता है कि तुम्हारी लाइफ में और भी लोग हैं, तो क्यों एक 20 साल की लड़की जो तुमसे 10 साल छोटी भी है, क्यों इतना आगे बढ़ाया।
Tunisha's co-stars have spoken on the tragic death and they've all confirmed that she was in a relationship with Sheezan. Listen in now to these reactions that have been coming in.
On the set, they were on the set they were very close to each other because obviously they were playing against each other. They were hero and heroine of the show, or they were both of them were young. Both of them are young, and this is not a new thing. कि जब दो यंग लोग आपस में काम कर रहे हैं और when they are opposite each other, they are the lead pair of the show. So this is not a new thing if they develop into a liking for each other or a relationship with each other. So they were very friendly with each other. I never saw them fighting or yelling or shouting at each other on the set. They were very cordial with each other on the set, and they used to pull off their scenes beautifully. You can see the chemistry, you can see everything, and I think they were very good with each other in very good terms. As far as I could see it.
Actually, I wasn't on set. I was not shooting that day. First of all, so I didn't know what exactly happened. And second, that both are my colleagues, and I have worked very closely with them. So it's very heartbreaking for me as well. I'm also processing what all is going on right now. So whatever has happened or what is the case will come out in future, I guess, by the law. That is all I can say. I have nothing, any other detail which I can share with you.
Would you be able to tell us a little more about Tunisha? What more do we know of her
She was a very she was a very lovely person, on set, like you said, like what you saw. And obviously we were colleagues. We worked from past 6 months, and it was very a warm, kind relationship, with all of us. We all actors, whenever we go on set, we meet during our scenes, and then we come back to home. So nobody expects that this will happen, and it's very heartbreaking just to know that it's very unfortunate.
वो हमेशा बहुत ज़्यादा खुश रहती थी, बट मुझे लगता है कि वो एक बचपना जो था वो उसके अंदर था, तो वो छोटी चीज़ पे अगर कभी ऐसे भी हो जाओ तो वो एक बचपना था। आई थिंक अब वो किस लेवल तक उसको ले गया या क्या सिचुएशन हुई है उसकी लाइफ में जिसकी वजह से उसको इतना बॉदर हुआ कि इतना बड़ा स्टेप लेना पड़ा।
It's very sad to hear because she was only 20 and come on, she had a very good career ahead of her. She's done a lot of work. कोई नई लड़की नहीं थी. She seemed to be like a confident person. आपके खुद के सपने जो आपको अचीव करने लायक हैं, क्या वो मैटर नहीं करता? You all have to build that mental stability, that mental strength, that emotional strength to combat that, no matter what situation you are. Please be strong.
It leaves you very depressed because what happens is हम लोग सेम इंडस्ट्री में काम करते हैं तो अपने लिए बहुत डर लगता है इन सब चीज़ों को देखते हुए, लेकिन उस लड़की के लिए और उसके माँ बाप के लिए बहुत ही बुरा फील हो रहा है बिकॉज वो माँ बाप पे क्या गुजर रही होगी आज वो ही जानते हैं, और आई डोंट नो उससे ज़्यादा बुरा तो वो बेचारी लड़की के लिए है. आई होप God gives her a decent good place wherever she is and may her soul rest in peace.
जब मैं सेट पे गया लोग डर रहे बताने के लिए. मैं प्रोडक्शन मैनेजर से मिला, सेट पे जब मैं जाने लगा मुझे रोका गया, फिर आस पास के सेट के मजदूर से मिला, कलाकारों से मिला, कोई बताने को तैयार नहीं, सब घबराए हुए. ये कहानी बहुत बड़ी है. हमारी मांग ये है ऑल इंडियन सीनियर वर्कर्स की तरफ से कि इसकी SIT से जांच की जाए महाराष्ट्र सरकार, और एक्टर के नार्को टेस्ट किया जाए, और जो प्रोड्यूसर है वो सामने अभी तक नहीं आया. जो प्रोड्यूसर है इसका अलीम, कुछ नाम है अलीम करके, ये अभी तक सामने नहीं आया. इसकी जांच की जाए और चैनल सब TV प्रोड्यूसर आ जाएगी. क्या कर रहे थे?
Tunisha Sharma's co-stars and friends from the industry are clearly unexpectedly under shock. Some of the actors have spoken up about the difficulty of an actor's life and how they try to deal with it in difficult times. Here's a conversation.
Ravira, would you want to give us your sense of this case? Tunisha Sharma, a young actor who seemed very happy, hale and hearty right before this alleged suicide bid. Now, she had lunch with her co-star and supposed to be her boyfriend, Sheezan, and then just few minutes later, she was found hanging. So it's very hard for us to believe that this could be anything else but possibly some kind of argument that may have broken out, etc. Or was she depressed? These are, the police, as they investigate the case, are contemplating with different angles. But today, as an actor, how would you look at this?
As a young actor, I know the pressures of the industry, and being on social media, you seem happy all the time, but that's not true. We are under a lot of pressure because we have to look good physically, we need to be mentally strong, because this profession does not demand just, physical appearance, it demands a good mental space as well. And I think for Tunisha, she must be in a very, very rough patch, which her followers couldn't see through social media. And a lot of people in this industry don't really care what you're going through. They just want your work to be done. And I guess probably they must have had a very, very harsh argument, or they must be going through a very rough phase. And that argument is, I think, what this has happened, it has led to this thing. But I guess she must be depressed for like 2-3 months, and that's why this thing happened. Otherwise, I don't think so that one argument can drive someone to suicide. It must be a lot of collective pressure on her from industry side of you to work, to look good at the same time, and being mentally very, very depressed because of a relationship or maybe some personal stuff. So I think one has to be very, very mentally stable and sane to work in this industry, because this industry is really high pressured.
This is not unheard of, that two actors are in a relationship. Now, one takes it well, the other does not possibly. But of course, the co-star has now been arrested on charges of abatement to suicide. But your point of view on an actor's life and the struggles?
Hi, Nabila. First of all, I pray for Tunisha's soul. See, as you said, relationship between co-stars is really, really common, because there is intimacy. You're meeting the person for a really long time, and you're spending a lot of time together. But what is alarming today, in what I see, is how fragile we've become mentally. We work out, we're physically very strong, and all that. We tell, we claim that we are really strong, but how fragile are we mentally? Because if a boy ditches you or a girl ditches you, why would you have to suicide? There's so much of life ahead of you. You could do so many things in the future. You're going to be meeting a lot of people in the future. So I see a lot of kids today, I couldn't do well in my exams, I'm going to die. Somebody ditched me, I'm going to die. I didn't earn enough money, I'm going to die. Somebody called me names, I'm going to die. So suicide is not the final solution for everything, because all the achievers, if you look at the biggest of the people who achieved so much in their lives, these are people who struggled through their lives with relationships, careers, and everything, and one fine day you're blessed with everything. So I think you got to stop taking things too seriously in life. I was reading somewhere in a very important, a very beautiful book, which said that life is not meant to be taken so seriously. It's supposed to be taken casually, being happy with each day that passes by. And I think in Tunisha's case, she's really young, yet to see the world, yet to experience people, yet to experience so many things in life, and it's so unfortunate that she's given up so early.
So, of course, many reasons are also now emerging of what could have possibly led to the breakup. There are age and religious differences that many are also talking about. Police now suspect that Sheezan could have been forcing this young woman to possibly convert, and as a condition if there was to be a marriage. While Tunisha's family has revealed that Sheezan had promised to marry her, cops are investigating if religious differences and the claim that has been made by Sheezan is a bid to just shield himself. The cops are investigating if Sheezan was adamant on the conversion angle, and that during their last lunch, after which she could have led to take that strong step. BJP netas in Maharashtra calling for probe into the possible love jihad angle in the suicide case of this young actor. Maharashtra's Minister Girish Mahajan has claimed that Tunisha's death was a fallout of allegedly love jihad, and such cases are increasing. He's also added that Maharashtra government is planning to bring strict law against such cases.
अभी अभी बात सामने ये है कि तनिष्का शर्मा की जो मौत है वो लव जिहाद का ही एक मसला है। मुझे लगता है इसकी पूरी जांच होनी चाहिए। पर दिन हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि ये इससे जो मामले हैं वो बढ़ रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है इसीलिए इसके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कानून लाना चाहिए और हम उसके ऊपर विचार कर रहे हैं।
तुनिशा शर्मा के परिवार को 100% न्याय मिलेगा, और यदि यह मामला लव जिहाद का है तो लव जिहाद के पीछे कौन से संगठन हैं, कौन षड्यंत्रकारी लोग हैं, इस मामले की भी तहकीकात पुलिस के द्वारा की जाएगी।
देखो, बीजेपी मूल मुद्दे को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए हमेशा मुस्लिम और हिंदू का झगड़ा लड़ाने का उनका कोशिश रहा है। देश में अशांति बनाना उनका एक काम है, इसलिए बहुत ज़्यादा महत्व उनके इस स्टेटमेंट को मत दो।
Let's go across now to Dipesh Tripathi for the latest on that. Dipesh, this is full-blown politics also, the love jihad angle coming in and taking communal overtones also in this case. And both the Mantri and an MLA of Maharashtra has said this.
Yes, definitely. Yesterday, a BJP MLA Ram Kadam has claimed that this is a love jihad angle and police should probe in this angle also. But today in a Nagpur assembly, Girish Mahajan, who was a minister in BJP session right now, he also claimed that this is a love jihad and police should also probe this. So in coming days, as we see, the government of Maharashtra is claiming that this is a love jihad angle. And yesterday, police ACP Chandrakant Yadav said that he will not. They will not probe in a love jihad angle, but today as we spoke to our police official sources, they said that they will going to probe in this angle also, as Sheezan has also claimed that he got broke up with Tunisha because of his religion. So this is the angle also now the police will going to probe into, and right now they are going to verify the statements which has been given by the Sheezan to the police, and they will verify his claims also.
Keep tracking the latest on that. So there are, of course, different angles that are coming up. But we also tried to match what is being said about different statements emerging, and something doesn't seem to add up. Here's why. Because what exactly are the statements that are coming in? Let's take a look quickly. Sheezan has told investigators that I broke up 15 days ago, which is too soon. And any couple will tell you that there are still some difficult moments after that breakup. So why were they then having a lunch together if the young woman was clearly not in the best mental state of health, and having lunch together in the room, not with other crew members? And this is 15 minutes before that step has taken place. So this broke up because of our religious differences, he has said to the police. But is that mean, according to now investigators also looking at, could this just be an alibi that he wants to get out of the situation and is giving the religion as a different angle into just as an alibi for himself? Or did Sheezan also cheat on Tunisha? Because that's what the family is saying. Remember, the mother of the girl has said that he had used, allegedly in her words, betrayed and cheated on her, and that's the reason that they had led to the breakup as well. Also, what Sheezan had said to the investigators as well was primarily the age issue. Again, that is also being looked at here by the police that are investigating this case. Now, this death of Tunisha Sharma has shocked fans, and specifically who had followed Tunisha's career for years now, making a mark both in film and television. There were different films also that, that she was a part of. Take a look at this report.
Tunisha Sharma was born on 4th January 2002 in Chandigarh and completed her education from Chandigarh University. She always had a passion for working in the films since childhood and wanted to pursue a career in this field. Tunisha went on to make a name for herself in both films and on television. Making her acting debut in 2015 with Bharat ke Veer Putra Maharana Pratap as Chand Kanwar. She also went on to star in popular television shows as Rajkumari Ahankara in Chakravartin Ashoka.
नींद के दुश्मन दिन भर
Bubbly in Ishq Subhan Allah.
खुराफाती दिमाग ये बच्चे हैं आफत, लेकिन ज़ारा के सामने दिखाते हैं शराफत। ज़ारा से पूरा होता है परिवार, बिना किसी रिश्ते के क्या कबीर और ज़ारा रह पाएंगे एक साथ?
And Adya Verma in Internet Wala Love with Shivin Narang.
से हो डाउनलोड यहाँ प्यार, पर सबको प्यार का ये अंदाज नहीं भाता। आज भी कल का खूबसूरत तरीका ही राह से आता। तो इस जमाने में
The duo was supposed to collaborate for a music video that was scheduled to be filmed on 25th December. Tunisha made her Bollywood debut with Fitoor and essayed the role of young Firdaus and later playing young Diya in Baar Baar Dekho. In both the films, she played Katrina Kaif's younger version. Tunisha was seen in Dabangg 3 and she also essayed the role of Vidya Balan's daughter Mini in the film Kahani 2.